with both of them. Remember the ones that travel?
Yeah.
I think it was one of them. I don't know her name, not the Asian one. The other one, she posted that she actually graduated, but she like hide her like I think the name of the university or the degree, but she posted that she had something like that. And I'm like, see, there's a misconception. A lot of people think just like people think that a lot of people that work at McDonald's, fast food, they're stupid, and half of them are, but half of them are working towards like something. You know, it just obviously you got to start from the bottom, so you can't judge a book, you know, because you never know, you know.
Yeah,
but
you're
I
right.
used to think that. I'm being honest. I used to be like, because I only been to strip club maybe a handful of times, because it wasn't like you, Derek. To me, it's like whatever. It's like a waste of money. It's like I'm gonna get turned on and then what, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
yeah, like what's the point, you know? So like I went a couple times because of my boys. To me, it was like whatever. But I'm like, man, I would see I think one time I saw a fucking professor in there, bro, and I was like, damn, this is over here. It was
So,
money, yeah. Huh?
so who's gonna join me in the chat? I'm live now, yo. Nick Raptus is in there. It's,
I'll be in there, but if I fall,
hey, just are you gonna? Can you guys at least be in there? You know, just the voice part. You don't have to show your face, Jose.
not me, because I'm gonna fall asleep.
Get in there, Cindy. What the fuck? I put the link in here, so join in.
No.
You guys go in there now. Jose, at least help me out because I gotta fix some breakfast, you know, in between times, and I just don't want to leave it dry.
Get in there, damn shit. I'll ask you the questions.
Cindy, get in there too, man.
I'm gonna ask you the questions.
All right, y'all get in there. I'll see y'all in there.
Bye.
What up, Nick? Let me see if I can call Nurse Viv. Boy. Cindy will be in here in a sec. Hold tight, y'all. Thusu, you might want to get in here, man, because I don't want to really lead this. Thusu, the link's in here, man, if you want to join vocal wise. That way I can go fix some food and all that other shit while you guys chat it up. And I'll let you guys know the girl Maya, she's gonna do some stuff with Urban AZ. But let me call Nurse Viv, see what she's doing. Cause my voice is kind of Jose, the link's in there, man. You're supposed to join in the convo, Jose. I gotta call Nurse Viv. Dun, da, da, da. I know she's up because these are her hours to be up. Because I need to fix some breakfast. Come on, lurkers, come out and say something. There's 13 people in here. What are you doing? Oh, all right. Come join the chat. You don't have to show your face because I know you're probably all jacked up right now. But at least do. Really? You didn't sleep? So when you got home, why didn't you sleep? I don't get it. Like why did you have something to do? No, when you got to Sacramento, why didn't you go to sleep? Wasn't you sleep this whole time? Why not? Well, that's your fault. Anyway, because you should have told her you needed to go to sleep. Anyway, jump in here for a minute so I can fix some breakfast and not have to, you know what I mean? Just, I don't know, 20 minutes, 15 minutes. You're going to jump in anyway, so you might as well. No, you wasn't. Anyway, all right, 10 minutes so I can fix something to eat. Just be, what do you call it when you're in there? They call it something. But you don't have to show your face because I'm sure you're tore up right now. The link's in there. I'll put it in there again. Bye. Bye, jerk. All right, y'all. Who was at the vault tonight? And actually, I need to put that video on private right now. So give me a sec. Oh, here's Jose. Yeah, Jose, go ahead and
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me, Derek?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jose.
Okay. How's everybody doing tonight, man? Did you guys enjoy the vault, the clappers?
Did everybody enjoy the clappers, y'all, tonight? Hey, Jose, I'm actually texting Maya about that business I was telling you right now.
Hey, she
Yeah,
was beautiful. She was
oh.
beautiful, man.
No, Nurse Viv, you're supposed to get into the talking part, not the text part, Nurse Viv. I need somebody else to join Jose in here as far as the oh, she wants to talk now. Okay.
Hey, Nick. Hey, Alex. Hey, Toso in the chat. Where's Cindy at?
Yeah, where is Cindy?
If Cindy doesn't show up in a minute, I ain't gonna show her my clappers.
Viv, get into the where Jose is. I don't know what this shit is called. Same shit Thusa was doing last night. Get in here and talk.
Hey, sir. Hey, Derek. So what else do they sell? Do they just sell like Cause what were you eating? Lamb chops?
Yeah, I was eating lamb chops.
What else do they have?
Basically, that was it. It was the lamb chops in the side. It was yeah, lamb chops and like I had blah 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 mashed potatoes, um something else, some shit I didn't eat though. It was like some green bean, some asparagus or some shit I don't like.
But that was like the only choice, or do they have other choices?
No, that was the choice for that night. That was a
Oh,
choice.
they only have like one choice like every night.
That was definitely the choice for the night. Yeah.
I can actually see the chat now. Now I know how to do it. It's easier on my
Oh, you can
laptop than
see
the
it.
phone.
Oh, Cindy's in here now. Nurse Viv won't get in here.
Hey, Cindy, join in.
You know what I should? Oh my God! Hold on. Let me see. You guys want me to see if I can get Maya in here?
Yeah, I don't think nobody wants to see me. They rather see her.
Yeah, but she's gonna be driving right now. I don't think she's gonna be able to show her face. I'm gonna save that for later. Fuck that. I'm doing too much. I'm not giving y'all all this all right away. You're crazy. Hell no. Not doing that.
Can you give me the digits right away?
Can't do that yet till I set up what I need done. I don't need you to fuck it up. She's about to call me in a minute though when she gets in her car. So
Hey, can I invite Jimenez?
yep. He's lonely. Please invite Jimenez to the chat. Man, I need somebody else to do this. Fuck. Who's up right now? I need to. Nurse Viv's supposed to be helping me out. I need to go fix something to eat, man. Fuck.
What are you gonna make?
Some breakfast. I'm probably just gonna what time is it? It's 3. I'm probably just gonna I don't know, fucking get off at 4 and eat. What the fuck? Why am I sitting out here with you guys anyway? Shit.
I think Doso says he's going to take a couple minutes to set up his audio.
Well, he better hurry up because if he don't get in here quick and handle this stream, I'm outie. Those who won't get on, Nurse Viv, you're supposed to be on doing pillow talk or whatever that shit you do. You've been ordering every meal out. Yep, you ain't here cooking. What the hell I'm supposed to do?
Nick,
Nick, you're watching Monk.
Damn, I haven't seen that show in a long time.
Oh my God. Nick is watching Monk. I didn't think people watch Monk.
No, Cindy, I do not have to pay for a number.
Cindy, why don't you ask Nurse Viv what you you know what I'm gonna do, you guys.
Hello, everybody. This is an announcement to let you know.
I'm gonna upload this
Oh,
video
man.
that I was talking about. Hold on.
I might have
Why
to.
can I close this shit? Fuck. Probably gotta.
Juicy, you love Monk?
They ain't gonna let me do it. Fuck.
Did you enjoy these clappers tonight? Juicy?
Juicy, you watch Monk? Really? How old are you? 80 years old? Fuck, watch Monk. Juicy,
Hey,
how
Derek,
old are you? 75?
Hey, Derek, do you remember
Watch
that
Monk.
show MASH?
Juicy, were you did you catch the vault stream tonight? Were you in there for that? Was Juicy in there, you guys?
Yeah.
Juicy, what did you think of the dancers? I gotta fucking privatize this fucking video, man, before I get a strike from YouTube. Let me go in here. Your channel, the vault, manage videos, live.
Juicy, you're 48.
Oh yeah, you did say you could see the comments right now. Age
Yeah, no, I can't.
restricted.
MASH is boring. I used to watch it when I couldn't sleep, when I was like, man, in my teens, because that show was old as hell. Well, yeah, those clappers were clapping. Right, though? So I'm telling Cindy, but she don't want to. She don't want to join the chat.
Okay, Thusu's here. Let me add him. All right, y'all go ahead, man. I'm about to say something, Thor. Hello.
There we go. Huh? Am
There you go.
I in now?
Yeah, you in here, man.
Let's not get into that shit we were talking about yesterday either. Just go into tonight. I'm trying to get some photos from off her Instagram page. I gotta wait till she approves me or whatever. She's driving from what's the girl's name, y'all? Was the 20-year-old Maya, right?
Maya. I'm her Aztec warrior, man.
You guys think she was the hottest thing in the club tonight?
I think so.
Jose being all natural. You guys think she was the hottest thing in there being all natural?
I prefer natural, man. What about you, Toso?
Yeah, I'm the same way.
That was easy. Jesus. No. Yeah, I'm the same way. Okay. Y'all gonna talk or what? Fuck.
All right, you want me to go?
Shit.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Honestly, most of the girls in there pretty much had the same kind of body type, right? There's not a lot of diversity. So I think what happens when you get like this, sort of, when everyone starts to look the same, people kind of look for something different. She looks kind of different. So, I mean, relative to the club environment she's in, she stands out. So she has that going for her, definitely.
I agree with that. She stands out. Yep.
Because I've been to clubs where like there's almost like 90-95% like non-black, for example, and then you get like one or two black girls and they just stand out, right? And it's like, oh shoot, and then one starts gravitating towards them. So, and then the opposites can be true too. So, but yeah, no, she definitely stood out, I'd say. There was one other chick with really huge tits too. I think it was in Orange, and that one was yeah, that one looked fun.
Now, what do you guys prefer? Tits, ass? Like, I'm an ass man. I'm not a tits guy.
I'm an ass guy too, man. I'm an ass and thighs. Tits can come and go, but ass, nah, that comes first, and thighs.
I mean, I'll take some tits, but you know what I mean? If I had to choose one, it'll be ass over tits, definitely.
Yeah, me too, man. Ass.
I'm gonna go for tits. Most of the reason why too is they're just so much more. At least in most clubs I've been to.
Because you're white, though, so that's why.
Don't make assumptions. Don't generalize.
I know you ain't black. Put it that way.
Hey, that's worse. No, most of the clubs I've been to, most of the girls are either thin, spinner type, or they're going to be heavier, but still sort of, maybe C cups at most. So the large cup chicks are really rare for some reason, at least where I'm from. So again, it goes back to the rarity thing. It's like when someone stands out, and it's funny too, because there's a lot of, I've been in clubs where like every chick is thin, like just fit, young. And the thing is, it kind of gets old, and you see that one like slightly older chick, and you're kind of like, I want to see what she's like. I want to see what she does. So it's almost like you want to find something different. It's almost like a buffet. It sounds horrible, I know, sexist, but it's like, in a way, a lot of clubs feel like buffets for men. It's like you see all these different types of women, and depending on how frequent you go to clubs, sometimes you want to try something different.
I feel you.
Hey, Doso, I have a question
with
for you,
that.
man.
So,
Okay, if it's not too personal, and you talk about, I understand, I don't want to be disrespectful to women too, but the buffet, what types of girls have you been with, like ethnicity wise?
ethnically,
Yeah.
let me think. Technically I've been with every, but most ethnicities I would say are white/Hispanic and some Asian. Not a lot of black chicks. And I know we've probably discussed this before, but part of that might be because of the fact that there's like sort of a cultural divide oftentimes when it comes to ethnicity. And it's not even just your physical appearance, it's also sort of your demeanor and the way I talk and what I know and stuff. It kind of segregates me in a way. People kind of keep their distance from me, I think, sometimes of women.
Do you have a preference though, like a certain preference, or
For physically or ethnically?
that you're attracted to?
Ethnically, no. There's certain physical traits I find attractive, but I wouldn't say that it is dependent on ethnicity. So, like, I like big tits, but there are going to be some ethnicities where it's less prevalent. So, I guess indirectly, perhaps I have a preference for ethnicities, but again, only indirectly. Because if there's, like Asian chicks tend not to have big breasts, but if there's a Asian chick with big breasts, I would totally be attracted to that. I have no problem with that. So it's really more of just like the physical traits than the ethnicity. But beyond that, I would say their demeanor is really important. I don't like girls that are too vulgar. I know that sounds really weird coming from me, but if they're too much of a show, if they're too immature, it can be a turnoff. I'm talking about if you're seriously trying to date, get with someone, no one gives a crap.
Mafatone, what stream was that? Who was streaming that from? You said Big D, you missed the live stream of the Pride Parade from Brooklyn Day. Who was streaming that? Nurse Viv, I'm looking at some pictures of you. You mind if I show the group? They're like kind of my personal pictures, but I don't think they're on your Instagram. I got to get approval from you, Nurse Viv. They're showing your butt, just so you know. They're my type of photos. But give me a thumbs up if I can show one of them real fast. She said okay. Is that after I said this? She said okay. Is that an okay?
Oh, that's an okay.
Is it?
Okay.
That was a fast okay. Thumbs up, really? It's a booty pic, Nurseville. I'm just letting you know. It's not on any Instagram pages yet. It's I kept it for myself. So, all right. Here we go. I'm going to give you another minute to think about that. You know what I like. So, hold on. Where is this? It's late night. It's only 23 people in here, and I won't keep this. I definitely won't keep this up. I don't know. I guess if you're at the fucking pool, shit, motherfuckers see your ass. I don't know. Anyway, here's one of them. That's one. Is that too much, you guys, or what do you think? I don't want to put that on Instagram, but you guys can You guys can give your input on that. Women too. Is it because that's something I took for me? Oh, she said text me now. It's fucking too late now. Shit. It's already showed. It is just underwear, but you know, I don't know. No one's saying anything. Wow.
Hey, Derek, Mafatone says there was a lot of strange looking people at the parade.
Oh, well, yeah, it's a gay pride parade.
Yeah.
Oh, it's delayed. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Too late anyway, Viv. It already got put up. It ain't no big deal.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
There's Viv.
all right. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't. But that's not the risky one. I'm leaving it at that.
Oh shoot! Now you got me wondering.
That's the subtle one.
Hey, Derek, why is wise says D where you are for a fortunate man to go home to Viv every night. Should look good, homie.
She don't look like that every night. Why is why? You don't see her when she wakes up. That's that's after posing and makeup and everything else. uh, you don't sleep next to her snoring and farting next to me and all that shit. You don't see that part. You only see what she lets you see. See, that's the problem. She shits with the door open, all that kind of stuff.
Wow, everything I thought about Nurse Viv is gone now.
See? See how you guys had these images of people, and then, because you see what you see. That's all they show you. Nah, some of that I'm joking about. She does not fart in bed, which I couldn't deal with that shit. She doesn't shit with the door open. She goes in her own bathroom, but she does snore every now and then. She will admit to that. And don't say you don't snore either, Nurse Viv, because I got video. Mafatone says my image of her is shattered. I'm joking, Mafatone. I couldn't. Nah, I couldn't. That's not a woman farting in bed. That would totally fuck up my sex drive, me wanting to have sex with that person. So no, I'm definitely I'm definitely joking.
Hey, Derek, so
I don't know why. I just couldn't. I know some people it's like, hey, it is what it is, but I honestly don't want my woman farting in bed next to me or whatever. That's a turn off. But you guys tell me what you guys think about that. If you're married and you've been married for a while, is that cool? Or is it a turn off?
Girls no Dutch ovens?
What?
No Dutch ovens?
Dutch ovens? What the fuck are you?
Yeah, I never heard of that.
Nope.
That's when they fart under the covers and then they make you go under it so you can smell it.
No. Man, I'm trying to be serious, man. Those who always got to tell jokes.
All right, I'll be serious.
Jose.
There used to be a OnlyFans chick who I think literally sold her farts in jars or something.
I seen that.
God.
Yeah.
Seen in places videos purporting to be, I should say, fart videos. Somehow fetishized. Now that's not my thing, so I never delved into it, but it seems like that exists.
So Cindy, really, you're like, if you got to let one loose in front of somebody you just met, you letting loose, like, fuck it. I understand if you've been with the person for a while, maybe, hey, fuck it. But honestly, Cindy, you letting loose? Like if you and Jose are on a date and y'all end up coming back to the house and intimate and you got to let one loose, you're going to let it loose in front of them? I don't believe that. If you are,
ring before you let one loose.
If you do, you're fucking disgusting. That's all I got to say.
Hey, Derek, I'll probably fart before her.
Oh, she said not just met. So how many? Okay, and we're gonna get off this fart subject.
Yeah.
How many years or months or whatever, Cindy, do you have to know a person before you can fart in front of the guy? It was an episode, I think, on Sex in the City. That shit was funny when what's her not Miranda, I forget the head person's name, but she farted in front of Mr. Big in the bed and she was all embarrassed and shit. Where are we at?
Okay,
Go ahead.
just to play devil's advocate. Maybe it depends on the type of fart. Maybe for some people, there are certain farts that are somehow more sexy than other farts. You know, I'm just throwing that out there.
There's a such thing as a sexy fart, though.
Or maybe a
I mean, yeah, there
less
could be
sexy
some are worse than others, obviously. Yeah, I mean, you know, but
raunchy ones.
you don't want to hear a woman just really rip it. You know what I mean? I guess, I guess if it's a poot,
It's got to be like a really feminine kind of, just silent, squeaky, high pitched one, and maybe then it'll be acceptable.
why you must be joking. Why the fuck are we talking about this? Cindy, did you answer the question? How much time does it take for you to fart in front of your man? Yeah, Carrie Bradshaw, Viv. Cindy, you're supposed to be in here talking with us, chicken shit.
Again, I'm still waiting for Cindy to get on voice chat.
You know what? I know why she's not getting in voice chat, because I've heard her voice before, and that's why she's not getting in. If you guys can understand that. Jose's heard her voice before too, so we understand why
Hey,
she
Derek.
won't get in.
Brock
She
Hershey
sounds
says-
like, if you guys watch The Simpsons, she sounds like Marge from The Simpsons. That's how she talks. That's how her voice is. And
Freaking
she
Derek.
knows it too. That's why she won't get in here. Cindy says, scroll up.
Marge
How
was
far?
pretty sexy.
You said what?
Marge was pretty sexy.
Well, when Marge with the high voice, with the high voice Marge, when she's kind of complaining about something, that's how Cindy sounds. Man, let me find.
There's an episode of Simpsons where Marge gets breast implants.
Damn,
That was a
I
good
didn't see
episode.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I think they
remember
also
that
did a
one.
spread in Playboy with Marge as well, years ago.
Hey, Derek. Brock says. Brock Hershey says sexy fart is when their undies are soiled.
Hold on,
Oh
what's that?
no!
Who
Brock-
said that?
Brock
Jose?
Hershey. Brock Hershey says a sexy fart is when their undies are soiled.
I gotta find that comment and post it. Why am I missing shit? Jesus, why don't I see that? Oh, there it is. Cindy, I didn't see your comment. I didn't see it. You got to say it again. I can't find it. What are you oohing to, Nurse Viv? What am I missing? I was looking for Marge's. I was looking for a voice online, but I'm not gonna be able to play it anyway, so it don't matter. All right, we're back. Hello.
So with that club, the vault, it sounded like they did have lap dances, but it was just in the back. Is that right?
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I
I
thought
wanted
that,
to. I'm actually. Go ahead. I'm actually online right now, and they're like asking questions.
Was that Maya?
Yep. Hold on. I'm up. Are you driving right now? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put you on speaker, and I'll just let them ask you. Okay. All right. You guys, fellas, say something. Shit. Now everybody's quiet.
Something.
All right. So I got Maya on the line. Say hi, Maya.
Hi.
Can you guys hear her?
Hey Maya, thanks for joining us.
So you guys can ask her the questions you wanted to ask her before we got off if you guys had any questions.
Yeah.
And anybody that's typing, I'll just read them off to her. But Dosu, go ahead since you're actually on voice.
You answered so many questions. Yeah, appreciate
Some of them
it.
are only 2 of them we would be able to hear. The rest of them are via text.
Okay.
Don't everybody
Well-
get quiet.
Well, let me first ask how explicit can we get with this? I know you're outside of your job, but you still want to be somewhat respectful.
What was that?
He said, how explicit can he get with this? He still kind of wants to be somewhat respectful.
I'm very open, and I'll really pretty much answer anything. But if I'm not comfortable, I'll just let you know.
There you go.
That sounds good.
That's it. No question.
Well, I gotta think of some questions. Goodness sakes. Start spitballing. How's this? Maya, when you said you first started about a month ago, is that right?
Yes, I did. Well, technically, we only work the weekends at this club, so altogether about a month.
Gotcha. And I guess I'm curious as to what kind of got you into this field of work. Was there something else you started first before this that kind of made you enter into this?
What got me into it was, okay, so I'm going to be really vulnerable here. I tried to have a sugar daddy for a time, and he actually scammed me. So I was pretty much forced because my bank account was negative, and I was really young and gullible at the time. So, yeah, I was scammed, and my bank account was negative, so I was forced to pretty much work to get the money to pay my bank account. That's how it all started. But then I started and like just dancing and getting into it. So.
Damn, you tried to have a sugar daddy, Jesus, and he scammed you. That's too bad.
Hey, Maya.
So why was you trying to have a sugar daddy though? That's my question.
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, they can hear you. Why did you try to have a sugar daddy? Can you hear me? Uh-oh, what happened?
So it's getting good.
I can barely hear.
Can you hear? You can't hear me right now, Maya?
Not really.
Wow. I don't know what's going on. I mean, you got a good signal and we're on speaker. So
did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you guys heard what she said, right?
Yeah, we heard you really good.
Yeah, we can hear you really clear. You can't hear us though?
Let me just park for a second.
You know what? I think I had my phone. I think I had not the speaker part, but the mic part is. I think I had it covered. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that was a problem. All right. Why were you trying to have a sugar daddy though? Like at your age? What?
For bills, because like I was saying earlier, I take care of my mom, my grandparents, and my brother.
Oh, you just wanted the fast money, basically, really. And he ended up scamming you. That's kind of, I don't know. Should we feel bad about that, you guys, or what?
It was my first sugar daddy, and I was telling him that I was really only comfortable through text, and I feel like maybe it was too good to be true. I learned my lesson from it, so I just moved on. I actually started working for it and dancing.
So you guys only talk via text?
Well, the sugar daddy, it was literally the first. The stupid thing is, it was literally the first day we started texting. He sent me a check through email, and I don't know why I believed him.
Oh, he scammed you. Okay, I see. So how did he scam you, though? He got your bank account information or something? Like, how did that work?
No. So when I deposited the check, it basically just bounced. But since I had Bank of America, it deposited the check first, and then it took it out. So basically, it said I had $900, but then so I spent the money. And then, after it bounced, then it made my bank account negative $900 because I spent the money.
Got you.
But it's honestly like such a funny thing now. Like I learned my lesson, and I definitely was gullible. It was literally like a couple weeks ago, but I learned my lesson.
So I remember somebody when we were at the club, they were like, I mean, they were offering to be your sugar daddy. Would you if he was real, would you take on a sugar daddy?
That's what I was saying earlier. I just don't know if I could really trust that anymore. I just don't want to be taken advantage of just because I just don't have enough experience in the industry yet to like take care of myself by myself. So I just want to like dance and do something safe.
Right. Okay. That anybody got any let me see, Nurse Viv. Nurse Viv is my wife who I was telling you about.
I
She's
love Nurse Viv. That's your wife.
yeah. So anyway, she's saying what happened to the dude? What ended up happening to him?
What ended up the sugar daddy?
Yeah.
So he actually, okay, so basically he started threatening me because the scam for him was he was basically saying to send the money to someone else. He was like, I'm going to send you this first check, and this first check is for you, and then the second check is going to be for someone else.
Right.
I got the first check and deposited it, and then I deposited the second check, and he wanted me to send that amount to someone through Zelle. It was supposed to be some girl who he was trying to send money to, and I never sent the money. So, because I was like, are you scamming me? I was just confused, and I was trying to ask like questions, and he ended up just like threatening me and saying a whole bunch of stuff. Like, he actually said something very like disturbing. Like, that's the first time anyone's ever said something so disturbing to me, and that's why like I honestly got so scared having a sugar daddy, because he literally told me that he was gonna have people like rape me gruesomely and shit like that.
Damn. Yeah, I could see why you could kind of steer away from that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just scared. Like, I'm just scared now, honestly. Like, it was all innocent, and then it turned not innocent. So I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I think we have a guy named Jose who said he would be your sugar daddy if you would accept him. But yeah,
I'm scared. Sorry.
I would steer away from Jose.
Because Derek.
Let me see. There was another question in here. Oh, we're not gonna do too much because we're gonna save some for later because I want to talk to you about the stuff. But we'll do like 5 minutes more or whatever. But one of the questions was, are you all natural?
Yes, my body is all natural.
It's all natural. What did you think? Did you watch the stream in the Vault World Rewind? What do you think it? What do you think it is?
Yeah, you'd have to be blind to not see that it's natural.
Yeah.
It actually moves. That's the difference.
Are you happy with your body, Maya?
I probably will get maybe some work done in the future. I don't know. Right now, I'm confident in my natural body. Yeah.
Right.
So augmented girls are a dime a dozen, so I'd be careful messing with your body too much. I've seen some pretty bad jobs, especially with dancers.
Same.
I mean, I guess if you get a good sugar daddy or you get with somebody that's willing to do that for you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but World Rewind says we all are happy with Maya's body. Well, she is 20 years old, World Rewind too, though. So
Exactly. I have a long time to like decide.
yeah, she has some time. So, let me see. Yeah, that's something else.
So I have another question for Maya. So I'm not too familiar with the vault, but I believe you mentioned that you don't have a VIP, but you do have sort of a back area for lap dances. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. It's like a section blocked off by like a glass barrier, and you pretty much just sit back there and dance with the person separately.
And is that individually seated, or is that like on a long couch where other people are right near you?
It's like a long couch. It's like a long lounging couch in the back.
Gotcha. And this next question, again, you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but what usually are the guys asking for once you get back there?
People don't ask for too much. I pretty much just say it's just a dance, and then they just dance for them. It's not really like something where they're asking for anything extra. It's never really like that. It's not private enough.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and
Gotcha.
that part, so it's not closed off or anything enough, so they're not going to ask for anything crazy there. But I'm sure I'm sure you've been asked to leave the club with them or whatever for a certain amount of money,
Yeah.
haven't they, Maya?
Definitely.
So, okay, so let me ask you this then. Since you're kind of in need of money, or you kind of got scammed, you haven't thought about maybe taking some of these guys up on their offer?
Well, ever since then, I have made my money back, luckily. But ever since then, I've just been scared of taking people up on offers, honestly. Like, I don't know. That's really my only answer to that. That's the only reason I haven't, is because I'm just a little bit nervous. I'm gonna get not scammed, but just taken advantage of.
I mean, let me go to your Instagram page. I want to ask you something about that.
Okay.
You said
I have a question, Derek.
All right, go ahead. Hey, hold on, Jose. Give me your Instagram again so I can, Maya.
It's SAMMI.
Hold on, let me see if it. Oh, I got it. Don't worry, I got it. It pops up.
Okay. It's Maya though. Everyone know it's Maya.
Did you just start this page? Because I mean, I ain't gonna tell everybody else, but you only got fucked it. You only got 5 pictures on here. I'm trying to.
I started this page recently. I used to have a 19 point something K on my last page, but it got hacked actually.
Okay. I want to show Redub what you look like, but these don't do you justice. So
we're my highlights.
We're gonna wait. Go where?
The highlights on my.
Oh, okay. These don't kind of give you justice. So yeah. Let me go here. Jose, go ahead.
Hey Maya, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, you're very beautiful.
Thank you.
And then my question was back to the sugar daddy. You kind of mentioned that is that your first and only sugar daddy, or you tried that before?
That was my first and only sugar daddy. I literally got on a website that day.
Oh shit.
That same day he sent. I don't know why I fell for it. Why I believed it. It was so stupid. But yeah. And then that same day, I deposited that check, and ever since then, it went downhill.
So there's a sugar daddy website you can go to? What the fuck?
Well, what I was on was called Seeking. I don't know. I just found it from some girl on YouTube.
Right. Wow.
Has that girl that recommended it, has she ever been scammed? Or is she in on it?
I don't know, honestly, if she's ever been scammed. A lot of people don't talk about stuff like that, but I'm a very open person, so I don't really care.
Cool.
Hey Maya, this is Jose again. If you don't mind me asking, how old were you when you did that?
That was a couple of weeks ago, actually.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so I've made my money back since then, which is why I'm fine talking about it. But that's really why I haven't taken up any other offers. Is just because I don't trust anyone who says something like that anymore.
We were talking in the club, and you said you had just been dancing for maybe a month or so, not that long.
Yeah.
Do you seem to be pretty? Somebody was saying she seems to be pretty good at it, or whatever, just for a month. Like, is it something else you did before then or you just got comfortable with it just that fast?
I'm.
You don't seem like you only been dancing for a month. The way you dance, you know what I mean?
Like that's what it is I'm just comfortable in my own skin.
Right.
I'm not really insecure, but I am nervous sometimes, and sometimes I get tired. But I'm not insecure, so maybe it's just I just look confident, maybe. And I am. I've always danced. I like dancing, and I've always worked with my sisters and just danced. So I mean, I don't know. I just try to embody in my bedroom, looking in the mirror type feelings instead of on stage.
Read up. She's on the screen right now. I got her on the screen just so you guys can see her. You guys keep talking. I gotta go in the kitchen real fast. I'll be right back in a sec. Y'all keep talking though.
Okay.
Hey Maya, this is
Sorry.
Jose
Okay.
again. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I know you're very young. So when you were in high school, did you play any sports or any like dancing clubs or anything like that?
I did cheer when I was in high school.
Just cheer?
Yeah, I just cheered. That's really it. I didn't do any other sports. Like, I'm not really a big sports person, but I love dancing.
What about right now? Do you, other than dancing, obviously at the vault, do you like go to the gym or anything like that, or go running or anything like that to
Yeah,
stay in
I
shape?
usually go to the gym. Right now, I go to Mountside Fitness. I love that gym so much because it has like free massages and like everything. I love that gym so much. Other than that, I just chill. I try to just get my cardio in. I usually just do like stairs, elliptical, and then I do like 3 sets of 25 sometimes actually. Squats, sit-ups, and I just do like 30-second planks like 3 times. Like just simple stuff just to work out the main parts.
And do you have like any like a strict diet, or you pretty much eat whatever you like?
I eat whatever I like, honestly.
What's your favorite type of food?
Huh?
What's like your favorite type of food?
My favorite type of food, I like Chinese food, honestly. I also like Hawaiian barbecue. I don't know if you guys have ever had Ono's, but that's like my favorite restaurant. So good.
What is that? You said Uno's?
Ono's.
Ono's.
O-N-O.
Oh, that seems like I've heard of that
Hawaiian
before.
barbecue.
Oh yeah, yeah. My son would bring me that. I think. Yeah, Hawaiian barbecue, right?
Yes, I
Yep.
love Hawaii.
Yep. I'm gonna leave her picture up, you guys, because y'all don't want to look at me. Shit. So
Yeah, I like that picture up.
yeah, I'll leave that up so you guys know who's talking. You can put a face with the voice.
Maya, let me ask if I may. What do you do for fun? Like, where's your happy place? Like, what is it you go to when you just want to like relax, chill? Where are you most happy at?
I'm most happy with my sisters. Really, that's like I'm about to go home and I'm about to tell them like everything that happened to me today. But like whenever I'm like at the club and like everyone's giving me an attitude or whatever, I just think like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna tell Talia about this, or I'm gonna tell Tasia about this, like blah blah blah, and I just get happy again. Like I'm honestly able to stay confident because I have like 2 older sisters that I don't know. It's just different being like the baby of the family because you know people will be there for you. You know.
Yeah, totally.
How old are your
Important.
sisters, Maya?
Well, they're not technically my real sisters. They're my stepsisters.
Oh.
So my stepsister is 24, and my other sister is 22. I think she just turned 22 December 22nd.
I don't think the guys care if they're not your real sisters. You're black and Mexican,
they're
right?
my real sisters. They are.
That's right. Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it's about family.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sure some of the guys are like, oh, I wonder if they're looking like you. You know what I mean? If they're your stepsister, do they look like you?
I wouldn't say they look like me, but they're definitely pretty. My one stepsister, she actually goes back and forth from Tallahassee and here, and she's a bottle girl in Tallahassee.
Okay, somebody asked a question. I missed it. Fuck, where'd it go? Nurse Viv, you still in here or you gone? Y'all go ahead and keep talking, Jose.
Hey Maya,
find this question.
My other question, because you were talking about that you were gonna get home and talk to your sisters about your problems today. Is that specifically like from the vault? Like, do the other older girls like give you problem there, or
There specifically, it seems like I don't know. Like I don't know if it's just my personality or if it's just because I'm a happy person, but they don't like they just give me attitudes. Like I'll literally ask them like a question or like be asking something really simple or actually being nice to someone, and they'll just give me an attitude about it or completely ignore me. I don't know why. I don't know if people just don't like happy people there or what it is. But like the girls just want you to have like a straight face and to just shut up, basically.
You think they're probably just jealous of you, though? Let's be real.
I hope not, because the thing about me is I want everyone to feel. It's like I like the. I don't know. I just like every single girl to have their own like thing. You know, it's like being in like a girl group or being like the Powerpuff Girls or something. Like every single girl has their own thing, why they're cute. You know, I don't feel like it should be a competition.
Well, I'm sure they probably look at it as a competition. Here comes a new young girl. They're kind of been around for a while, and you're probably getting more attention than them. You know what I mean? So they're probably jealous.
I don't know. I hope not. I hope not. I'm not trying to cause anything.
No, you're not trying to cause anything, but it's just women are women, catty. Women get catty. I'm sure if they're giving you attitude, I'm sure they're just jealous.
Well, God bless them. I'm not trying to make anyone jealous.
No, you're not doing it on purpose. I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah.
So,
Do you see much drama behind the scenes, though? Like, is there ever any competitiveness in terms of maybe like getting tips or maybe competing for guys for lap dances, things like that?
Yes, that is where it gets really like very complicated. It's whenever people start throwing money, it's like it can get very like territorial. It's almost like lions fighting over meat. It's just very crazy. Like people will be. It's like you throw all the friendship and everything you just talked about in the locker room. It's out the window. It's all about right now and what's on the floor. So you just have to stick. You have to just if someone is I can't speak. If someone's throwing money on you, you have to stick with your money. And if someone's throwing money on another girl, they'll stick with their money. But it's if you try to like go on to someone else's money, or if you try to like walk up to a section late and someone has already been throwing money, it could literally start a full out brawl, and it has full fights over it.
yeah, that's crazy.
What do you look for when you see a guy come in? What are some telltale signs that a guy might be have some money? Like this guy might be ready to make it rain, or he's going to be spending in, for some dances. Are there any like flags, any clues?
Right now, so far, what I've noticed is just like if someone's looking around, looking at girls to come like dance on them, basically, if they're just kind of like watching the scene, I try to go over there and dance on them and see if they want to dance or whatever. But other than that, usually people just have stacks of ones. So if I see someone with stacks of ones, I'm going to walk over and try to dance. So.
And you got to remember too, she's new, so she's not a veteran.
I'm not a veteran. I don't know really blues or anything yet. I'm trying to get into it though. I'm gonna learn it and I'm gonna get into it, and I'm just trying to stay consistent, even if it's not like the best now.
You're dancing anywhere else as well? I don't know if there's any other clubs in the area.
There is other clubs in the area, but I'm only really dancing here for now, just because of how it is. I don't know. The other clubs are it's just like a different vibe. This is the only club with this type of like energy and these types of like girls and this type of people who will throw like a bunch of ones. The other clubs are more like slow paced. I don't know why. I just decided to like be in a fast paced environment, but I feel like it works better for me.
And is the vault is that like a bikini club or a topless? Because I don't think it's all full nude, right?
It's a cabaret.
It's considered cabaret. Interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's really interesting. So it's pretty much just like dancing, and the girls are really about like getting on stage and doing their thing on the pole and just dancing their heart out. Honestly, if you go
Gotcha.
in there, you'll see every single girl on the floor dancing.
I noticed it looked quite different from a lot of clubs I've been to that tend to be mostly nude, but maybe some topless. So that's interesting. It's cabaret.
It's definitely different than that. It's definitely different than that. But you'll love it. It's a cabaret, and it's very like entertaining.
Maya, would you do a nude club, maybe in Vegas or somewhere like that?
I would definitely do like a nude club. I just I want to travel and see other places. I'm just trying to get my feel out here, I guess, first. But I'm definitely gonna travel and go to other clubs.
There's a question, Maya. Say, being new to the profession, would you say that there are cliques backstage? I guess girl cliques.
Yeah, there are girl cliques. It's not really like a clique. It's pretty much just if they accept you, if they think that you could be their friend. I honestly don't know what it is. Like if they're not intimidated by you, that's what it is. If they're not intimidated by you, they'll very much accept you and they'll talk to you nicely and they'll be there for you. But if a girl is intimidated by you, just from the get-go, she will give you an attitude. It's not really even, you will never even get the chance to say hi or exchange names or anything. So there's definitely cliques.
Question: have you ever thought about has anybody approached you to kind of manage you and maybe help you out with your Instagram page? Not a pimp at all, but somebody to help you just with your career, even if you was like, oh, I really want to dance and I want to go to other cities and dance and this. Has anybody like, hey, I'll kind of invest in you and get behind you? You know what I mean? Besides the sugar daddy that scammed you.
Sugar daddy or a pimp or someone who's just trying to like make me their girl or whatever. I don't know. Not really.
But no serious business though. It just seems
no serious business.
Wow.
That's why honestly, I don't know. I stopped taking people up on their offers just because
they probably just want to sleep with you. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
That's how I married my wife. I just wanted to sleep with her at first, and I'm joking. But all right, y'all. I'm gonna give y'all one more question with Maya because what's gonna happen? Me and Maya, I got some stuff that I think we're gonna do in the future, and I don't want to like you guys. I want you guys to have some anticipation, or I don't want to give it all up right now. But go ahead. Let's do one more. Oh, Redub. That's a good question. Redub said, "What's your body count?" You know what that is, right, Maya?
What's my body count?
What's your body count?
I'm not gonna say my body count on fucking live.
Oh, okay. Hey, you
smart.
You have to put it in there.
Nice question, though. It's a secret.
All right, let me.
It's wise for her age.
All right, she's 20. Let me see.
It's definitely not over 15. Just have to say that.
Damn, that's a lot for 20.
Okay, so
I'm not judging you.
the thing about me is though, I'll say that, and I'll be honest, it's not over 15. There's girls over here.
That means it's 14.
Will tell you that it's 5. We'll tell you that it's 5, but it's really like over 100. Because I even have those friends
over 100. Jesus.
Have so many body counts. But just know that that's low for my age. Trust me.
Is it? I gotta ask Nurse Viv what
There's
I mean.
Difference between a girl who will really be open about it and a girl who will lie about it and say they have 3.
Now, do you think? See, now I'm just gonna be honest with you. Maybe I'm old school, and that's probably because I'm old. But like, if I showed you who my wife was, and I told you, if she told me, and hopefully, she would never tell me, but maybe she lied too. But if she was like, yeah, if she told me more than 5 people, I get mad at actually more than one, to be honest. But if
Okay,
she,
the thing, yeah, guys get mad about that type of stuff. Guys are very territorial. That's why
Yeah.
that's why girls have to lie. But I'd rather be honest.
no, I feel you, but shit, I'll be like, man, fuck this. That's just me. I'm like, you're right. Guys are territorial. Like, we don't want the person we want to be with. Nobody else, no matter when we met them. We want you to be a 40-year-old virgin. But
But at least I'm honest with you.
yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Damn. Let me get one more in, and then we gotta go, y'all, because I gotta save this. All women lie about that. Read up. Men lie about it too. Shit. Come on. Anybody else got a question? Am I missing something? If you stay away, woman expensive. All right, I'll give it to Dosu or Jose.
Well, I got a question. She mentioned about bachelor parties. Can you give us any good stories about what you've experienced at bachelor parties?
The thing is, I said I would do it, but I've never done a bachelor party before.
Gotcha.
She just seems, honestly, she seems too young and innocent to be doing that stuff. Me personally, I wouldn't hire her for a bachelor party. It just didn't,
Really?
because you know why? It's like, man, she could be my daughter. That's just me. Like, I couldn't do it. You know what I mean?
You think so?
Yeah, you just seem too young and innocent. Like you.
That's kind of sexy though, huh?
It's kind of, for me being, in my age and married, I'll, to be like, yeah, I would hire you for my son, maybe, you know what I mean, but not for one of my friends.
You were saying that. I would like do it for a young guy's party. Like that's
Right.
fine. Even an older guy's party, like it's fine.
Actually, I wouldn't do it for my son. It might fuck up his wedding. He might want you instead. Shit. Yeah, but there was one more. Okay, let me get this one. It says Nacho Vidal. It says, being so young, how long do you see yourself being in the industry? Do you feel that there's going to be a negative shadow cast on you when you leave the profession and work elsewhere? Good question, Nacho. So let's do the first part. How long do you see yourself being in the industry?
How long do I see myself being in the industry? I don't have a specific time frame, actually. I usually just go with things intuitively. Right now, I just know that this is what I'm doing. This is what's funding me for now. If something, I feel like I'm going to definitely grow off of this opportunity, but I don't have an exact plan yet. I'm just kind of going with the flow. But I don't feel like it would cast a negative shadow on me, just simply because there's no taxes, there's no records, there's nothing that shows that I was ever a dancer. So if anything, I just wasn't working. I don't know. Like, right. I just don't have to tell anyone that.
That's cool.
There's no taxes?
There's no taxes, no.
It's cash, baby.
There's just cash. It's just cash.
The second part to that was, do you think, or did you answer that? Did you think it'll be a negative shadow cast on when you leave the profession and work elsewhere?
I hope not.
I think it's so accepted now. I don't think so, because we were interviewing some girls there, and I think one of them was a nurse or a doctor or something. It was something we were surprised, but I don't think so. But you guys, that's going to be it. But me and Maya are going to be talking about some projects that we're going to be doing, and I'm going to say one right now. We talked about doing a photo shoot, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to have her do a photo shoot with Nurse Viv together, and we'll live stream it and just different things. I got to talk to Maya for 1 sec. Is Nurse Viv in here? I want to get you on the phone too, but if not, Nurse Viv, I'll get you on the phone tomorrow. But Jose and Thusu, take over for a minute, and I'll be right back, because you guys don't need to hear my business conversation. So
thank you.
I'll leave her photo up. You guys will see her soon. Trust me. So anyway,
Yeah, that was very informative.
She's very innocent, man.
Well, I mean, listen, everything anyone says you got to take with a grain of salt, but yeah, she seemed to be as honest as I could tell. You know, no one actually knows what's going on in her life, of course.
Yeah, I was trying to put myself when I was in my 20s, and you're very naive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what? These, I don't know, maybe it's just this new age of social media or whatever, but it feels like the 20-year-old is, I don't know, like maybe mature. Why? Okay, in terms of maturity, they still are young, but in terms of experience or yeah, life, I think they go through a lot more experiences, at least compared to when I was younger. Mentioned about the body count of a lot of girls being high. I kind of believed it because I've heard that too for younger people, but who knows?
Yeah, that's right, because I look at my nieces and nephew, and when I was growing up, I didn't have no cell phone, no social media, and nowadays it seems like they grew up quicker because of that.
I don't know if that's such a good thing though. I mean, well, at 20 years old, you're still really. I mean, most people are either trying to start their sort of identity in their career or their life or their job, or going to school, trying to find out what they're going to do for the rest of their life. So it's an interesting situation for her to be in, having her only experience really in a club, from what it sounds like. That's something that maybe she'll go into deeper. And I wonder also what her experiences with her sisters are. She says she's very close to her sisters, and I wonder if they were at all an influence to her, if they have any experience themselves in clubs or in this business in general, and that's what maybe brought her into it, through them.
Yeah, it's just like I'm reading what Nacho Vidal says. What makes me question her motives is her initial statement where she acknowledged that she was looking for a sugar daddy. And like you said, we can't really judge a book by its cover, but from a little bit what she was talking about at her early age, looking for a sugar daddy, looking for a way out, and she says she supports her brothers and sisters and her mom, probably like daddy issues. You know what I mean? I don't want to sound really rude about it, but that's what it kind of sounds to me.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I didn't hear any mention of a father. This goes back to the sort of stereotype of single family households having statistically a higher propensity for such things. But I think what's weird too is how she mentioned having to provide for a family, but that's like older sisters, brother, and a mother. So I'm wondering, what are the older sisters doing? If they're not also probably, I don't know if maybe she just means in general. Again, there's probably a lot more details in her life than we even know of.
yeah, you guys, I'm back. I'm just gonna let you guys know if those part 2 questions or whatever, you guys will probably be able to ask her like those on Wednesday. She's once I get with Nurse Viv, there, like I said, we're probably gonna be doing some projects with her and for the channel. We had talked about at the club, and I also talked to Terry about it, who manages a club. We're going to be doing some stuff together. So you guys will definitely be able to ask her these questions come Wednesday, more than likely. And you will see other girls from the club being more involved in the channel also, because it seems like it's 75% guys that watches our channel. That's the numbers we get. I think it's 73%. And you guys want to see hot women, shit. So we're gonna bring them to you. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Hey Derek, my body count is 2, and one of them was a doll. Does that count?
Are you ever fucking serious, Jose? Like,
Yeah, I'll
ever?
be serious. I'll be serious.
I know what I'm gonna have to do when we do something. I'm gonna say, Jose, this got to be a serious session. But this ain't a serious session. But when we do, I'll be like that. And read up. Thanks for reminding me to take Cindy's wrench away too. I forgot to do that earlier. I got it. Cindy, I got to take it away, right? Plus, you said you didn't really want one, so. I'll get
Here,
to that
boy.
later, Cindy.
But Derek, let me ask you, if I may, what do you think about her, Maya? Like her whole situation. What's your kind of vibe with her?
I think she's young, innocent. I was gonna say young and dumb, but she's young, so I'm not gonna say dumb. She's young with the kind of not knowing, innocent type of, you know, kind of like that. Like she needs some guidance. Um, I could see her, like she said, she got scammed. I could see it happening. Not airheadish, but just young, and you know what I mean. Um,
No.
Not really sure which way she wants to go. This or that can be maybe easily manipulated. Like she, I guess she says she learns her lessons from the last person, but maybe not. I still think if the right person came around and talked, gave her the right game, she's gonna go for it. Me personally, but hopefully, like when she gets with me and Nurse Viv, hopefully Nurse Viv could kind of school her a little bit, because that's how Nurse Viv is. That's how we are. Like, you know what? If she takes to somebody, she'll kind of like give them some good advice of, maybe she doesn't have a father figure in her life or somebody, who knows, but you know, maybe somebody like Nurse Viv could give her some good advice on just different things, and never know.
Yeah. I mean, she's young, but she's still an adult. She has that autonomy, you know.
Well, yeah, you're looking at her in that aspect. I'm looking at her, of course you see her body and this and that. Oh, I'm not looking at her that way. I see that a lot. So it's, you know what I mean? Been there, done that. So I'm looking at her as how she talks, her mind, just things like that. But she's 20 years old. So shit, she's young.
You know what I also noticed, Derek and Toso and everybody in the chat, that she was very open. I didn't think she
Yeah.
was going to be that open that easily, and that kind of shows you that she is still naive and easy to be fall. You know what I mean? To fall to like to be somebody's. She can fall to like somebody's like prey. You know what I mean?
Yep. Exactly. Like
It's
honestly,
interesting.
I could tell you right now, and I wouldn't say this if she was listening, obviously, because I don't want her to think funny of me. If I was single, not married, just whatever, easily she could be in the bed right now. You know what I mean? I could have her in the bed right now. That's how I feel if I wanted to. You know what I mean? So yeah, I definitely agree with you, Jose.
Yeah, that's what Max also says on the chat, that she seems like she has no guidance.
Right. And see, you know what the deal is, like, you guys out there, would any of you guys give her guidance, or would you just try to fuck her? You see what I'm saying? Let's be real. Like Jose, if you was out here with me and would you try to be like, man, she's young and let me give her guidance, or would you try to fuck her first and then give her guidance?
I'll be very honest, man. I'm the
Right.
kind of person, because I know you people might not believe me because I joke around, but I always think about my mom and my sister. I only have one sister, and yes, I'm a guy and I can be a dog, but I also am very respectful. So I wouldn't fuck her first.
Really? Even if she
Really,
wanted to, not even if you didn't have to do any lies, run game, nothing. Maybe she was just like, hey, I like him and I don't know, I just want to be with somebody tonight. You really would pass that up?
you see, maybe, because don't get me wrong, I am attracted to her body, and maybe I'm not that old, but like I was telling you earlier, like I can go to a club and not get turned on, because to me, been there, done that. And yes, she's very beautiful. She's very attractive. Don't get me wrong, and I like her positive attitude. But like Toso says, I'm even though I'm young, I'm more attracted to what can you give me mentally, even though it's sexually. Can you entertain me? You know what I mean? Can you make me laugh? That mostly what turns me on, other than the physical.
Right. Right.
So maybe I wouldn't. Maybe in the right situation, I'm not gonna lie. If I'm a guy, if I had a couple of drinks, maybe I'll say fuck it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
But
Jose, I'm not saying you have to be with her like boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. You're gonna marry her. I'm just saying a one night thing. You wouldn't take advantage of that. Let's say she got drunk, not drunk but buzzed, and she's like, "Oh, let's go back to the room and do it." And she's young, young minded. Would you take advantage of that?
no, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
Nah.
How about you, Tosu?
Now we're just speaking theoretical, of course,
Right.
but I'm going to be frank. There's no way I would bet her while she's drunk or buzzed. She's got to be completely sober. On top of that, there has to be a clear sort of interaction of what the expectations were going into it. Because I probably, again, probably because I'm older than her, I know that this isn't going to be a real relationship. So
Right.
the problem is that you have to understand, especially nowadays, when she was saying like the body count is really high, and most girls, it's so true. Girls at 20 years age are a dime a dozen where I'm at, and they are very easy. I hate to say it. Now, I'm not saying like just the general girl, but I'm talking about in the industry. So you go to anywhere in the clubs, a lot of other places, I won't go too explicit, you can find someone easily. So it's like you can't really think of any of this as a relationship. And if you think that you're going to have a relationship, then I think you're naive. But if you just want to have sex, that's it. Then it better be a clear agreement, right? And transaction, emotionless. It better be just, it better be just going through the motions of it, and that's it. I'm not going to have a relationship with a 20-year-old like that, probably, to be honest, a stripper. No offense to her. She's a great girl. That's not my type.
All right. Hey, Redub, I'm gonna once this video's over with, it's not gonna be a replay, it's gonna be done. So you can answer this truthfully if your girl's not in here, Redub. Would you hit it? And don't lie, Redub. I'm gonna say you would, but I mean, anybody in this chat, give me a thumbs up if you would hit it on the first night. Let's be honest. I mean, why
would someone not? Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
again, it goes back to what I was saying. Like, the only reason I wouldn't would be like either she's buzzed or drunk. I'm not gonna have sex with someone buzzed or drunk. That's for sure. I'm not getting in trouble. Secondly, if I don't want to get a relationship, then I want to make sure there's a clear, agreement as to what's going on.
Yeah, Redub says who wouldn't. All right, thanks for that honest answer, Redub. Moffatone says hell yeah. But there's those who saying if she's buzzed, it ain't happening. I don't get the difference.
I don't, because
I mean, you go to the club, you
come
drink,
back.
you get a little buzz. Like, what's
I don't drink at the club.
Huh?
I drink at the club. I don't go to clubs that have
not
alcohol
you.
for
I'm
the most
just
part.
saying, a female, she may want to drink.
It's true.
A little buzz.
See, like to me, if we were both buzzed, then yeah. But if she was just buzzed, then I wouldn't, like Toso says, because nowadays, even though they're young, you don't know what kind of trouble you can get into, even though it's just a one night stand.
Yeah, they got that young girl privilege. As an older man, you pretty much are seen as the aggressor. Doesn't matter what the situation or truth is. You will be seen as somehow in a position of power authority just by being older.
Back in my day, she could be in a goddamn coma and I'm fucking her. So
that's back in the day. Welcome to modern times, Derek.
God damn, Derek. Coma? Shit.
Derek's going.
Oh man. War Rewind says, haven't we all been with the girl when we were both buzzed though? Yeah. Haven't y'all? Y'all never been with a girl while you're both buzzed, or even one?
No, I've never been personally. But again, I'm unique.
Maybe the question should be, have you ever been with a girl?
Yeah, maybe that's it. I'm a virgin.
Hey, you may go the other way. We don't know. We don't know each other in here, to be honest. You know what I'm saying?
True. That's true.
I'm gonna assume.
I've been buzzed before.
Derek ain't lying. Let me get another comment up here. What's Moffatone saying? When you first walk through that door, you're looking for a good time, plain and simple. Not Thusu though, Mafatone. According to him, he's kind of looking for an intellectual female in the strip club.
Hold on. Wait, the strip club? Hell no. No, the strip club, I'm not looking for a relationship. I'm just there for fun. I'm just to make sure that the conditions of our interaction is clear. That's all.
Ooh, Max made a good point. All talk aside about Maya, women lie about their age too, so she could tell you she's 20 but really 17.
That scares the shit out of me.
Something like that, like I said, if single didn't even know Nurse Viv or whatever. Somebody like her, if I'm gonna get with her, I'm definitely asking her for her ID. And I'm even asking Terry, the manager of the club, like, dude, how old is she? Because she's got to show him his ID. I would get all that cleared first. Trust me on that. I would never just somebody her age. I'm not gonna assume she's telling me the truth about her age.
And you know what, Derek? Another point on Mags and your point. I noticed that this generation is changing. They are very developed, very early age. That you would think as a man, they're 18 and they're actually 16, 15. You know, I don't know if there's all the food nowadays, the junk food, and all the the hormones they put on it that make them. It seems like
Them
nowadays,
dressing like Kim Kardashian.
yeah, the dress
Kids
also,
under
but
18, they're putting up videos of TikTok, Instagram, whatever, looking like porn stars. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the
Yeah.
culture we live in, unfortunately.
yeah, I agree with you also on the clothing, but it's also physically they develop at an early age nowadays.
Yeah, and a lot of these high school girls too are getting boob jobs and getting their body done at an early age also.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Mm.
In a club, I assume that they are of age. They're going to follow the law. Clubs, at least in my area, tend to be pretty strict about that, at least.
Rita, what are you talking about? Incel? I don't understand that, Rita.
Incel, I think that's involuntarily. Incel means involuntarily celibate, meaning that guys who can't get laid, basically.
Oh, right. Oh, shit. No, Maya's not still in the chat. Do you want her still in the chat, Pete? Oh, I should take her picture down. My bad. Shit. Nah, I'm gonna leave it up since we're talking about it. Y'all don't want to see me. Shit. No, she's not still in the chat, but she will be in a lot of future chats.
Okay, can I be honest with you?
Yep.
I don't know if I believe her 1 month. If I can be honest, the 1 month.
Yeah, that was kind of tough. But you think that's just to make people? You know how if, let's say you're a prostitute and you're saying, "Oh, this is my first time," it kind of makes you think she's saying that to give that vibe off. Oh man, let me get her. She's kind of a rookie. She's new.
Definitely.
A virgin, you know what I mean?
I didn't tell you from my own experience. I've been to a lot of clubs for many years, and that's kind of a shtick a lot of the younger ones do. And I kind of bought it initially. I was younger, but then I found out it kind of was something that was repeated. It was almost like something that I think was meant to look, or was meant to appeal to the patrons coming in who are looking for the younger, naive type of girls, right? Because there's different types of girls, and from what I've been told, and just from my own experience as well, some guys have different preferences, and so if a guy has a preference for a certain body type or maybe a certain age, right, and they have a certain temperament, like some they want that are kind of shy, some they like that are really aggressive. So that's just kind of one of them where, especially if they're young, they like to say that, oh yeah, I've only been here, I just started or something, right? But that's what kind of threw me off. It's like, I don't know if I buy it just because I've heard that before. That's all. And I don't know, so I can't judge.
All right, cool. Let me speak on that just for a quick sec. I could see her doing that with the guys in the club coming in there spending money and this and that. Yeah, with me, when Terry introduced me to her, it was strictly on some business stuff and what some things we're gonna do. So I don't know why she would even have to lie to me about her age, because I'm gonna check it out anyway. You know what I mean? So, and he told me her age in front of her, and he obviously checked it out unless she has a fake ID or some shit like that. But
she could have just been working there for a month, but she's worked elsewhere. That's, I guess, what I'm saying. She doesn't have.
yeah. You know what? I got it mixed up. I was talking about her age. My bad. Though. So I got off another track. I was on something else, so I was reading. My bad. You're right. I was talking about something else. You're right. Let me get to something else. So why says we would all hit it. Doso said he wouldn't. Why? Like he would. I forget his reasoning. Something about the strip club.
No, I think Doso said he'll marry you first and then hit it.
No,
Hey, I'm not marrying the stripper.
Doso was the one person that said he would not hit it right off the bat. You guys. So you know,
Listen,
we don't know if he would or not. So we got to just take him for his word.
I don't know if. Damn, I don't want to incriminate myself though with what I might say.
Yeah, maybe we should just move on. Dove says, if why would hit it, then the prophet has spoken. Let me get to I think Mag said something here. Like I said, with her being naive and all, I hope she doesn't turn out like Diamond's cousin from Players Club. Hey, but Diamond's cousin, now I feel you on that, Mags. Hopefully everybody's seen that movie, Players Club. But Mags, Diamond's cousin, at the end of the day, she ended up learning her lesson and getting a job at the shoe store, I think it was. So, I mean, she learned her lesson. You know what I'm saying? It was a bad way to learn the lesson, but yeah, well, we obviously don't want anything like that to happen to her. Yeah, for sure. What? I'll let you go through in a minute, but I could honestly see what you're saying, Max. I could see that happening to her, just kind of being naive. So go ahead, though.
From what I've seen, just again my own personal experience, it's very anecdotal. I've heard from a lot of dancers about how they have this idea of what they may do in the future, right? But what I noticed that there tends to be a certain age limit where it starts to drop off, and so what I've seen is that many of them end up going into other lines of work, especially nowadays. I've heard they do a lot of I don't want to be too explicit, but like escort services and such online, right? There's a huge online business basically for a lot of these girls, or cam work. Cam work I heard is really popular right now, but it's really saturated and somewhat competitive. So the thing is, if you're going to stay in this kind of work, there are, from what I've seen, certain paths that many have gone. So unless you can get out of this, and just like you mentioned the example of that movie, A Players Club, I think that's kind of unrealistic, because going from this business to just working in a shoe store that's kind of random. It doesn't really have any direct correlation. If she has something in mind and she just breaks from it completely, sure. But it seems like, from what I've heard, a lot of girls somehow stay in this industry through some other venture, whether it be webcamming, whether it be escort services, whether it be something else more explicit. But yeah, usually it does.
Well, you got to understand that's an older movie, and it's not more so I'm pointing at that she went to work in a shoe store. It's more of she went to work at a typical type of acceptable job. That's what I'm saying. Now, yeah, I don't think any stripper is going to go from a strip club to working in the goddamn shoe store, because the money just doesn't make sense for them. They're so used to that strip club money. They're either going to marry somebody rich, or a ball player, or a drug dealer, or they're going to stay, like you said, they might go into some type of high escort type of business or something, or they're going to stay stripping for a minute, because there's not going to be another profession that's going to give them that quick money. But most of them, I see the pretty ones, they end up getting with a ball player, to be honest. They end up marrying one. I've seen a few of them while I played ball. The guys grab they're girls out of the strip club.
Interesting. Yeah, but the number of sports ball players and such are a lot less than the number of strippers and sex workers.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying the hot ones. Like, dude, I'm telling you,
Gotcha.
somebody like her, honestly, if I'm just gonna go back in my day when I was playing and we all like 10 of us went to the strip club. One of us is marrying her. Like, no shit.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen it happen. Like,
I'm
for
kind of
real.
surprised by that.
Yeah, for real.
Because the thing is, like a lot of clubs I've gone to, maybe it's just my area where I'm at. There's a lot of clubs. There's a lot of diversity and such, but they're usually, depending on where you go, like there's different sort of tiers of clubs. I would say some are more higher end, some are more lower end. But definitely the more higher end ones, I mean, they are like model quality. They're just like incredibly fit. Instagram, it's crazy. It's crazy. But I would think that, that kind of feel would be more than, like, no offense to girls at the vault, but I would think it'd be more like that sort of caliber level of appearance.
Well, this girl right here sticks out at the vault. Like, she even said it
Definitely.
herself. She sticks out. When I walked in, I was like, oh, new girl, you know what I mean? I was like, where'd she come from, Terry? You know what I mean? She definitely sticks out. So, and she kind of has an innocence about her. She doesn't come off as, oh, I've been stripping for 5 years. And maybe it's an act, I don't know, but she have this innocence about her where I see ballers or ball players will snatch her up real fast. I'm surprised she's actually still in there, to be honest. Because I know how guys are. They will grab her up out of there real fast and be like, hey, I don't want you stripping anymore. You're my girl, and let's keep it moving.
Well, she admitted to that. She even wanted to get a sugar daddy. And you know what? Frankly, I don't think that's going to be off the table. Maybe right now she's spooked, but once she gets more comfortable with it, I think eventually she might reconsider it.
Yep.
She has a limited time to do that. Like I said, in this environment, she looks great by comparison. You're totally right. But again, if you put her into those clubs some of the bigger clubs I've been into, she doesn't look she will not stand out as much, to be quite honest.
No, I feel you on that part. In that club, she definitely fucking stood out. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, she could. I mean, there's some clubs I've been in. It's like, oh yeah, she definitely would just be average in there. You know what I mean? But the only thing about her, this is why she would probably stand out a little bit. A lot of these women, they're getting their bodies done. I mean, you could obviously, you can't, they have these perfect ass bodies, perfect butts, perfect boobs, perfect stomachs. They got the lip injections. The thing that makes her really kind of exotic and stand out, because all her shit is natural. And that's kind of sexy to some people, because everybody's looking the same nowadays. And she looks different because she's natural. And somebody had said, oh, her ass is a little flabby. It's because it's natural. We're so used to these fake asses and fake tits. We want everything to be hard and shit. Her shit is all natural.
True.
So that's what kind of made me kind of look at her different. Like, damn, she is all natural. Like, it's different from all these other chicks.
Yeah, and she has a limited amount of time though before she may seriously consider start doing work. And so she needs to, the thing that kind of was a flag to me is how it sounded like and maybe she admitted that she wanted the easy way out. Like, I wanted someone else to take care of me, And the thing is, if she doesn't find that, she's going to have to be self-sufficient, which means she's going to have to prepare,
But you got to give her credit. She's 20 years old and she was being honest. At least she wasn't, you know what I mean? What fucking woman really don't want? I mean, I could take Nurse Viv. If I wasn't playing football in NFL, no way she would have married me, because I was a dick. I was an asshole. I was just a motherfucking, I was a dick. And if I wasn't playing ball, she wouldn't have married me, period. It's no way. So what woman doesn't want that lifestyle? You know what I mean? I don't believe any woman that says, oh, I want to work for this. If you don't have to, like, why?
I completely agree. It's one of those things that I think women because of our culture, I assume, don't want to admit to. But I really think vast majority of women,
Let me
vast
tell
majority.
you, and let me tell you why what I did to Nurse Viv, and it was fucked up. But we were young. I was young. She came when I signed my was it my second contract? When I signed my second contract, which was bigger than my rookie year contract, I bought a house. She came to live with me. We weren't married. I asked her to come live with me. And she got a job, which I don't know why. You know what I mean? I just I didn't tell her to. I know I didn't tell her to because I was making enough money. But she got a job, part-time, whatever, maybe just to keep busy. And she would like, here's, to help pay some bills, right? And I would fuck with her and like, I am not paying bills with this. I'm going to the strip club and waste it. Basically, I'm gonna go throw it at the fucking strippers. But that was so fucked up because like she was trying to pitch in, and I'm like, your little $1,000 you're giving me every 2 weeks ain't shit. But that's how of a dick I was back then, but kind of in a joking dicky way, you know what I mean? Because I cared about her. But my point is like, what woman, first of all, she should have said, fuck me, you know what I mean? But because I was in that playing, obviously, she gave me some leeway, which is a point. But I'm just saying, after a minute, she quit. And she hasn't, shit, how's long it been? She just started wanting to nurse right now. She started last year, but that's not about money. That's really about some other stuff. So what woman wouldn't want to sit back? And not saying she sat back because she helped me with my business and all that, but for 25 years or so and not have to work. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't judge a woman for like, hey, I got it good with this person or whatever. I'm gonna chill and go work out and help him out, have dinner ready for him or whatever the fuck you want, to call it. Help him out with his business. I can't really fault the woman for wanting. If it's there, why not take it?
It's because I think it all goes back to no matter what age. I think every woman looks for security,
Yeah.
some form of security, and maybe it's just an instinct that you know what I mean, that we were born with. Like the man has to provide all the time, and the woman kind of like stays home and takes care of the household.
Because when I had my son, I definitely didn't want her to have to work or anything. Like let's shit. I don't want to hire anybody to get him to school and different shit like that or whatever. Let's do it ourselves. But so we got off on this because we think she's still probably looking for a sugar daddy, the easy way out. And I wish we had a female in here that could say something about this, to be honest. I want to get a female opinion, like what do they think on a female just wanting to take the easy way out. And like I said, she was looking for a sugar daddy, so obviously she was looking for the easy way out. Let me see what Mags is saying. We ain't that old back in the goddamn 50s, Mags. We were taught that culture to be that housewife culture was what, back in the 60s, 70s, maybe?
Yeah, but that's not even feasible, though. Even if people want that, I mean, how can anyone, especially now in today's climate, or economic climate, how can a man provide for a woman on just their income? That's becoming less and less and less possible.
Definitely.
I mean, it depends also on what your expectations are for living, right? How many women are frugal, right? How many women want to budget? How many women want to live on a smaller amount and with just one income, right?
I don't know any women that budget. Shit. I don't even know what the fucking word budget means. I swear to God, I have to have this conversation with Nurse Viv all the time. Like, I was like, when you use a credit card, do you think that's free money? Like, I don't have to make payments on that card? Because she said a statement to me like, I was like, why'd you put this on this credit card? I told you we wasn't using the credit cards anymore or something. And she's like, well, don't you have a $30,000 balance on that card? I'm like, okay, you don't think just because I have a $30,000 balance, that doesn't mean the $30,000 is still there. I obviously use some of it, but still, I gotta fucking pay it. You know what I mean? I still gotta, it's just, I don't even think women think about that shit at all.
Funny. That's so funny though, because like the idea of a balance on a credit, at least to me, again, it has nothing to do with. I would never think to ever get near my max if I can help
exactly. Exactly. You never want to even get close to that max. So it's just, I don't know. I just think it's a woman's thinking, man. It's like,
Maybe.
They think it's like free.
Did she come from when she grew up? Did her family have money? Like, were there?
She always worked. I think she worked right out of high school. Nope, she always had a job because before I went to college and stuff, she would take care of me. Like if we were going out, she was buying the food, and I ended up staying in her apartment. No, she always worked before we got together. So no, not at all. I think after once we got married, I was like, you know what? I don't want you to work. You don't have to, blah, blah, blah. And that's on me personally, because she was a working type of woman, but I didn't want her to. I wanted her, especially when I left to go to Cincinnati, I wanted her out there with me, and just chill and, whatever. It was kind of like if I'm making Cincinnati, I think I was making like $40,000 a week before taxes, but it's like, what is your $500 fucking dollars going to do? Just be here, cook breakfast. You know what I mean? Help me with my football life instead of trying to get a job. Help me that way. You know what I mean? That's how I would.
Yeah. No, I totally get that.
Yeah, it just didn't make sense. It would be better for us if you help me do better in my profession instead of you getting some part-time job somewhere. So
let me ask you: do you think that can go the other way? Do you think men staying at home?
But go ahead.
There we go.
No, not at all. The fuck is this on TV I'm watching? Jesus.
I can't. I could never imagine doing that. Ideally, anyways. But you know what? I've seen it before. I've seen people who, for whatever reason, can't work or something happens. Especially, if someone. What's really hard, I think, too, is when someone, like, say, is on disability, they get injured and they can't work. That can have a really strong, hard emotional strain on a relationship, if they feel like they can't provide.
So JD Nice says, nowadays women, here's the problem. I'm going to ask JD, women are independent as fuck. It's way different from when our parents grew up. Definitely right. But here's what I hate about the independent women. They could live off us, no problem. They'd be like, yep, I'll quit my job. The man take care of me, blah, blah, blah. It could not be reversed with the independent woman. You could make all the money in the world, but you would never let us sit up in the house and take care of us. I just don't see that happening, no matter how much money you were making. You'll be like, nope, motherfucker, you need to go get a job. You're not living off me, blah, blah, blah. It just couldn't be reversed. Women I don't think they would accept that. Because it looked like we're bums or something like. But it can happen the other way around, where the woman's living off the man or whatever, however you want to put it. Hey, I got a question real quick, you guys, and I'm not even trying to be funny. Is the word retarded, is that a bad word? Is that like unacceptable nowadays if you say somebody's retarded? Those who use
that's politically incorrect. You can't say retarded.
What's the word? But how they're shit. I don't even want to
listen. It's one of those.
Go ahead.
It's one of those words too, where any replacement or alternative to it eventually also gets replaced. So, like for example, instead of retarded, you might say mentally handicapped. But then, like, oh well, you don't want to say that. You want to draw attention to their mental state, and then you might say, well, you could say like incapable or something, and you're like, well, no, you don't want to say incapable either. You want to say there's so many different terminologies. So what I'm saying is that there's almost new terminologies that may replace one or the other. But definitely the term retarded would be considered offensive. Now, whether there's an acceptable alternative, I'm not really sure, to be honest.
But that's because we took that word and made it offensible, right? Like retarded was a normal word, but we start like, motherfucker, you're retarded. You know what I mean? We kind of took the word and made it bad, right? It didn't start out like that.
Because also the word retard also has other uses outside of just being mentally handicapped. You know, like music. Retard also could mean lowering volume or something. And then it's a general word anyways, but it just has negative connotations over time, and so that's why we just made it into something bad.
Yeah, it's because it has negative attachment to it. So like it also says any word to replace it nowadays, people still find it offensive.
Hey, you guys read this. I gotta go grab something, but y'all can harp on what JD Nice said.
Go ahead, Dosa.
So let me see. Oh, the conditioning. Let's see. Well, who's doing the conditioning though? It's just society in general. So let's see, women can do their thing without a man, but in the back of their mind still want to be taken care of. Yeah, the thing is, like, if a woman, here's the thing, the idea, this is my own personal opinion, so again, you can disagree with it if you want, but I think women in general do not want to be alone. So even if they want, quote, independence, I think it's a little bit disingenuous, because to a certain level, most women are almost always in a relationship or seeking a relationship. So on one hand, sure, they like the idea of independence, but on the other hand, in practice, statistically, women tend to be almost consistently in a relationship, whether serious or not, with another man, or be in some type of relationship, and have much higher sexual encounters typically than men as well. Well, it depends. If you're the top 10% of men, they tend to have a lot of sexual encounters, maybe more so than women in general, on average. But for 90% of women, they have far more opportunities compared to, say, the lower 90% of men or 80% of men. So women having more opportunities tend to be more often in relationships. So again, the idea of independence, I think, is disingenuous. I think in practice, most women stay in relationships pretty consistently. Rarely do you see them single. Until they get older, actually. And then once women get older, it's like a whole different statistic. Like after maybe 30, 35 or so, it's like almost a completely different demographic. It's really weird. It's like when women under the age of, say, 30 or so, it's almost like the moment they hit past around 30, 35, it's as if women chances, their opportunities, their whole lifestyle shifts completely. And I think a lot of that has to do with, first of all, the shift in experience and sort of emotional baggage, such as children, divorce, past relationships. Men, on the other hand, oftentimes seem to hit their stride as they get older and tend to actually have more opportunities just because they have usually a career at that point and they're ready to sort of get mingled and or get into a relationship and have more stability. So men tend to have more financial stability as they get older, which gives them a little more sort of leeway and gives them more opportunities for relationships. What do you think? What's it?
Hey, also, do you think that this movement, though, also in this culture and this way of thinking of more independence, you think is more of a political push? Just like, you know how you were talking about like the Disney movies, right? How they're pushing more of the woman in power and all that, which I have nothing against that. But do you think that goes back to the political more than being realistic?
Yeah, I think to a certain extent it does. It depends on, because here in the United States we have a two-party system, so we tend to see things as a dichotomy of black and white, right? Democrat Democrat and Republican. So usually, from what I've seen, the idea of independent, the idea of an independent woman can be either interpreted from, say, a conservative perspective, which might be independent as in faith or having a lot of children or something. I don't know. There's sort of a different approach to independence, right? And also, it could also mean independence in terms of Bill of Rights and freedom from government. But then the idea of independence on the left oftentimes may mean like independence, autonomy of the body, like in terms of abortion, or might be in relationships and having many different partners, right? Being sexually active. So I guess it can be, I think it's mostly politicized when, well, that's hard to say, to be honest. I'm trying to like spitball or brainstorm as to like who would I want to blame in terms of this conditioning that JD mentioned, but yeah, I don't want to like pigeonhole any specific political groups. What do you think? I mean, do you think this is political? The idea of independence for women?
I think just like any movement, it starts off in a good way, but then the political powers, whether it be the right or the left, like I don't want to choose one either. I think they jump on that and they try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, it's hard really to say that it's a specific political side, because if you look at the history of the United States specifically, the idea of women being independent has been going on all since the beginning of the birth of our nation. So if you think of the idea, and just specifically in women's independence, you have like the right to vote, right? You have the right to divorce. It could be abortion, even. It could be a lot of different things. And so I think what happens is the problem is that the idea of independence can be interpreted on either side, conservative or liberal, right? But I think most often we tend to perceive independent women as being on the left side, leftist. But I think right now it's probably more of I'll go on a limb. I'll say I think it's usually seen as something to break apart the traditional nuclear family, right? The idea of an independent woman, and I think that tends to be more on the left side. So I'll be frank. The idea of the traditional nuclear family is put into question when the moment when you have people deciding that they want to be independent from it, right? Or that somehow a marriage, right, the traditional sense of marriage, compromises their identity or independence.
Yeah, like I don't know the statistics for it, but like are marriages now less than what they used to be? Because I know divorces are high, right? So
That's a good question. Yeah.
is there being less marriages now? Then quote unquote people are more independent. But like you said though, back like what you said earlier, that now it's kind of hard for someone just to live off with someone, especially like they kind of have to have both incomes of the man and the woman for the average American. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think from what I remember most recently, the statistics on marriage are somewhat skewed because in the past, people in relationships and with children would get married. So you could reliably discern whether or not divorce had an impact on society as a whole, or whether it had an impact on families. However, today, a lot of people are not getting married. So what happens is that skews the statistics, because we can more easily calculate number of divorces, since it's formally executed and calculated, but we can't formally or as easily formally calculate the number of people just breaking up from relationships, right? And a lot of people don't even bother getting married even after having kids. So I think we're just in a time in the world where the idea of independence allows for the traditional sense of marriage, right, the nuclear family I mentioned, to become somewhat obsolete, which in turn has, I think, the consequence of losing out to the single income household, which was also traditional. So maybe if we had that still, we could maybe maintain it. But personally, this is my own personal perspective, I think the moment we opened up more women into the job market, it created more opportunities for employers while at the same time lessening the value of them. In which case, if you have more people who will be willing to work, then you can pay less. And I think we became desensitized by that. And this might go back to what you're saying about the political movement, when we allowed this idea of a two-income household to become the norm, or maybe more so to become ideal, right? A two-income household, I think for many, is ideal compared to a single-income household, because for some, especially on the left, it's seen as more equitable. It's seen as more equitable to have both partners earning money as opposed to just one, which I think is completely unfair, because I think one person earning, the other person keeping a house, children, that's equal. That's still equitable. But again, today's perspective, it usually delves to money. So what happens, I think, is if you have two-income households, the job market cannot facilitate that many people and pay that many people. And I think what happens is it creates also the ability for households to individually take less and still be able to make it. So in other words, if let's say you had one person making $100,000 a year, well, if you have two people working, why not just pay both of them $50,000? See what I'm saying? So you're still able to get by on a two-income household. Maybe they're making $70,000 each, right? $80,000. But the thing is, I think this is just my personal view. I think in general our incomes have lessened over the decades, and I think partially it may be because there's a lot more people in the market, and households are more willing to have two-income households instead of one, and thus there's less of an incentive for companies and employers to provide a higher income just to provide stability in their community's households. So I guess another way of putting it, they can pay less and still feel like they're allowing families to survive because they get by on two incomes instead of just one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Regardless of why it happened, I mean, we are here. It's almost impossible to live a single income household unless you're making like well over the average, well over like maybe 2 or 3 times the average median, depending on where you live, what state. So with that being the case, it's pretty much necessitates people in being in relationships, just financially.
Hey, Jose, that picture I just put up, her butt looks bigger in those. I don't know if she's photoshopped. Nah, it doesn't look like a Photoshop picture, but doesn't her butt look bigger in those jeans than she
All I
looked at
can
the
say is,
club?
is there any more room in those jeans?
Man, can you ever answer the goddamn question?
Yeah, it does look either Photoshop, or I think it's probably the jeans that have some kind of padding.
Okay, all right.
I think it's just the way that she stands.
Yeah, that too. The angle, huh?
Jeans have a way, and I've seen this before, the jeans have a way of sort of giving it just a slight bit more of a roundness to the ass right until it gets to the thigh. And that's what kind of gives it just a little bit more of a perkiness than what it would be without any clothes. I just noticed that a lot. Clothes tend to give the appearance of slightly more perky ass.
I'm trying. Oh, man. I wish I can import this video, but I can't. It's too big of a file. I'm gonna see if I can screenshot something from it though. You know what? No, let me hold on to that. I'm giving y'all too much shit. I have a habit of doing that. I gotta hold on to some material, some content. All right, let's get to another question while my food is cooking, because once it's done, I'm out of here. We always do this. What? It's damn near almost 6 o'clock, going on 6 o'clock. Fuck. These so-called boss babes, they say they don't need a man with masculine energy. Yeah,
That's
they
just
say that. That's a bunch of horse shit. Ain't that right? Any woman in here, Mags? It's a bunch of horse shit, right, Mags? Women that say they don't need a man. I got who? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, she's not in here. Damn, Cindy's gone. We were talking about that earlier. She says, I got my dildo. I don't need a man. I'm like, are you serious right now?
who has to deal. What?
She has a dildo. She doesn't need a man.
She has
I'm
a
like,
deal.
tell it, Jose. A dildo. A fake dick. A,
Oh,
vi-
goodness sakes! Such an idiot.
a vibrator and all that shit. She don't need a man because she has all that stuff. As
Well,
if
men
that's
have a
all-
hand, you know.
As if that's all a man is needed for.
You know, here's the thing, though. A lot of guys, I don't know if you ever heard about this, but they have like what are they called? Like blow up dolls? I don't know if they're even called blow up dolls, but I remember hearing about these technology that they developed that can actually create an artificial intelligence so that you can interact, kind of like Siri, so that you can almost have a relationship, like a pseudo relationship, with your blow up dolls, your sex doll, essentially.
Yeah, your sex dolls.
And there's people who have supposedly married their sex dolls.
I seen some video of that technology. It's kind of weird. It's kind of creepy. But
Yeah, but hey, guys are yeah. Japan's definitely going to be developing that first.
Yeah.
I mean, they even have the technology to be able to taste your screen. I know Japan was developing that, so shoot, they got taste too. So that's another thing. But
you know,
yeah,
I think one live streamer we know that those blow up dolls and all that shit will probably be good for him. To be honest, I won't say the name.
But that
Actually, two of them, two live streamers we know probably be perfect for them.
the blow up doll or the sex doll that talks back to them.
I think they need the ones that talk back, man. They need some interaction.
Yeah. I actually seen like I think a documentary about it that people actually marry them and how they live with them and how they interact, and that shit creeped me out.
yeah, I can't imagine ever getting to that point, thankfully. But damn, that would be pretty scary. Well, I mean, I think it was Japan, and even here in the United States, the birth rate is actually. I think the rate of births is negative for the first time ever. I have to double check that, but yeah, people having less children.
Do you think that's because though like the cost of living?
Yes, I do think that. I remember in Japan, they were interviewing women, and a lot of them were saying they didn't want to interfere with their career, their jobs. And Japan is very, at least it used to be, I'm pretty sure it still is, very heavy job culture oriented. So people basically spent all their time and effort really heavily into jobs. They come out, and a lot of times people, from what I've heard, get drunk. You know, they go immediately to sleep and then they go back to working. So if their job's that important, I see people just foregoing relationships.
Exactly.
For those of you that didn't see her on the live stream, that's her, the girl we were talking about earlier, or the girl in the photo, because you're not going to be able to see the replay of the live stream at all. But I'm trying to think, is she? Maybe when I look at this video, I can tell she's kind of faking everything, like she's a professional, been dancing for not 20 years, but at least a year. Or is she really a first timer? I'm gonna look at this video when she was on the stage. I'm gonna find the part where she was on the stage on the pole.
Hey, also, is it Japan though or China? Where I think I saw too a couple years ago. Where don't their kids in elementary schools and high school, don't they go 6 days a week? They don't go like the 5 days like we do over here.
Pretty sure that might be both, but I know China does that. At least did, yeah. They have. There was a was it a book, or maybe just be sort of like a culture where there's a term called tiger moms, and I think it was originally kind of coined from a book, but there's this idea where moms were really pushing their children, because this has come from a culture that until rather recently, relatively recently, they only were allowed one child. China had the one child rule. So
Yeah, because they were overpopulated, right?
yeah, and so with that being the case, they really push their kids to perform, and so the tiger mom sort of mentality came about where they pushed them to make sure that they were doing the best. They were highly competitive. They were constantly working. They were doing everything: music, morning, noon, night. So yeah, it's just part of that culture. But what's funny is that when they come to the United States, a lot of them thrive because they're in an environment here in the United States where we're not as competitive, interestingly enough. So they can get through. Well, this is probably more so entering into the colleges, but they're very competitive coming into the colleges in terms of GPA and stuff. However, I know in California there was a controversy because the universities were actually excluding Chinese people or Asian people in general who were they deemed over representing their incoming students. I forgot the terminology, but when that happened, they got sued by a lot of Asian students because they felt that was discriminatory. But it kind of, again, reflects on how the culture in Japan is just very work oriented, and very heavy on performing, and family honor. Not to sound stereotypical. China does allow for more than one child now. They've since, I can't remember when it was, but I believe China has allowed, now it does allow for more than one child. In fact, there was a funny, not funny, it's horrible actually, but one of the unfortunate outcomes from that one child rule is that because they only could have one child, most of them wanted males. So what happened is there was a huge, it's really sad, but there was a huge increase in male children because so many girls were unfortunately being aborted, right? Literally killed. And so what the consequence of that is that decades later, you have now these adult men who are well overpopulated and represented in their society and in their nation that can't find can't find women to marry. And so you have such a such a disproportionality between men and women that leaves huge numbers of men. I mean, you're talking about over 1 billion people in China in general. That's a huge number of men that literally will not be able to have a woman to even get married to, realistically. So what does that do to that culture? I guess the sex dolls comes in, artificial intelligence. Yeah, I mean, how many men are honestly going to, man, I was going to ask a question, but it might be a little too risque. But, I mean, how many guys honestly are going to use a sex doll if it was really advanced? Really felt like a woman, really had all the parts working pretty well.
I think probably most men would.
Most men or most single men?
Most single men.
I don't think I would. I mean, unless Nurse Bill, maybe when she turned 90 years old or something, I have to trade her in for a sex doll.
Really horrible. But you know what? What's really interesting? One thing I've learned from a lot of women in like stripping and such and other places is a lot of men that come to them are married. It's actually the majority of the men who ask for services, things like that, are married men. Is that interesting? Anecdotal, of course, but it's based on what I've been told.
Yeah, because all married men aren't happy with their sex life in the marriage, so I can see that. Especially when you get married, it just gets not with me, but it just gets you know, it gets dull, I guess, in some marriages. Same old shit. So I can see that happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Having
becomes like the monogamy of things, right? You know what I mean?
I've talked to some women about that, and I've noticed that a lot of them have shown sort of like distrust now for men and marriage in general, because they see that so many of the men that they interact with are married, and so it sort of has made them not trust men even more. So it makes you wonder, though, women in this industry, how do they see men? You know, it's like kind of like how Maya said even early on that she wanted to get a sugar daddy. It's like, how do these women view men at this point after all this experience? And this is a young age, too. You know, I wonder if it really kind of mars their ability to have a functional relationship with a man, if it causes trust issues or maybe even discernment issues. Like, how does she even know what a good man is if she's inundated with these types of men? You know, in this field of work.
Yeah, she's not gonna know the concept, I think, of, well, like you said, what a man is, especially if you don't have a father figure in your life, whether it's a real father, stepfather, or uncle or somebody, and you never experienced that, and she's right away at this club seeing these type of men. Maybe that's all she knows, and that's all she thinks there is.
Sorry, what was that? Say it again.
Like you know how you were saying that, how do those girls in the club see men, right? And especially like Maya, that she's very young in her 20s and already looking for a sugar daddy, like a way out. Is that gonna affect her in the long run to have a relationship? Was she even be able to have a stable relationship later?
Well, if I'm going to be frank, and again, this is purely my 2 cents, I don't. I think it will have a very detrimental effect on her ability to have a functional relationship with a man. Not only, I think, does that skew her perspective of men in general, as well as her ability to discern a good man, right, or to have a judgment of men, but I think also what she expects of a man is going to be molded by these experiences. So we were talking about how, this idea of an independent woman versus being a provider. Culture, the culture that we live in typically will sort of skew many young women today, at least mainstream culture, towards this concept of independence, right? But I think that in practice, someone like in Maya's position is probably, because of her situation, going to seek dependency on a man, and therefore to reconcile that reality versus, again, the expectation that society has on her to be independent. Because again, women want to be perceived as independent. I think the fact that she'll have to reconcile that with her dependency on men financially, I think that's going to have a really. I think it's going to make it difficult for her to be able to have a good relationship with a man, to be quite honest. Not a fair expectation to put on a man if you're just want a sugar daddy. You know what I mean? Most men, and I'm going to sound cheesy, most men want to love and be loved.
That is very true.
And Finny, I don't sleep. I'm a vampire. It's not true. Vampires sleep.
I thought you were a robot though. So
Here we go. I'm a robot.
there you go.
Here we go. I'm a robot. Oh, did we lose Derek?
Hold on. I'm here. I added Mags.
Hey Max,
You there, Mags?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hear you.
No. I just wanted to come in here and say what's up. Tosu's going on like crazy. I've been trying. I've been waiting for the leak to drop because I'm like, Tosu, what the fuck, man? You can't think about us, talk about us women. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but you know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I want to be challenged. I want you to disagree with me. Put me in my place. Where am I wrong?
It already passed my mind because it took too long.
It'll come back. I'll say something stupid again. Don't worry.
No, but it's cool. I see where you're coming from. You know, a lot of days now, this generation, a lot of women like to be independent and not count on anybody else. Like for me, I mean, I'm the seventh child of my family. I had 6 ahead of me, of course. No guidance, didn't get any help, did everything myself. You know, I'm happy where I'm at. I have what I need. I have what I want. You know, I met somebody that's, you know, the best for me. And you know, there's a lot more to it, but I'm just going to go at that.
You feel pretty happy with your situation in terms of your career or being provided for and such?
Oh yeah, definitely. I can definitely say that I'm not one that went to college. I'm definitely street smart, and that goes a long way too. Because you know, like we said the other day, a lot of people that have these degrees aren't even using it.
That's very true. In fact, most degrees outside of probably STEM, the people graduating with them won't even get into a field that utilizes it, at least directly. These people in philosophy majors are not being philosophers, let's just say.
Right, but what they're, you know, but they think that they can go into the corporate America workforce, you know, with what
Sure.
they have, but they have to start at the bottom still. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's funny you mentioned that because I remember once hearing from a CEO of a company once I worked in, and he was saying how when he went to school, I think he got his degree in like philosophy or something. And what's funny about that to me is he was just talking about how like, oh, I was able to utilize certain elements of my degree and learning into it, yada yada yada. But in reality, it really had nothing directly with his job. And when you kind of read between the lines of what he was saying, he essentially was admitting that his job, like his experience, was what got him his ability to move up the ladder. But at the same time, he needed to get a degree, and I thought this was really interesting. So he had his degree, even if it didn't have a direct consequence into it. But again, they try to sort of justify it. But it's really the experience that he had that was allowed him to sort of go up the ladder. But it's the expectation. Maybe it's the cultural climate of the company that we were in. But it was the expectation that you had gone through some formal training. It was almost like going through the experience was necessary to show that you could earn it. You know what I mean? It was really odd, but I thought it was just kind of funny how this guy, CEO, has a philosophy degree. He's not really using it, if that makes sense.
Right. But then again, how many of these people that are actually higher ups know what the fuck us people that are lower doing? They can't pick up a file and figure out what the fuck to do without asking us. Because in my position, what I'm doing right now, I work in the mortgage industry, and my supervisor, she's very micromanaging and every shit like that. I mean, a lot of people do that, but she can't pick up a file and do what the fuck I do. That's why I'm the one sitting here fucking training and doing all this stuff for them, helping them, with the programs and softwares and, making sure things are in line. I ain't getting paid for that kind of shit, which, I don't mind doing because I got to have that work morale and be into the company and stuff. But, you have a lot of these upper high ups that don't even know how to start a file from beginning to end.
And it's funny that work morale really just benefits the company. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's one of those things where we as a culture in the United States, we really prop up this notion of hard work. You go above and beyond. You come in when you're sick, at least used to. You do extra hours. You really push, right? But in the end of the day, that really does just benefit the company that you're working for. So there has to be, in my opinion, there has to be some reasonable expectation of movement, and that's where, unfortunately, there can almost verge on exploitation, where companies expect that type of devotion, right? But they don't give out the rewards that, again, I think are justified.
Well, the mortgage industry is well known for its big up and downs, and at the same time, it's like, I mean, everybody is replaceable. Which is a big thing in this world, is that people don't look at how your work ethic or anything like that. It's mainly just all paper pushing. Yeah,
So-
certain departments get their, their celebratory things from management and stuff like that. But I mean, that's how I see it in the mortgage industry. I mean, it's not the best industry to be in, but it just kept like pulling me back in. And I'm not saying that I don't like what I do. I enjoy what I do. I got a lot of experience from it, and I make good money. So I can't complain. I'm complaining, but at the same time, I'm living the way I want to live and not living the way anybody wants me to live. I'm not living for them,
Sure. Can I ask you, because you mentioned about, you have different supervisors and such. Do you notice that when someone comes into a role, a management or supervisory role, are they typically starting from the bottom and getting to that position? Or are they coming in, say, straight out of college and right into some type of supervisory role? Like,
No,
what type?
in this industry, you have to have some experience, mainly more experience than not. But then again, if you don't, you start from the bottom departments and positions and stuff to get to understand the industry. Because if you're a newbie to the industry and don't know anything about it, you're going to start low, of course. But the supervisor that I work for, she's been in the industry for a long ass time. So she has that, background on her resume, which works for her.
Gotcha. Find yourself. You said you don't have a degree yourself, right? Or you didn't go to college beyond maybe bachelor's, I imagine.
No, I did not go to college. I actually started the workforce, the mortgage industry, 3 days after high school, and I was doing that part time, and then wanted to go to college because I wanted to become a nurse. But I want to do so many things. At first, I wanted to be in the army and become a fucking sniper. Is what I ultimately wanted to do.
Hey, nice.
But then my parents didn't want me to be in the military.
Certainly, the military has good benefits.
Exactly. But then back then I didn't know that because I didn't hook up with any of the fucking branches to, figure out those things, because my parents just said, no, we don't want you to do. And even though my brothers did, they didn't want me to do it. So I was like, okay, so let me pick another route. I wanted to be a nurse. That didn't happen. The money was too good for me while I was working. So I dropped out, and here I am. I mean, I'm making more money than people who have degrees.
There we go. But let me ask you, do you feel at all that not having a degree in any way hampers your ability to progress in your career or field? Is there ever a feeling that there's a ceiling because of a lack of that degree or piece of paper?
No, not at all.
Hmm.
I mean, I have been offered managerial positions, but I just don't take it because I don't want to deal with the whole political corporate America bullshit and dealing with the supervisors, higher ups that I think are fucking idiots.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I've been in positions such as yours where I have no desire to take on a role of a manager or supervisor from what I had seen in that company. That kind of cured me if I ever wanted to get in those types of roles.
Right. I definitely understand. I mean, I'll become a manager with the company I work with if I really, really, really had to. And my supervisor knows that, even though the owner of the company called me and asked me to be a manager. I was just like, sorry, man. Even though you're offering me good money, I'd rather be able to have, I'm I'm comfortable where I'm at and I'm happy. I mean, I could be doing more, of course, because comfort, you can't always be comfortable. You should always push yourself. But at the same time, I'm pushing myself in other ways.
You know, that's an interesting point you make. That statement of you should always push yourself. Is that something you think that society has basically pushed onto you? That notion of you got to push yourself?
Um, no, I've always had that mentality because I've done it my whole life. I didn't have any, even from, well, my parents migrated over here in the 70s from Laos. So, you know, a little background. My family's from Laos, and basically um, they came over here in the 70s, and um, it my I helped push myself. We didn't have any guidance while we were growing up. My parents were naive; they were ignorant, you know. And then my brothers and sisters just all did their own thing too. So I was just like, okay, well, I wish. I mean, now that I'm looking back, I kind of wish I had a little bit of guidance, but at the same time, I wouldn't be where I'm at now if I didn't do it myself. So yes, I do keep pushing myself just because I know that I can and I can do it, and that I don't need anybody to help push me. You get what I'm trying to say?
Totally. And I think what you're saying too is very common with a lot of people, which is why I mentioned about society, because I've noticed that there's that drive seems to be very common among many different people. I would say, in my experience, it tends to be more so, perhaps, with men to a certain extent, because you mentioned about being comfortable in a certain spot. And I know that, again, one thing I learned in psychology, and who knows if it's still prevalent or relevant, but a lot of times men tend to be very competitive, especially in a corporate field, and they tend to want to push higher, while oftentimes, again, just purely in a generalized sense, women more often than not will be happy or content with the position they're at, right? And
Right.
also, especially when they have children, that also tends to hamper their ability to progress within their field, or to move on to higher incomes, which also kind of leads to the appearance of of discrepancy in gender incomes, right? So if men are pushing more for higher wages and jobs and positions, they're obviously going to make more money than if women tend to, in general, stay where they're at or be comfortable where they are instead of moving on. See what I'm saying? So I'm just kind of interested, like, where you thought maybe that came from, because yeah, a lot of people have that same mentality. They are comfortable where they're at. They don't really want to move on to somewhere else. And then other people don't. They do want to push on and take the higher stress and the higher time, etc.
Right, I totally agree now, but I totally agree with that. But in these day and ages, everything's much more fast paced. So if you can't get with the program, you're pretty much lost. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's very interesting. So do you think then, in today's day and age, because forgive me, I don't want to ask your age, but do you think for a lot of younger people coming up today, do you think this generation is really ready for that type of work
No,
environment?
I don't think the new generation is fucking ready for anything. I have nieces and nephews that don't even know how to fucking cook or fucking do this or fucking do that. I used to live with my sister, and my nephew, would wash dishes and shit like that. And like, my sister would like bitch at me about stuff, but I'm like, I tell her, I go, if you taught half of the shit we learned and were made to do when we were kids to your fucking child, they would know what the fuck's going on.
Who's to blame for that then? Like, is it well? First of all, is it a problem? And second of all, if it is a problem, can we blame someone or
It's a
someone?
problem. It is a big problem, a bigger problem now, because they're much more. I think the newer generation is going to be much more dependent.
Dependent. Is that right?
Well, as far as, I mean, they are going to be dependent on things like, common sense things,
Expand on that.
as far as like not, let me brainstorm in my head and I'll get back to you on how to.
Oh, no, totally. While you're thinking about that, I was going to say that. So, like,
What's up, y'all?
JD Nice is in here.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, what's good, y'all? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, man.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just listening.
Kind of talking about this generation, and I'm not sure what your age is, where you fit in, but it's like kind of we're asking a question.
Hey, also,
yeah, what's up?
You know how Mags? I just want to probably elaborate on a little bit on her. Maybe it's like the society nowadays is too reliable on technology. That a perfect example, when the lights go off, right? You go to the grocery store, they can't even use simple math skills to calculate how much they're going to give you back.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
So I think what she's trying to say is the common sense stuff nowadays, which is good at technology, but when technology goes out, some of these, young generation do not really know how to handle like the basic skills that we need to do. They don't even know how to change the tire.
These day and age, they can just Google that shit and fucking YouTube that shit. When back in the day, we didn't have that shit. We didn't use Google Maps. We used the fucking Thomas Guide.
That's so true.
Like who these days, if you throw a Thomas Guide to a fucking millennial these days, they're gonna look at it like, what the fuck is this?
I remember filling up those maps in the car, and then folding it back up. Good luck with that.
And that was the first thing my father taught me, was to read a fucking map so you know exactly where you're going.
Right. That's the good old days right there. Yeah, it really is like, where is Waldo or some shit.
Like in the back of they ain't gonna know what party line is. They know what Zoom is.
You know what's funny? You mentioned that because if you look at computers in general, back in like the 70s and 80s, especially in the early advent of internet, anyone who had a computer and even knew how to use it was considered a nerd, because there was a certain level of understanding you had to have in order just to use it, right? It was very non-user friendly. Now, because technology advanced so well and our user interfaces and user experience are so user friendly, you don't need to know anything. You can be completely and utterly ignorant of computers and be able to handle applications, be able to communicate to someone in another country. You know what I mean? You can set up your computer so much more easily. So I think what's happening is, because we've sort of created an environment that is more easy to use, there's less we need to know to do it. Like, we don't need to know as much as you mentioned about maps. We don't have to know the intricacies of how to read a map or anything like that. We can literally just be told it by Siri, right? We can have an image literally show it to us. So we are put into a position we don't need to know more, and therefore we become ignorant.
Right. I think the technology that they're building now and working on is way too advanced for us, our human brains, that don't understand it as much as we should.
And you know what that does too? It creates a divide in the populace, in that there are those who do understand, right? There are those who have a deep understanding, which oftentimes requires a lot of learning, a lot of time to actually understand it, because there's so much to learn. And then there's a huge divide between those people and then those of the sort of plebs, the normal people who are completely ignorant of technology or how things work. And so a lot of times I think the fields are becoming more and more separated. It's almost like there's the people who are completely unrelatable to these other people. And maybe that also coincides with, not to sound crazy or conspiracy theory like, but maybe this also coincides sort of with the divide between income. Maybe there's a higher divide or a discrepancy between the higher income people and the lower income people. Perhaps we're becoming more of a two-class society.
But it's always going to be like that.
True. I mean, you'll always have the poor, but what I mean is, like, maybe the discrepancy between the poor and the rich has created, maybe the divide between the rich and the poor has created
the bigger problem here.
Yeah, so if there's, like, let's say for example, we used to have the middle class, right? So if you have a steady number of or even sort of somewhat equitable number of lower, middle, higher class, then there's somewhat of a evenness to the population in terms of their income. But what if you were to theoretically eliminate the middle class and you only had a low class, like minimum wage and slightly higher, and then you had only like a really rich, like millionaires, billionaires or something? Theoretically, in that situation, I think that would have a devastating impact on people's like rights and representation. I think we really need to have a little more, that sounds crazy, but a little more of a even division of incomes. So you're going to always have the poor, right? But you're always going to have the rich. But we need to have, I think, that middle class. And I think saving the middle class maybe helps to keep some balance between all groups in our society. And maybe it allows for people who are lower to get into the middle class. Allows, maybe when there's not such a big divide, it gives more hope to lower class to reach the middle or higher class. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
such a.
Hey,
that's such
how
a-
you say your name? Is it Thusu? Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, sounds good. That's good.
Yo, okay. Hey, you make me feel like I'm at work right now, man. You make me feel like I'm in a work meeting.
Don't you know?
I mean, you
this is
spend some
Professor
knowledge, but I
Thusu?
feel like I'm at work right now. Listen, like the higher ups talk.
Get ready for my lecture later, so that's probably why I'm just practicing.
Are you a professor or a teacher or something at a college or something? Because you kind of sound like that.
Don't let them fool you, JD. It's all up front.
It's
No,
all an act.
I'm just asking him though, because he got a lot to
He ain't
say,
gonna
and
tell
he sound like he knows what he's talking about, or you know what I'm saying, but
JD,
it
he ain't
just
gonna tell you.
feels
He's
like the vibe of it is just like I feel like I'm at work. That's how it feels.
I won't give away personal, but no, I'm not an expert on anything. I really just learn on my off time and through my experiences of life. And I think we all have that, even if we don't articulate it the same way, we all bring in a certain amount of experience, and knowledge.
No, I hear you though. So when you was talking to the strippers, last night, you was talking like that.
Oh, heck no. Are you kidding? They're not going to trust me if I talk like that. Like, who is this guy? Put on my face.
I know those strippers was like, who the fuck is this white boy talking? Who's this?
I think I'm Urkel or something.
I know, right? No, not Urkel, like Doogie Howser or something.
Oh, for real. Doogie Howser.
Mary V,
But,
are you going? Mary
funny.
V, are you going to sleep, or are you just now getting up?
No, I just got up, bro. Like, I tried to stay up last night, because I'm 2 hours ahead of y'all, because I live in Texas, and I was like, man, like it's late. Like it was like 2:00 my time. I was like, dang, is they coming on? So I was kind of waiting around, and I didn't see y'all come on, so I went to sleep. And then I woke up like maybe about an hour ago, and I saw y'all was on. So I was like, let me go in there and fuck
we
around.
were on before that too. We were at the strip club.
Yeah, I had to.
Okay.
I was waiting for Derek to come on from the strip club because I knew
people were saying they didn't get the notification, so I don't know.
No, I didn't either. So I went to sleep, but I knew you were coming on, so I woke my ass up and was like, oh shit, he's on.
Yeah, I was asleep. I mean, even if I do get notifications, if I'm asleep, that's not gonna wake me up. So I'm not gonna see it until I get up. You know what I mean? So, but that's what's up though, that y'all was on last night.
You missed Maya.
You mean last night or this morning?
Well, whatever. This morning, last night, whatever, man. You know what I mean.
No,
you know
honestly,
what I mean, D.
No,
you know
I
what
honestly
I mean.
didn't, because weren't we on last night too, you guys? I forget shit.
No, we were on Friday night.
Sunday, Saturday. Wait.
My last night for me was y'all being on Saturday night. So
Right.
Saturday night, that's what I mean.
I still consider this Saturday night. So
okay. Well, it's Sunday morning for me. So
it's Sunday morning now. It's 6 in the
because it's a continuation from
it's 8
Saturday
o'clock
night.
Over. It's 8 in the morning over here.
Yeah, to me, it's not the next day till I go to sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The only difference is that that Doso doesn't go to sleep. He's a robot.
Dude, those shit.
I'm running off of batteries.
Shit.
And you're sober, right?
How often do you
Yeah,
sleep, Thusu? How often do you sleep?
I gotta get my 8 hours in. I'm telling you, my mind needs to rest.
He probably
So when do you
sleeps-
get your 8 hours in?
he
Like what
probably
time do you
sleeps
go to
from like
bed?
8 a.m. to 3 p.m. somewhere. It seems like in that area.
Okay.
I have a tendency to try to change up my hours quickly, so that's kind of how I've just been raised over the years. So I'll go through a long time with little sleep sometimes, but then I'll make it up.
Oh my god, my fiance does the same thing
That's what's up.
because
Yeah.
my fiance is a private pilot, so he's used to being up that those fucked up times and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I feel that.
I mean, I
It's-
kind of do that on the weekends, but during the week I can't do that because I got to work and stuff. But on the weekends I try to stay up, but it don't usually work out too well for me with that. Like I try to do my best, with that, but yeah, I'll be in bed by probably about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
I do have a job, Finny.
He's not gonna tell you.
I
Finny.
hope I have a job.
Okay, you do okay, it's okay.
Do you work from home?
That's why I was like, okay.
Wouldn't you like to know?
I mean, I do.
Do you? Awesome. Well, I'm sure a lot of people do now. With the,
I mean,
I don't
for
know,
the time
pandemic-
being, they're actually trying to get me back. They're trying to get us back into the office because the whole, pandemic thing they think is over. But they're trying to get us in for like a hybrid Monday, Wednesday, Friday kind of thing. But I haven't heard back about it.
I've been hearing a lot about hybrid workplace environments. What do you think of it?
I personally don't like it because I'd rather work at home. I'm more clear-minded. I'm much more productive.
Mhm.
I'm not distracted with fucking office gossip of who's fucking who and who got with who and who did this last night and this manager wants to fuck this person, like all that shit.
Yeah.
What kind of job you got? You hearing all of that? I don't hear nothing like that at my job. The fuck?
I'm that person where people think they can come talk to me and give me all the gossip, but I really don't.
Okay. Well, that's the problem. Everybody want to come and talk to you about stuff. I'm about to say I don't hear nothing like that at my job.
Oh my god, that's what I work in the mortgage industry, and that's what's known.
Yeah.
I imagine it's probably due to managers or supervisors who are just used to old school methods and then probably worried people are slacking off or there's going to be some negative consequence. So it's just afraid of change.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. COVID changed everything though, because I never seen because I live in Austin, so it's just it's like so many people here. So, but once COVID hit, it was just like a ghost town. It was just really weird, So it's just like everybody still is working from home, even now.
Is Austin picking up in the last? I mean, I don't know how long you've lived in Austin, but I know it seems to have been a hot spot for a lot of people coming in. Has it been growing in the last 10 years or so?
Well, I mean, I've only been here for 2.5 years, but I've lived in Texas my whole life in Texas, but I just moved to Austin in the past 2.5 years. But it's kind of been, it's always been known for that to be really heavy traffic, a lot of tourists, a lot of people. It's kind of picking up a little bit, but just with the COVID situation, it's still not back to normal. It's still not back all the way.
But JD, isn't Austin heavy with the Texas Longhorn students and all that?
Yeah, it is, bro. But that's the thing. Once COVID hit, they shut all that shit down.
Oh, you say once
All the
COVID hit,
colleges, because
yeah.
I worked for a college out here. All the students, it was all virtual learning. There was no more football games. None of that shit was going on. No track meets, none of that stuff. And that it's slowly getting back to that, but very slow. So it's not in any way, the way it used to be at all. But yeah, back in the day before COVID, yeah, that shit was popping. The football games, all the students was here, everybody was here.
Yeah,
But
I've been there for a game, and it's pretty popping.
Compare the percentage what
yeah,
you would say before COVID and what it is now, percentage wise. That's back.
I would say it's probably before COVID it was 100, and now I would say now it's maybe like a 40%, something like
Only
that.
40% is back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Man, I would be
Well,
thinking
they are
more in the
lifting
80s, 90s.
they are lifting the restrictions to get COVID testing before you come to the States internationally. So maybe it's going to get more busy.
I mean, I'm sure that it will. It's just taking time. Um, and at one point, as a matter of fact, like our as far as the COVID thing goes, we were like the way they rated. I don't know how they rated state to state or anything like that, but we were at the low point, and they raised it up to medium just last week as far as the COVID cases that are rising again. They're going up again down here.
Right, and
So
I hear it's going to go up again too. So I'm kind of like, why the hell am I going back to work in the office?
right. So it's just, I don't know. It's just like a yo-yo, like you don't know what to do. You really don't know what to do. It's just like day to day. It's just like, I don't know. I can't even explain it. Like you really just, it's just like a puzzle or something. Like you in a game or some shit. I don't know. But I mean,
You know what, JD?
I don't know. I hope
I,
it gets back to the way it was, but I don't think it's gonna be like that for probably at least another 2 years. Back to normal.
JD, I also work for a university here in California, and I noticed that even though they dropped some of the COVID restrictions, a lot of students that were in the upper class, like juniors and seniors, they experienced the college life, so they rather be online. If they offer it, they rather be online because
Right.
they have more time to do stuff than be in person in school. But a lot of the
Right.
freshmen and sophomores, they want to experience that college life. So it just depends because see, I'm taking classes as well, and I prefer the online for me for my work schedule and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course. And I feel like it's more productive too in a way. I mean, because I work from home twice a week and then I go into the office 3 times a week. But I do feel like I'm more productive when I'm at home. It's just less distractions, even though it's less people there, but it's still just less distractions and you're just more comfortable, being at
Right.
home and working.
I
So,
agree.
yeah, it's just something
Yeah, and
about
then
it.
like with all this pandemic, I don't want to get controversial, but they like Toso said last night, they misled us, and now people don't know what to believe. But if you really look back at other
Mhm.
pandemics, they last years. It doesn't go away 2 weeks like we
Right.
were
No, it doesn't,
told.
and that's what people don't understand is
Yeah,
that
but
it
people
does
don't
not go
understand it
away
lasts and it
quick.
can come back. You know what I mean? And people think everything's fine
Right.
and dandy. And like I'm not afraid, to go out there. I still wear my mask to this day. But
That's good.
but you know what I mean? You can still live your life. Just be smart, just take precautions. But people are not, so then we're gonna end up paying the price because we're global. It's not just what happens in the
Hmm.
US. Whatever happens now, we realize whatever happens in another country could affect us. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I don't know
And
if you guys
now
noticed.
they've listed the fact that people from other countries can come here and not have the vaccine. They don't have to have the vaccine and they don't have to even get tested anymore.
Right.
They can just come over here.
Yeah, and then
I'm just like, man, like it's about to go back up again. Like what is going like when is it gonna stop?
yeah, and I mean, I don't know if you guys notice now. I don't know if it's climate change, if it's the way we eat, but I noticed like a lot of diseases that we have never seen before. Like I don't want to scare nobody about the monkeypox, but it was just
Yeah.
endemic in Africa. Well, now it's spreading in countries that shouldn't be spreading so easily. Is it because we have traveled so easily? You know what I mean? Is it because
Hmm.
we're able to connect so easily, or is it because our immune systems are weakened by the food that we eat? So we're more prone to diseases now.
Yeah,
Just look
that's
at
true.
the population changes, especially in immigration in most countries, and you're seeing huge shifts just in the last 30, 40 years. And I'm speaking somewhat anecdotally, and just because I've seen it once, just on my own. So I'm not an expert, but if you look at, for example, the increase in just the United States alone, or say Europe, right? There's just huge shifts in immigration within the last, I'd say 30 to 40 years. And I guess when it comes to, pandemics, yeah.
On the phone?
On YouTube.
Pandemics, yeah.
We're on a YouTube.
Yeah, I've been wanting to travel for a while now. Like I've been trying to go to Disney since forever, but it just seemed like a bunch of bullshit just keep popping up. You know, that keeps me from going out there. But it's just like at some point, when do you just at this point, when is it like you're gonna just go and risk it, or you're gonna just not go and enjoy yourself, and just stay home?
Vaccinated, at least, if I may ask.
Say that again.
Vaccinated?
No, I'm not, and I will not.
I mean, at that point, then you have to kind of weigh based on what the number trends are if you want to avoid, contracting it, right? So I would say that, especially with the supposedly the border, like you mentioned, the border is going to be opening, which is kind of weird because I'm hearing some places are going to be requiring masks, but at the same time we're going to allow international visitors. A place like Disney gets a lot of, and I don't know if you meant Disneyland or Disney World, but especially Disney World, they get a lot of international visitors.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that definitely is probably going to increase the likelihood. Even if with the mask, unless everyone else is wearing a mask, it's not going to. Well, you could try to wear like N95 or something. Mask. Yeah, I mean that might help. But yeah, just kind of weigh your risks. I don't know if you have any particular conditions as well that you might feel might be aggravated by it. But one thing to consider too is that it's the COVID that we were exposed to when it first began that was killing a lot of people, especially around 2021, early 2021. That strain is gone. So at the very least, the strains of COVID that do exist tend not to be as bad. And there are a lot of therapeutics that are available. There are literally pills that show like 80+% effectiveness and even higher in terms of avoiding hospitalization. So if you might get sick, but the chance of dying, thankfully, is reduced dramatically just by what we have available to us beyond just the vaccine.
Hey, Toso, I agree with you with a lot of therapeutic, but there's still people in this country, depending on your community in the hospital, they cannot even get those treatments, or doctors don't even want to provide certain treatments. And there's still people, even though yes, we're not having the numbers of death like we did before, there's still people dying unnecessarily. You know what I mean? Some of the people that could be avoided.
Well, I know that this was like, I think about 6 months or so ago when they were first starting to develop it. They did say it would take at least like 6 months for it for the production to reach, because it was like really slow. So I think it was going to be at least 6 months, which should be around now. So I think we're starting to get to the point now where the supply should be available. I haven't checked it though, so I don't hold my word to it. But you're right. The availability could be limited, and who knows who actually has access to it and who covers it. Mm-hmm. Look into again if that is your concern, to know what your options are if for some reason you do contract it.
Yo, Finny, I see you in the comments saying you had COVID 3 times. And you say that people talk about like it's AIDS now.
I mean, that's kind of
people. It's kind of true.
What people forget though too, because there's been studies and people don't pay attention to they just pay attention to the headline. They don't read the studies. Now we know that it's still new. Yes, like it also says we shouldn't be scared of it. We just have to manage it, but. We know that, I forget the percentage, so I don't want to throw out numbers, but, it does shrink your brainage. To some people, it does cause fatigue, long-term COVID is called. Some people do have those symptoms. So, are we going to have a lot of people later in the future that have problems breathing, that are going to get blood clots because of this? Like, we don't know yet because it's still, we know a lot. We know, yes, we do more than from when it originally happened. But we still don't know so much. You know what I mean? At the same time, it's like a balance. But obviously, we cannot close society again. We just have to manage it. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
No,
what else
I've
can
really
we
heard about
do?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was always kind of skeptical of that though, the fatigue, because
Yeah.
it's one thing to have damage, like you mentioned, because
Yeah.
damage is measurable and
Yes.
tends to be irreparable. But the idea of fatigue is just inherently, I suppose, my definition, temporary or not. I guess not something that you'd have to really worry about having any permanency. So if by I'd really be interested in how they kind of measured and defined that type of fatigue, because how on earth would someone think that or attribute it to their illness in terms of where their ability to think? I don't know. I was kind of skeptical of it, but again, I don't know enough to critique it.
To the
Right.
the fatigue one or the brain
Yeah.
the brain shrinkage one.
Well, yeah, the fatigue or the brain shrinkage. I have not heard about brain shrinkage.
Yeah, if you look it up, I forgot when the study came out, but it was published, and if you read into it, it says like what percentage of people that have either like suffer severe or even like mild COVID that they tested them. I don't know how they tested them, but I forgot all the detail all the details. But they did talk about brain shrinkage. I forgot what percentage.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that. I've always been, again, I'm pessimistic when it comes to studies, but it's certainly possible that it might bring some pretty interesting measurements. Oh.
And Darren went to sleep.
I think it did. Well, what, I think was it Mag who says that there's something that they disagreed with me and they forgot though? Was there anything that JD you disagreed with me that you want to sort of argue, like disagree with something I said, just for fun? Yeah.
Honestly, bro, I really wasn't listening. I was in the chat, so can you repeat what you said?
Oh no,
my bad, bro. I was doing something else. Say what you said. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying, was there anything that I've said, like in yesterday's chat or today's chat, whether it be about, I don't know, women or anything that I kind of threw my opinion on that you disagreed with or thought was crazy, sounded stupid?
Well, I mean, I didn't watch yesterday's or today's chat. You know, I'm just on here right now. You know, I saw the girl picture, and I was like, "Who the fuck is that?" You know, and I didn't know what was going on. But I mean, I've seen you in chats before, though. I have. I don't really remember what all you have said. As far as maybe I need to pay more attention, you know, to what you're saying. But
No, you don't have to
as
listen to
far
anything
as
I say.
like. But as far as like, you know, yesterday and today, I didn't really, you know, I wasn't around to see. Did you now? Why are you asking me that though? Or did you say something that you thought might offend somebody?
Well, we were.
No, that's my question to you.
I know earlier we were talking about what was it? Women and independence, and how women typically want a man to provide, right? Or this idea that independent women are, sort of politicized.
Mm-hmm.
View on that idea that women seek out men for security.
I mean, I feel like it's to each their own with that. You know, I don't feel like just women in general. I don't feel like we should judge any sex as far as any of that goes, because it's men out here doing the same stuff. I mean, let's keep it real. They out here, you know, seeking women too. They're looking for sugar mamas and all that shit. So I don't feel like it should be like, oh, the women are doing all this different stuff, and you know, we need a man. I mean, I feel like we all need each other. That's the way I feel. You know, if you're fortunate, hold on, let me talk. If you're fortunate enough to be independent, that's great. That's a great thing. I feel like that's something that's a part of a healthy relationship anyway, to me. If both people are independent, it doesn't matter about, oh, I'm a man, I'm bringing home the bacon and all this stuff, and I'm ruling the woman, and vice versa. I feel like it should be equal. You know, I feel like being in a relationship is a privilege. That's a privilege. That's not something that should be taken lightly. And I feel like people seeking relationships and actually looking for that shit are the ones that have the most failed relationships. I feel like that's something that should just fall into your lap. That should just fall into your lap. It's not because I was looking for it. It just happened. And because it happened, it's probably because I was doing good in my own life. In my own life, I'm doing my thing over here. Like that's it. Like being in a relationship and finding somebody that is actually the peanut butter to your jelly. That is really that's like the icing on the cake right there to me. Because I don't feel like we don't really need anybody, to be honest. Nobody. But if you get into a relationship and you're happy with that, then kudos to you. And it lasts, that's even better. I just don't feel like all that woman stuff and depending on men and all that stuff. I don't know. I just don't see it like that. I really don't. And I was raised, my parents are in their 80s. So I was, my mom, she was like that. And I feel like she kind of think the way a lot of men think as far as, oh, I need to have a man, and none of us like I have 3 older sisters and none of us are like that. We all are independent as fuck. So, and I'm not saying that, like 2 of my sisters are married. They've had multiple marriages though. And then my one other sister, she's still single and she's in her 50s and I'm in my 40s. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even fuck with dudes. I'm gonna tell you that too. I don't fuck with dudes at all. At all. But that's another subject. Now, what's your name? Thulo. What's your name again? Thuslo. Now I did hear you say some shit though about the gay stuff. I have heard you say some stuff about that. Now that's a whole nother subject, but we keeping it Gucci right now and talking about the men and women shit. We talking about the men and the women stuff right now. But I just feel like even with both cases though, gay, straight, whatever, I feel like if you are happy within yourself and you're doing your own thing and you don't need nobody to define you and you define yourself, that's all that matters. And you get into a healthy relationship, that's the icing on the cake right there. I don't give a fuck who you fucking at night. That's nobody's business at all. It's about you. Because when we die one day, we gonna die. Who we gonna die with? Alone. We gonna die alone. You know what I'm like on some real shit though. So I mean, what's your take on that though? What's your take on what I just said?
Well, the last thing you mentioned about dying alone, can you just kind of clarify that? Do you mean dying alone as in, not literally, like there might be people around us as we're dying, but then the moment we die, we're alone? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant. 'Cause it's like when we were born, we came in here alone. And then when we die, we're going to be alone too. I mean, I kind of took it kind of left with that. But my whole thing is, I just don't feel like, I feel like we all here as individuals. And just during life, we meet people. We meet different people. And those people that we meet, they might be, bad for us or good for us. Either way. But as far as that, like I'm saying, like the men and women thing, I just don't feel like it should be any different, like a difference between that, because I feel like we're all equals as far as that goes. And just as a human race, I feel like we're all equals as far as everything. And I don't know, like that's the sexual, like, that strip club stuff and sexualizing women and, the young girls and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. I just feel like men in general, I don't know. Like y'all just seem thirsty as fuck to me. I just got to keep it honest. Y'all just seem thirsty as fuck. And it don't matter how old they are. They can, like y'all ask the sexual questions first, and then y'all ask how old are you later. Then y'all want to ask, well, by the way, how old are you? But you done did all this other shit first. Go ahead, Thuslo, or what's
So-
your name, Thulo? Go ahead.
No, it's good. I like that one. So, in terms of the age, do you mean like we're asking when we ask about the age? Are you thinking that we don't know if they're above 18 yet, or we just want more specifics to the age? Like we're really critical about age.
I mean, I don't know what y'all are critical about. It just seems like, just in general, it just seems like men in general, like it's just like a more of a it's just a female. Like y'all don't really look at the age or the background or anything. Y'all just see a pretty woman and y'all just all on top of that.
Sure.
And when I say y'all, I don't mean you. I'm just saying that in general. Like as men in general. That's just how it seems. It just seems more of a sexual thing. And that brings me to another point. That's why a lot of women don't want to fuck with y'all. And when I say y'all, I just mean men in general. They just seem like women just don't really want to fuck with y'all like that nowadays anyway, because y'all more about the sexual side more than getting to know a female and the mindset and the intellectual part.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I agree on that.
Yeah.
Now, I would assume you would.
Mars, you with me?
There we go.
I didn't want to be the only female up in here against all these dudes.
No, I definitely agree with what you're saying. I definitely agree. It took me a while. I mean, I was single for a long while, and then came along, my fiance that I have now. I just didn't want to deal,
Yeah.
That's it.
I
didn't want to deal.
When you say you don't want to deal, you mean with younger men?
With you men in general at the time.
Okay, so you got to a point where you were more comfortable dealing with men?
Well, no, I didn't want to date, at that time when I was single, because I just didn't want to deal with your guys' drama.
Really? Interesting.
Ultimately. And then during that time, too, I was, working in my career also. So I was, keeping myself busy. I wasn't thirsty like you all were on that Maya,
Oh! See what I'm talking about? And I didn't even know who that was. Like when I came out, I was like, who was this picture up on plastered in front of my screen? Like, who is this chick? And then I learned, okay, he went to the strip club and met such and such, and okay, that's her. Okay.
You're right, Carlos. Not all men are the same and stuff like that. Some men, it's same thing. Both men and women, both sides play each other or with each other or, against each other, or it's all there.
Yeah, it's because, from experience in life, you cannot, because just because you had one bad marriage or one bad relationship doesn't mean they're all going to be bad.
Right.
Or like they generalize
I
all
just
women
think
are
we all
bad,
in the
all
same
men are
boat.
bad. You can't have that way of thinking, because then you're never going to actually open up and you're going to be in the same cycle. You know what I mean?
Honestly, we all have the same feelings. We all do think the same way.
Yeah.
We just all have different paths.
But you know what? I'm going to go off, though. I'm going to disagree with that a little, with what Jose said. I'm actually going to probably, in respect to the sexualizing of women, I'm actually going to agree with JD. I'm going to probably agree with you more, because I can tell you from my personal experience, and I know just in general, now it's, again, not all men, sure, but I would say the majority of men, if not the vast majority of men, we experience a sex drive that women cannot relate to on a biological level and on a socio-cultural level as well, meaning we have a certain expectation as men that in a relationship, we are often expected to be the initiators. We are often expected to be the ones to seek out the woman, right? To go for the woman, right? Until the woman catches us. That's the old saying goes, right? The man chases the woman until the woman catches him. But the idea is that we're in a society, first and foremost, where the expectation on men and young men especially is that we must initiate the conversation, we must seek out the women, and we must sort of shoot our shot, so to speak. And because of the nature of maybe just sexuality in general, of all animals, not just human beings, but animals in general, we have a certain period of time right after puberty where we have an incredibly strong, what is it called? Just a hormone imbalance that essentially makes us our mind literally desires sex. Like, it's beyond just simply, oh, I would like to, I like to be in a relationship. It's where you have the point where you actually get uncontrollable erections. Literally, boys will have to experience this, and all boys do. You have a change in the biochemistry and to where we are experiencing feelings we never had before, and a drive that we have to keep in check within our society as well. So what happens, though, is that when you couple that with an expectation that we have to seek the women, you're going to have men shooting their shots constantly. They're going to go after a woman. Then they fail. They go after the next one. They fail. And it desensitizes men. And it desensitizes men because when we are faced in a position where we need to be rejected constantly, and we don't just simply have like in the olden days, they would have like matchmakers, for example, right? Now that's outdated today, but the reason was in the olden days, there would be some type of community structure, social structure that would help facilitate marriage and relationships, and even to a certain extent, you might even have arranged marriages. We live in a time today where we're free of that, and to a certain extent, that's great. But that leaves young men basically open adrift into this ocean of emotions and sex drive. So they're told, go out and swim in the ocean, find someone else, find a fish in the sea. They don't really have the benefit oftentimes of having a close social network. Some do, though, and this is where oftentimes, in my personal belief, the most success in terms of relationship comes because of a close-knit community where people find someone of near their relations, right? Someone in the community nearby who shares certain values and is known by their family and community, and that helps to instigate as a matchmaker. But for most guys in today, especially those who don't have that exposure, they're just going to have to go out there and just see what they can get. And that desensitizes men into essentially being rejected constantly. But if a man goes out and tries to hit on 100 women, but he can get one of them to have sex with them, that's enough for them to be motivated to keep doing it 200, 300 times. And that's why I think your idea of, men sexualizing women, it's true. We do. But in a way, we sort of have to give the appearance of that because we have to be active. Women don't have to be as active as men in initiating conversations or relationships. I mean, what do you think about that? Who has control in the relationships, especially when it comes to initiating, the man or the woman? Again, we're speaking of heterosexual relationships because homosexual men may have a completely different dynamic, and same with homosexual women. So for heterosexual...
I can't really speak on that too much because I don't roll like that. But just listening to what you're saying, I would say so. The men, they would be the ones to initiate the conversation. But my question to you is, why is it that, like you said before, like you can speak to 100 women and you might get one of them? Why is it them other 99 women rejected you though? Why was that though? That's a lot of women that rejected.
That is, and I'm going to be honest with you, and you guys might not agree with me, may not like it, but you know what? It's good. This is why we're having a conversation. I think the reason is because women have more privilege when it comes to relationships. And now, privilege in regards to initiating and defining the initial relationship. So, like, women are given the choice in our society, typically, to say yes or no, right? Men seek out the women says yes or no. So that's a privilege, right? That's a position of sort of power in a way. That's a power grab. Now, what that leads to is women typically have far more men coming after them than men have women coming after them. Now, that typically means, in my opinion, what I've seen in terms of data, is that 90% of the men, and this is, again, generalization, about 90% of the men are, well, actually, let me rephrase this. Let me put it a different way. Most women seek out the 10% of the men, right? Whether it be their income, whether it be their looks, whether it be, security or temperament, personality. They're seeking out the top 10 or 15% of the men, right? So depending on the woman, depending on the woman, they have an expectation typically for seeking out something higher than what men may perceive them. So what happens is with most, when you have like 80%, let's say, of women looking for the top 10% of men, that's a huge discrepancy. That means there's like 80 to 90% of men who might be shooting their shot with a woman who they think is, well, I can probably get better, especially young women. This is where I mentioned previously, I don't remember if you heard me or not, but previously I was saying how you look at the demographic in younger men and women in relationships, and the moment they hit into their 30s, all of a sudden the difference between men and women becomes almost flipped. In the younger stages or the younger ages, women tend to have more of the power, right? They tend to have more choice when it comes to relationships and who they want to be with, while men are having to seek out more, right? Most men don't have that top 80%. They're not making a lot of money. They don't have a lot of good looks, etc. So they don't have as much power. The moment that they get past like the 30 or so, that's when men tend to be at that point have their career. They have their money set up. That's when they tend to have more security. Women, conversely, oftentimes cannot compete with younger women in terms of looks and physical appearance anymore. And they oftentimes tend to have more baggage in terms of relationships, such as divorces, breakups, even children. All of a sudden, their currency when it comes to dating is less, while men's currency goes up. So when men and women get older, then you start seeing the flip side, where all of a sudden these older men, maybe in their 40s and such, are all of a sudden dating these younger women. And so their currency, right, their power, privilege, so to speak, is now higher than it used to be because they have the security that women wanted. They have the maybe even looks to a certain extent. I hate to say it, but a lot of times our culture tends to not look as women aging as well, and men tend to, generally speaking, tend to age better. Again, this is purely superfluous. So in that way, men and women. That what you're saying about sexualizing the experience, that's really, I think, more early on. But I think it does kind of flip as they get older. And it kind of somewhat evens out. Another thing, too, I'd mention is that women tend to date men in their own age group, right? They tend to be more attracted to men in their own age group. So a 30-year-old might be around 30-year-old, a 20-year-old girl maybe around 20-year-old, a 40-year-old woman might be more for within their age group. Well, again, I'm speaking just
I was going to say something about that too. Like,
because
go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
I don't agree with that part because my fiance and I are about 7 years apart.
You said 7?
Yeah.
Well, that's not that bad. That's not bad.
Too far.
9.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I know he ain't my age.
Wait, well, is he older than you or are you older than him?
No, he's older than me.
I can actually go to that because there is a tendency. There's a tendency for women to go older, but this is where I was going to go to my next, like what I was going to continue with was that conversely with men tend to be most attracted to, and this is all surveys, you can take it with a grain of salt. Most men tend to survey as being attracted to women far younger than them. So even older men in the 30s, 40s, 50s tend to still be attracted to women in their early 20s, right? So again, we're just talking about these superfluous surveys, right? Where women are surveying as saying, yeah, I'm kind of more like a 40-year-old, maybe more tend to say, well, I find men around this age, within a 5-year ratio of my age attractive. So I'm just saying in general, we tend to see men stick with younger women in the early 20s as they get older.
Yeah, that's why y'all had that stripper. That's why y'all had that stripper plastered up, that 20-year-old stripper up on that fucking picture, like for the longest. And talk. Go ahead though. I'm joking.
Right.
Go ahead.
So what I'm basically getting at, after all, saying all that, is that you're right. Men do sexualize women, but I do think that it's a natural thing to see women in a sexual way. Now, the problem I think happens is when because we have to admit that if you're going to be in a relationship, a romantic relationship, there has to be some aspect of sexuality. And now, at least in heterosexual relationships, that tends to be the case. But if you only or exclusively look at a person sexually, right, then it becomes sort of derogatory and demeaning to the person you're in a relationship with. So there, I do agree with you if that is the case. But when it comes to initiating a relationship, typically the idea of like love at first sight is superficial. It is about the appearance, the physical appearance, or the sexualization of the individual. A lot of relationships, especially early on when they're young, tend to start from physical appearance. And maybe as people get older, they start to begin with the other stuff. But I'm just saying, when they're young, and if men are attracted to young women, it sticks with them. I hate to say it, but men will always have a sex drive. Women don't have the same physiology as men in regards to their sex drive, because you'll see women, for example.
Yeah,
because women get to a certain age, for example, where they go through menopause, right? Or they get there's a time clock, so to speak, when it comes to reproduction as well. So women go through much different transitions physiologically. Men, on the other hand, I mean, there are people who have had children in their 80s, right? Men. So we are just built in such a way where we're capable of still having children, still procreating, still orgasming and engaging in sex at an older age. While women are not as built in terms. I mean, you can still engage. There are women who still have sex even in old folks' homes, believe it or not. And there's a whole level of psychology in regards to that. But the nature of that sex drive tends to be different, because the men tend to do it for the release of the sexual gratification, the physical gratification. The women oftentimes gravitate towards sex at that older age for the companionship, the emotional companionship. So it's the difference between what psychologically we tend to drive for. Men are more physical and women tend to be more emotional.
Hey, Doso, but I agree with you. What you were saying, that subconsciously we're built like that as men, right? Because we have a limited time, so we look and look. But isn't it true also that as women age, their sex drive increases, and as men age, their sex drive decreases? That's why there is a lot of older women that look for the younger guys, like cougars.
It's funny you mentioned that. I haven't studied enough to really. I'm not an expert. I know maybe I try to sound smart, but I remember when I heard about this, I heard the same thing. Is that my only question regarding that? If I was going to sort of play devil's advocate, is I would say that even if women tend to give the appearance of increased sex drive, it might also be a difference in their circumstances. Like women, for example, I think you mentioned like typically mid-30s, if I remember right, that tends to be where women start engaging in sex. A lot of that might also have to do with the fact that women may be hitting near a point in their life where and this is happening increasingly today as well, where if they haven't yet found a committed relationship, they may then begin to have an increased sex drive in order to find that. So I'm not sure how much of that coincides generally with women, or if it's more of a correlation with women in certain circumstances at that point in their life where they feel like compelled to go out and seek a partner. So I'm saying, especially in the 30s, where older women may feel like they are losing time and thus may feel compelled to go back into the sex market.
Now, when you say they're losing time, like you say we're losing time when we're in our 30s and stuff like that, what do you mean by that? Do you feel like it's that we just want to have kids? Is that what you mean? Like when you say we're losing time? Some women don't want to have kids. So what do you mean by that?
Because a lot of women do want to have kids. So on a purely generalized statistical level, a lot of women want to have kids. And so what happens is in today's day and age, you see a lot of women putting off relationships until later. So what happens is that opens up, in just terms of pure numbers, that opens up a huge pool or number of young women who are foregoing marriage, foregoing children for their career. But then what they'll do is they'll then at some point later, maybe in their late 20s or 30s, sometimes even later, they'll then take that opportunity to start getting back into the relationship pool, right? Because then at that point, they have less time in order to have biological children, at least healthily. Now, there are some that try to get, what is it called, like freeze their embryos and just through in vitro fertilization. However, what happens, what a lot of women don't, this is kind of a side note, what a lot of women don't realize, the failure rate of freezing your eggs, you know, like if you have if you have an egg that's been already gestating from what's the term? Anyways, if you already have your eggs frozen, right, and you think, okay, I have this ready, the failure rate is really high. There are women, and I remember reading an article about a woman who went through this experience. She had it already, but they all failed, and then she was sort of out of luck. And now at this point, she had to had to figure out a plan B. So we're not at a point where it's an easy transition always for women to just go through their career and then to conveniently choose to have children. And that's where I'm saying, I wonder if that impacts the statistic of women going out back into the dating pool in order to have children, if many of them are foregoing it in their earlier age.
You just got it all figured out, don't you?
Fuck,
You did a
for
lot
real.
of research. You done did a lot of research on this. Good God. You got women figured out more than the women got us figured out. You all up. The shit. Okay, well, since you know all that, tell me when my period gonna stop. Since you know all of that. Shit.
March 13th.
When my period gonna stop, Thurlow? When's my period gonna stop? Since you know all this shit.
That's a doctor, that one.
Oh, you don't know that part. Oh, you don't know that, though. You don't know that.
I'm humble
You just got
to
it
know
all
when I'm
figured out,
ignorant.
though, y'all. Man. I'm fucking with you, bro. I'm fucking with you. But, I mean, you got a lot of knowledge, though. I'm fucking with you, though. But damn, man, you really got shit. I ain't never even looked half of this stuff up. You really be like I said, I'm gonna start calling you Doogie Howser for real.
Honestly, even what I know, even if it appears that I know all this stuff, I guarantee you there's a lot more that I don't know. And there's, you always have to be careful with anything, take everything with a grain of salt, because you never know if it could be disputed. Maybe I'm not right and I don't know it yet, right? That's why it's always so important to hear a different opinion. It's always great to hear discourse. I'm sorry.
Just a disclosure, is because Doso not a person; he's a robot.
Hell, it's not.
Wait, what you said, Jose? What you said? He says a robot?
I said just a disclosure. Doso not a person; he's a robot.
Yeah.
and he's communicating from
I kind of
space.
feel like that. Like this dude is like on some this nigga is not even from planet Earth right now.
I'm telling you, he's in a spaceship right now, out of space, talking through his walkie-talkie to us.
I don't know. I just feel like he took me into another world just listening to him. Like, man, what is it like? Man, okay. I feel like I had to take notes or something. Shit.
Right.
There's going to be a test later.
No, don't give us no pop quiz later. Don't do us like that.
We were all surprised too. Like, Gosu, this is you.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. He's a knowledgeable dude. He is. Like, he has a lot of knowledge. You can just tell by the way he talks. Like, you can just tell. But it's just like, damn, like, you know a little bit too much. You know a little bit too much. Is you working with Trump? Or
you're on the right? Were you on the debate team?
Right.
We started on debate.
Oh shit! No.
Let me ask you guys. I'm going to throw it back to you.
Somebody in the comments called him Steve Jobs. Somebody called him Steve Jobs in the comments earlier. I believe that. Are you his nephew? Are you Steve Jobs' nephew? Thurlow.
Money. I want some relation to him, so I can benefit. Let me ask you guys, because listen, I think JD, you mentioned about healthy relationship. Here's something that you don't really need to learn from books, but maybe from experience. How do you define a healthy relationship?
I mean, my definition is just communication. I feel like that's the biggest thing for me anyway. I mean, I feel everybody, you know how love language is? I mean, I know this kind of corny, but love language, everybody has a love language, and it's just what you are seeking as an individual with the person that you want to be with. That's my definition of a healthy relationship. It's whatever you need and if they can provide what you need, that's a healthy relationship, and vice versa. What is give and take? You provide what they need and they provide what you need. That's healthy to me.
whatever it is.
Can what someone thinks they need, can it ever be like too much or unfair? Can there ever be an imbalance?
I don't think so, because if you go into a relationship, you already know that you have to compromise anyway. You're going to have to compromise regardless. But at the same time, you know your wants and your needs. And if the other person is not willing to give you that, then that's not the relationship for you. You know, of course you have to compromise. That's obvious. But I need it really is kind of a 50-50 type of a situation. You know, if I like playing video games and the person I'm with don't like that, that's cool. But can you just be cool with me playing sometime, and then the other time I don't play, and then I do what you want to do? That's healthy to me. It's a compromise type of thing. And communication. That's it. I mean, it's really not that hard. I don't feel like it's really that hard. It's a communication thing.
I've heard men say to women, again, I'm speaking in regards to heterosexual relationships, where if a man tells, well, I say that only because I want to respect the intricacies of different types of relationship that exist. You know what I mean? And sometimes, okay, so, well, getting back to what I was going to say is, if a lot of men sort of experience this where they're told to communicate, but the moment they communicate with the woman and they say, okay, well, what about this? Women will just shut them down. It's like, oh, no, it's fine. I'm fine. Does that happen? Do women just say, they just shut off, even when men try to open to communicate?
No, I think when women say, oh, I'm fine, I feel like that's a lie. Like,
How
you have more to say. You just don't want that confrontation and you don't want to argue. So you just go to that reference saying, oh, it's okay. And you know it's not okay. You're not okay with that. And that's why, you know, you have all these divorces and broken relationships, is because of that. Because there's no communication. You just saying you're fine, and you know good and damn well that you're not. You have to voice that. You have to voice what you're feeling. You know, and I feel like this day and age, people don't do that. They don't. They keep that bottled up inside for so long until the one day they explode. One day they're gonna explode, and that's how all these fucking shits that happen when the wives or either the husbands, they end up murdering their wives and their spouses and stuff like that. That's when stuff like that happen. They end up killing their own wife or their own husband because they had miscommunication. Had they just talked about it, it might have turned out different.
You know, even beyond just
that. What you think about that?
I love this.
Mars, what you laughing at? What you laughing at, Mars?
That's true though, Jay. No, it's true. That's the biggest thing that's lost now is communication.
And then the next day, just because your ass didn't communicate one day, your ass get your throat slit the next day.
Well, I was going to say, like, beyond even just physical violence, you know, killing and such, just infidelity. I think that's probably the biggest risk numerically. It's like most often men will probably be in, if they feel like the woman's not communicating, like I mentioned, like if the woman just said, no, I'm fine, and they don't talk about it, if there begins to feel like that disconnect, maybe that can't, I don't want to like play blame or anything, but maybe that could cause men to feel like, okay, well, I'm just going to find it somewhere else or something, you know, that might somehow compel a man to feel like, to justify infidelity. But the reason I bring that up, though, is because I noticed, and I don't know if you remember, if you were here when we were talking about it with Maya, but I was saying how I've seen a lot of strippers tell me that most of the men coming out, a lot of who want services and such, and even sex industry in general, are married men, which kind of surprised me, but makes sense. Like most married men, or most of them are seeing married men coming out and sex, and it seems like it's really common. And I wonder if it is because of that lack of communication, and maybe not even just like, maybe some people think it's just the sex or something, but I really do think it's far more of an emotional issue. I think sometimes men want the emotional connection beyond just the sex.
Okay. So you feel like men want more of an emotional connection than sex? After what you just said earlier, that men, you know, what you said about men earlier about, how they, they do sexualize women and y'all are built for that and that's what y'all do. But now you're saying that, oh, now men, we actually want more of an emotional connection than anything else. So how does that work?
Only after the relationship has been established. So like a lot of that sexualizing, a lot of that drive they see with men, that's really to initiate. That's really to get to the woman, right? Once the man has the woman, then at that point, then it changes. That dynamic of their relationship changes. Now there's going to be exceptions. There's going to be those men, and this is where it goes back to what I said previously about like the top 10, 15% of men. Those men, I'm going to be quite frank with you, those top 10, 15%, the rich, the ballers, the players, who make a lot of money, the artists, whatever, all those people who are in the top 10, 15% of men, they're probably going to be quite tempted to go out and, still cheat, to be quite frank with you. But I think those who aren't in that top 10, 50% who are really highly pursued, right? Those men, once they actually do get a woman and marry and are settled in a relationship that's, assuming that, at least initially that it's mutual, right? Once they've established that relationship and they've settled down, at that point, I think the dynamics of their sort of drive, their sexualization of women changes to a certain extent. It's not that like men don't find women attractive anymore, but what they're getting from the woman changes, right?
I do hear a lot about that.
Let me ask you this, Thulu. Let me ask you this question real quick. What is your opinion about alpha males and beta males? Do you feel like that's a such thing? Or do you feel like this is like a touche type of thing? Do you feel like there are actually alpha males and beta males?
Yes and no. Okay, here's the thing. I think the alpha males, or the idea of it, is really more of just a social construct. So it's sort of this idea or notion that they think is going to garner them attention or respect. So it's sort of like the machismo type of mentality, and it's making sure to give off the appearance of manliness, right? It's also a sort of a gender identity as well for men, to their sense of masculinity, right? Their identity as a man. So the idea, I think, also carries over to competitiveness among men. The idea of alpha male can also be in terms of leadership to a certain extent, but I also think it can be dysfunctional to the point where men become sort of toxic and arrogant to the point of narcissism. And the reason I think that it seems beneficial for two reasons. One is that statistically, from what I've seen in the past, those who suffer or not suffer, I should say, but those who display some forms of light narcissism or arrogance tend to be more successful, both in their career pursuits and in terms of money and wages and job, but also in their relationships. And I think that is because women tend to perceive that alpha male personality, that arrogant personality, even slightly narcissistic mentality. I forgot the term. There's like a dark, or there's certain terminology that psychologists use. It's very effective on many women. And I think it's because they confuse that for security and confidence, when in reality, it's oftentimes somewhat dysfunctional and narcissistic. And that's an unfortunate consequence of, again, a society or culture that sort of feeds that notion of alpha male. And again, a lot of women will support that notion by going after men who have that sort of alpha, arrogant appearance. And so that just feeds it. See what I'm saying?
So what do you consider yourself, Thulu? Are you an alpha or are you a beta?
Totally an alpha. Joking.
Like,
don't even know why I asked you that.
You were a beta.
I don't even know why I asked you that. I should have known already you would say that.
I'm
You're
joking.
alpha.
I don't think. Okay,
No, you're a beta. You're a beta.
I don't think that beta,
because you know too much about female anatomy and how we work and our thoughts and our emotions. You cater to that. You do. You're a beta. Because an alpha would never even look no shit like that up. You doing too much studies over there. An alpha don't do that.
true in a way.
Alpha is an alpha. They don't give a fuck about none of that female emotions and all that shit. You're a beta.
I think alpha tend to think they know everything because they're very narcissistic. Again, I'm generalizing, but I think the alpha personality.
Are you a narcissist?
I am not. So I wouldn't be alpha, but I wouldn't say I'm beta because I think the term beta, which is kind of a new term, I never grew up with that term. That's really more of a newer nuance terminology that I think younger people use. But as I understand beta, I don't think that exists, to be honest. I think there are orbiters, meaning that there are men that gravitate towards alpha males in order to sort of, and it sounds horrible, but to sort of be a part of the group. It's more of a tribalistic mentality that we have. We want to be part of a group and to belong. And it's also we can sort of get some of the women that they get, right? And so it's like that leadership qualities that men gravitate toward. That's the closest thing to a beta I could see. I wouldn't say I'm that.
Let me ask you this real quick. Do you have more male friends or do you have more female friends in real life?
Oh, men, definitely.
And why is that?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think, and this is in general, men tend not to have female friends. I think, especially when you're young, it's very difficult to have a female friend unless maybe there's like a strong connection early on, like an early stage of development, maybe some family community role or something. But in general, men have a very hard time keeping relationships with women that's platonic. And so in my experience personally, and I think most men can relate to this to a certain extent, there's no drama with men. And vice versa, there's no drama, or there tends to be more drama even with women. I can feel it sometimes. So it's just easier for a men to hang out with other men. There's no, now again, I'm speaking though from a heterosexual perspective. The reason I even mention that is because when you include the aspect of, say, sexual attraction, that would, I think, complicate things. I can only speak obviously in theory because I haven't experienced it, but part of what I think allows me to be more comfortable around men is because I don't have that sexual attraction that complicates it. So I mean, that could create drama.
Right. So let me ask you this: if you was to get a girlfriend, and you started spending a whole lot of time with her, would you feel kind of guilty because you wasn't hanging out with your fellas no more? How would you feel about that?
No.
Would you feel like that woman kind of took over your social life? Or would you tell her look, I'm hanging out I'm hanging out with my boys tonight? Or would you be like, hey fellas, I can't hang out with y'all tonight. I'm hanging out with my lady. What would you do in that situation?
Well, I've been in that situation in terms of the other way around as well. I would honestly say this is my own personal perspective, so people can disagree. I think once you get into a relationship with a woman, that's your priority. As much as, you obviously don't want to betray your friends, so to speak, or dishonor them in any way. But I do think that once you're in a serious relationship with a woman, as a man, you do have a responsibility to her first and foremost. And I think as a guy, you do recognize that for your male friends as well. Now, there should theoretically be some reciprocation. The woman you're with should, in theory, because they love you, because they respect you, and there should be some equality here, they should also allow you some freedom and should, feel that you're comfortable with your guy friends as well to a certain extent. But I just think in terms of who we prioritize, the idea of notion of bros before hoes is wrong. I think your relationship needs to be first and foremost with a woman because, and this is old school, because your woman is going to be theoretically, possibly, the person you have a child with and with whom you have a home and with whom you may have generations with. You may have grandchildren. You're setting up a foundation. So I'm saying your friends, that's not a foundation. Now, it's great to have, maybe in a community sense, but your spouse, especially when you have children, you have grandchildren, etc., the family unit is the foundation. And in a sort of macro social sense, the family structure has great impact on our society as a whole if you look at statistics on, say, single motherhood and such. So the family unit has direct impact on society in general. Therefore, I think we should prioritize it. And that means putting your relationship first before your friends.
So, okay, well, what about, let's say you meet a female today, right? and you just really like her, and y'all are really vibing, and you kind of feel like you might end up with this person, because sometimes when you meet a person for the first time, you just really feeling them, right? Let's just say you felt that way today, and tonight she was like, hey, let's go out for some drinks, some dinner, but you had already had some plans with your boys already, for tonight. But you was just really feeling this female though, hardcore. Who would you pick? Would you pick her or them? The people that you already had plans with your boys, or this female that you was really like clicking with, like heavy? Who would you pick?
Do I have the option to at least try to let my friends know, hey, there's a chick I want to see, and kind of call it off? Do I have that opportunity at least?
So you would pick her then? You would pick her over your boys?
Well, listen, it depends on what we're doing. Like, how important? Like, is my boy about to get married? Like, am I about to be a?
No. It's not about what you're doing. It's who you're hanging out with. Let's say y'all was even doing the same thing. Let's say y'all both want to see Top Gun tonight. So this girl you just met that you was love at first sight with, and she wanted to see Top Gun, but your boys also wanted to see Top Gun with you. Who would you see Top Gun with?
I'll see Top Gun though.
I don't, bro. It's a scenario. Like, you know what I'm talking about. Come on now.
Shoot, man, that depends. Okay, here we go. If it has to go beyond looks, then that's what I'm gonna say.
Oh wow, really?
Yes. If I see something more than just looks, then I would go for the chick. If there's like if there's a connection in terms of personality, or she's maybe I think about it. Maybe I consider it.
So you say it's about looks at that point. So you saying your homeboys look better than her?
No, I'm saying it's no, it has to be beyond looks. It can't just be looks though. If she even no matter how good she looks, I'd probably I don't know. Maybe I've gotten older or something, but it doesn't have to just be looks. I know a lot of chicks look good. I mean, can I be real with you for a second? Just because a chick's hot doesn't mean she's great in bed.
That's a whole nother subject too, there, bro. That's a whole nother subject. Whole other subject.
Young, if I was 18, totally I'm going for the chick. Again, completely different mindset, desperate. Again, women cannot understand what it's like for men. They just don't have that. They can't relate to that experience that we have. I mean, it's just like, it's all encompassing. It's crazy what young men go through. It's insane. But yeah, if I was young, totally go for that girl immediately. But if I'm older,
the age that you are now, though, you hang out with your homies over the female, though. Is what you're saying.
To a certain extent. I mean, like, because be realistic here. Is not being able to hang out that one time really going to mess my chances completely 100%? Because if that's the case, maybe it's better I don't. Because really, someone is that, like, we better come out with you now or I'm not going to be with you. That kind of ultimatum that seems a little unfair. So maybe it's better I don't.
But if she didn't say that to you and she was just like, hey, let's hang out tonight. You see what I'm saying? Like, she was just like a chill female. You know what I'm saying? You would still pick your homeboys over her. And that might have been the love of your life. That might have been your only shot, just to go out to the movies with her. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe I'd say something like
homeboys that night instead of her.
And maybe I'd see if she would be willing to hang out another night, If there was literally no other chance to ever meet her, then what's the point? If there was no other chance to meet her, then there's no way it could be the love of my life.
I mean, yeah, you got a point. You do have a point on that part. But man, it's just, I don't know. I just feel like it's like a double-edged sword with that. Like, I feel like if you gonna meet somebody and you really feeling them and they trying to make plans with you, yeah, I'm gonna be all on top of that. I could see my homeboys anytime. I've been knowing them for years. I would pick the female versus going out with them. I hang out with them all the time. This is like this is like a little difference in my life. Meeting this female. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out with her. tonight instead of y'all.
I can see that.
But it, like you said,
It would.
men and women, men and women are very different as far as that goes. But wow,
Women have the same level of loyalty for their like guys have a kind of bro mentality, really close. I mean, men go to war. I mean, we have almost like tribalist mentality.
shit.
Do women have that type of loyalty to each other? Is there a same kind of sisterhood in
I
a
would
way?
like. I would like to think so. I would like to think so. My best friend. My best friend. We grew up together, so I would say yes. Women do have that. Like I said, it might be like a personal thing, like a personal type of situation, not on a level of just like in general. But I've had my best friend for years, and even if I met somebody and me and my best friend had plans, like say we had plans tonight, and I met this girl like a week ago, and she wanted to do something, I would probably choose the female that I just met over my best friend, just because I'm always gonna have my best friend. She's always gonna be there. I can hang out with you anytime, anywhere, anytime. Let me just do this tonight. But you are saying it's different. It depends on how she look and all this stuff, and
Yeah, and there's another thing too.
you pick your boys over like something that could change your life. That girl might change your whole life in the best way possible. But you choosing to go, the regular route, which you always do, and not go outside the box because you just so used to hanging out with your homeboys, and you don't want to even give the girl a chance. You could do that with the dudes anytime.
Well, that's the funny thing, because when you look at just the sheer number of dates people tend to go on, considering the right one, there is probably thousands of people that you will meet. Not even talking about like, having sexual encounters with, just dating, just meeting in general and trying to hit, like not even including how many you hit on. So the chances of meeting someone for the first time and being like, this is the one, incredibly rare. Incredibly rare. So I wouldn't really consider it to that magnitude, like, oh, this could be the one. I don't think in those terms. Most guys also probably don't think of those terms, especially maybe when they're younger. When they're younger, they're naive. They haven't had much exposure. They rarely get chicks, But as you get older,
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just trying to address somebody in the comments. Finney, yes, I have straight homegirls. And why are you asking me that though, Finney? Let me ask you that. Why are you asking me that? But go ahead, Thulu. We done took over D stream. We done took all over it.
Oh, he's already bounced out. He's good.
Yeah, I do. But go ahead, Thulu. What was you saying?
Yeah, just kind of finish that off. I'd say that we go through a lot of women in general, like a lot of women, in terms of either trying to hit on, or even just trying to date, or even trying to get into bed, right?
Right.
So we get kind of desensitized in terms of hanging out with, and like I kind of agree with you for the most part. I probably would pick the chick, assuming that what I'm doing with my friend isn't really that important. It's just hanging out. He'd be totally cool. He'd be like, yeah, totally, go hit that. And most guys are going to be that way. They're going to be a wingman. They'd be like, yeah, no, fucking go after that. But at the same token, if a guy's flaky, if he's constantly going out hitting on chicks and he's really unreliable, that can look poorly on a male friend as well. You don't want a friend who's flaky all the time. He can't be relied upon. There's a lot of integrity when it comes to honoring your commitments, at least among men.
Right. So you're saying that you kind of rely on like your friends to uphold your integrity? Or are they kind of like your friends kind of protect your image as well? Is that
No, I
kind of
wouldn't
what
say
you're
that.
saying?
What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that there's a certain sort of ethical code that we as men tend to live by. I think in general too. Maybe it's the same with women, but I do think that there's a certain amount of expectations when you have a male friend, that you kind of got their back, maybe support them when it comes to relationships, you be a wingman, be things like that. There's going to be exceptions. There are going to be people who are kind of assholes. But in general, at least from my experience, you have a certain level of understanding with your male friends as to how you're going to help them out. If they need your help, boom, you're going to go help them. You know what I mean? And so That's all I'm saying. Sort of like a sort of ethical code.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Wow, Thulu, you are a whole character over there. A whole character.
Remember, I'm a robot, so I don't sleep. This is all I do every day. I just absorb information and data.
You've been. How long you been up? How long you been up, Thulu?
Shoot, probably. I don't know. What time is it right now? It's.
I mean, over here, my time is 9:30, almost 9:30 in the morning.
All right, so that means I've been probably awake for at least. Not too long. Not too long. Maybe like 20 hours. No. 18
20?
hours. I don't know.
Bro, that's so long. 18 hours? You been up for 18 hours?
Maybe somewhere around there. I've been up. I remember being up.
So you got
for
like 6 hours of sleep?
Before.
What's the longest you ever stayed up, Thulu? I feel like you've been up probably for like 3 days straight before.
Yeah, it was almost 3 days. I think it might have been slightly less than 3 days.
Do you have insomnia?
No, that was just when I was younger.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It's just
like
some.
You've been up for 3 days, man. But look, like I hear Derek snoring. Look, he over there snoring. I just heard something.
About.
But that was a good talk, Thulu. That was my first time really talking to you. Like I see you in the comments and stuff. Like I seen some stuff you were saying, but I'm glad I got to address some of that stuff tonight or today.
Totally. I mean, most of what people are going to say with anonymity on chats, depending on the environment, it's just going to be BSing. Having fun, trolling, and things like that. I mean, people don't want serious discussions when they're in Vegas, and they're in a chat room, or some guys.
Right.
Well, one guy, McLovin, Matic Nation, who's just talking to girls. No one wants to hear a bunch of serious talk. They just want a bunch of BS.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I like these kind of talks. So, like this, like really engages your mind a little bit, So, I ain't got no problem with it at all. No problem.
Put on a serious hat.
I wish D was still up so he can like invite more people up in here, but he knocked out. So, and the other two people that are in here, like I guess they fell asleep. I don't know.
Man, how many people got in here? We have about 27. I see.
Oh no, I'm here.
Well, I'm just talking about in the chat right now.
Gotcha.
It's only me and you talking. D sleep. Mars was in here talking. I don't know if she fell asleep. And then Jose.
Are you Mars?
I don't know what's going on, but we've been holding it down though. We've been holding it down. 29 in the chat. I'm looking at the comments, y'all. Vinny, what else you got to say to me? I saw you had some questions earlier, Finny. What else you want to ask me, bruh? What you want to ask me? I'm talking to Finny right now. What you want to say to me? Put your question in there, Finny. But that was a good talk, Thulu.
Thank you.
You're a very knowledgeable dude. I will give you that. You're very knowledgeable.
Thank you.
You are.
It's given enough time, eventually people will find something, to disagree with. It's really more about how you handle disagreement and discourse.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are kind of, I'm not saying that they're scared, but some people just don't want no smoke. They don't want no smoke. Like, they don't want to put it out there that they disagree with somebody, and they don't want to, they don't even have the energy. They might not even have the energy to even talk about it, and that's kind of what it is too. It's not that they're scared. They just don't want to fuck with it. That's it. Anyway, it's hard to type out. Finny, you can't come in here because D sleep. He can't even bring you in here, bro. Dang. That sucks. Finny, I wish you would come in here. Hey, Third Loop, like, what made you come to the to Urban AZs though? Like, what made you even come in the chat or any of this? Because I'm gonna tell you how I came up in here, but I want to know how you came up in here first. How did you find the channel?
The first time I think I exposed to Urban AZ was through, was it the Pillow Talk with Vivian? I don't know. I just saw a thumbnail with her showing her ass, and I was like, that's pretty hot. So I thought I would check it out.
Oh, see, there we go.
There you go.
There
There's
we
that
go.
sexualized again.
See what? Hey, now see now. Look, hey, Mars came out the woodworks real quick. Mars, you see what I've been saying this whole fucking time?
Yeah.
I could have been playing though.
He was looking at the ass though. That's how he got into it. He was looking at Viv's ass.
and you guys, and you wonder why women are up and down on you guys.
That's what I'm saying. You wonder why motherfuckers don't even fuck with y'all, man.
Hold on. Can't women? What's wrong with that? I'm not married, so like, why should I feel guilty?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I'm just kind of joking around. But at the same time, I'm kind of serious about it.
But at the same time, you prove the point.
Mars, you hit the nail on the head. Go ahead, Mars. Say what you got to say. I want to hear what Mars got to say about this.
Oh no, he just proved the point that we're saying. That's all.
Yeah.
But I didn't contradict myself. I did say that it's only after you're in a serious relationship where you're committed, right? Once you're in a stable relationship, married and such, that's when it changes, the dynamics, and what you seek and such. But I'm not in that. So why I'm free to see women sexually.
Let me ask you this real quick. Once you get married, and blessings to you, but once you get married, if you ever find, your one and only, are you still going to watch this channel? And are you going to comment in the channel?
No, are you kidding? I'm gone. I'm just joking.
Oh, you being sarcastic now. Okay, so you being sarcastic.
Yeah. In more seriousness, if I was going to be married, right? If I was truly like about to change my life into that extent,
yeah.
Maybe if I have time, who knows? I might have other commitments. I might honestly have a lot of things to do that won't. Because a lot of this is because I have time. I'm doing things on my own. So I'm saying it's a lot of this is a consequence of the circumstances I have in my life right now. And if I was in a relationship or married, I may not have or be in a situation where I would be going on these chats and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So just having fun BSing may not even be an option for me. I may have other responsibilities, Shit, if I have a kid or something, I may have some other things I have to do as well. So yeah, it just changes it does change you because it changes what you have on your plate.
What are you like when you found this channel and you started watching it? Like, what was your reason behind it? Is it because you're single and you don't have nothing else to do, or like, how did you even like start fucking with it like that?
Just the Vegas videos, just because I was interested in Vegas. Yeah, I enjoyed Vegas, and I think there was some videos on slots or something. Maybe Vivian was doing. Okay. Can't remember, to be honest. It's been a while.
So it wasn't because of, so if they were somewhere else, not Vegas, let's just say they was in New York or Cali or fucking Saskatchewan.
Or in Arizona.
Wherever, bro. You know what I'm saying. If they were somewhere else, do you think that you would have still fucked with them? Or is just really the Vegas thing? It's just really Vegas.
I think Vegas is what at least initiated. It's kind of like anything. Like, imagine your best friend. Maybe you met in camp, and you would have never met each other if it wasn't because you met in camp. But then you continue to meet them even after you left camp. So even if they didn't do Vegas, I might still hang out with them.
All right, that's cool. That's what's up. I was just curious about that. Mars, what you got to say about this whole conversation? You've been kind of quiet. What you got to say, Mars? I guess she left.
Oh, sorry, I was in the other room.
Oh no, you good. I was just asking, like, what are your thoughts about this whole conversation? Because me and Thulu been talking for like 2 hours. Like
guys are doing
I was not expecting that at
you guys are
all.
doing
So
a
what's your
great
thoughts on
job.
all this?
Where's
Huh?
Jose at?
What?
Is Jose here too?
I mean, like our conversation tonight. What's your thoughts about it? What we
Well,
was talking about?
I'm still here, y'all. I just had to take a bathroom break.
Who was that?
that's Jose.
Is
Jose.
that Jose? Jose, that's a long ass bathroom break, nigga. You've been gone for like that's like a 2-hour bathroom break.
No, I was here the whole time listening, but then I had to go to the restroom
Okay,
a
well,
little
what's
while
your
ago.
thoughts about it, Jose and Mars? Y'all don't have no thoughts about what we was talking about?
I mean, there were a lot of good points.
Uh-huh.
And shit, man, that was a lot of shit you guys talked about. I didn't want to, stop you guys from talking because you guys are doing a great job.
That's what's up. I mean, we kind of carried that shit. I ain't gonna lie, but go
Pretty,
ahead.
pretty
Go ahead.
much, it pretty much hit pretty much all aspects from what I can, think from the top of my head.
Yeah, I like that the UJD were challenging Doso, you know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
you got to do that. Some people, like it, and some people get offended by it.
It's from that that you learn, and that's how debate works. You have to consider what will the other person say, and you prepare for it, right? You have to be sort of cognizant of how the other perspective may perceive your topic. So if I just sit here and be like, I've got everything figured out, I don't need to think about anyone else, then guess what? Someone's going to have something to bring up that I've never thought of, and that, guess what? It's going to throw me off for loop, So I try to think ahead sometimes in topics in general, but again, we're not all cognizant of every possible aspect of every topic, so we have to hear different voices.
And you know what, y'all? Like, I just gotta say this and put this out there for everybody, even in the chat. People need people as much as we like. Cause I'm an introvert, and it's just like it comes to a point in time in your life that you realize people really do need people, even if it's for debating for anything. And it's just like a good thing to me. I love a good debate. I love a good debate. I love it. But
right, and I like hearing people's perspectives too and opinions and everything, because like what you said, it does open your mind to, thinking, oh shit, I didn't see it from that perspective.
Yeah, it's because we all learn from each. Well, I mean, it should be like that, but people get easily offended. But we all have to learn from different races, different classes. I mean, class of like society. We all have to learn from each other, because then if we don't ever learn, we're never gonna grow.
Well, that's the problem now.
That's
is that the generation now is so dependent on the social media bullshit that they that's what they're learning from.
Right. That's true.
And they're
And,
not engaging nor conversating with people to really actually know, how it is, or feel the feelings that they, the person that's talking to them, or just seeing it from their perspective. That's the thing. Like like we said, communication is lost these days now.
Yeah.
Right.
Like what JD was talking about relationship. I agree with. Sometimes not everything is gonna come from a book. You know what I mean? We can plan it out and all that, but it relates not only to relationship, but also like I believe in the workplace too, because you can go to college, you can read all the books you want. You can actually get a free education at a library if you wanted to. But if you don't experience stuff, then how can you really talk about it, right? And nowadays, some people don't experience and they just want to talk, but you know what I mean? They don't experience stuff, so they don't really know what they're talking about sometimes.
Right. You can sit here and listen to somebody and say, oh, I understand, but truly you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's very true.
It reminds me of I had to look up, what's his name? Daryl Davis. He was a black musician. He was Daryl Davis was like I think he was a pianist, but he was a musician, a black musician, and he actually, I think it was probably due to an encounter, if I remember right, with a racist, I think it was KKK member, that kind of spurred him to actually begin to consider how to educate people, right? So he directly would talk to and confront KKK members, but not by being, like protests or anything like that, but by literally just sitting down and talking with them. And what he learned was really interesting, because he sort of, I know today we live in a world where activism is really important, right? And there's seen as benefits to that type of being allyship, and activism is seen as being necessary for change. But what this guy was doing was so both controversial and kind of looked down upon by everyone, both black and racist, Ku Klux Klan, because like the idea that you would sit down and talk with someone who's that, just completely disconnected, right? Sees him as completely inhuman. Like, why would you even think to sit down and talk with them? What can you possibly gain from that, right? But it was interesting how through his experience, he was able to see that by just simply letting people sort of get their own ignorance out, like kind of sort of speak their own mind, right? And then allow them opportunity to hear themselves and to hear you sort of provide a counter example through yourself or through maybe some other information. It was really fascinating to see how effective he was in actually converting some of these KKK members to actually denounce it. But that was really fascinating. I really learned a lot from just his methodology in confronting people who are completely, because most of the time we're used to people disagreeing with us. But imagine sitting down with someone who sees you as subhuman, And I think what he did was just absolutely just brave, really. And I'm surprised he was so effective in many ways. There's very few people I think would ever do that or have the temperament to do that and, sit down and not like explode when you hear some of the stuff they say.
Well, I know this might not compare to those, but it's kind of like those documentaries when you see, or like investigators, when they want to get into like a criminal's mind, like why did they commit this murder, or why did they do this? And sometimes people like don't even give them the time of day. They're animals, but we need to learn in order to, like you said, to know their minds, how they works, and why people actually do that. If we don't ever learn, then we're not gonna really understand those kind of people or their mentality.
True, and that comes into sort of the aspect of abnormal psychology, where certain realities that our culture faces we don't want to deal with, right? It could be anywhere from murder to pedophilia to whatever controversial thing. We really just want to see it as something inhuman, right? But in reality, the ability to understand it gives us the opportunity to confront and combat it. And it's really important to be able to know more about these conditions, no matter how evil they may appear. Yeah, you're right. It's a difficult thing to really reconcile. It's far easier to just sort of demonize it, because it is rightfully, a lot of this stuff is pretty evil.
Yeah.
Do y'all feel comfortable talking about religion or no?
I do.
You can talk whatever you want. I don't care.
We're pretty open here.
I'm concerned that I might say something to offend, if I'm going to be frank. I don't think I've ever been offended personally. I mean, I've heard things I disagree with, but I've rarely ever been offended. Unless someone's personal, like literally personally comes after me, like tries to attack me.
Right. I mean, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody or anything, but that has been like I don't know. It's just kind of been something that's been on my mind, for even like the past year or two, really, about that whole thing. And I grew up in the black church, and I was always brought up and raised to believe in the Bible and Jesus and all that stuff. And as I became an adult, I just started using logic, like common sense with a lot of that stuff that went on in the Bible. And a lot of it didn't make any sense to me, I don't know what y'all's views are on that, but I have my own personal views. And at this point, I'm just being completely honest right now. I don't believe in half of that. I don't even believe in the Bible at all, really. I don't. I don't believe that a man walked on water and made the wine out of water and all any of that stuff. And it just seems like it's it's like a fairy tale to me. It's a whole fairy tale, and it just doesn't seem real. Like we can get into it deeper, but I just want to get y'all thoughts on it, just on like a, I don't know, just kind of like on some like lightweight stuff. As far as y'all
Mm,
beliefs on that, do y'all believe in
like
that? Do y'all believe in that stuff?
like like me personally, and I'll probably get attacked, but I don't mind, you know. And I like this channel.
Yeah.
That's why it's a people's channel. Um, Me personally, I was raised a Catholic, right? So I went to
Hmm.
Catholic school. I went to my first communion, all that. I paid attention, but I always been a person that questions everything, even in high school and anything. I don't know why I just like to question, and maybe I kind of felt kind of like awkward, you know what I mean? Because I always question things. And then I went to
Yeah.
a Christian church, and then I have a buddy who was Muslim, and he, you know what I mean? He taught me a few things, and I also had a buddy who was Jew, so it opened up my mind to different religions. And my conclusion now, I could be wrong. I don't claim to know everything, you know. I do believe there's a God. I don't know if the Bible is real.
Yes.
Um, I believe because
Hmm.
if you look a little bit deep in all the religions, there might be one or two, or nowadays
Hmm.
there's a lot that, you know what I mean, don't follow it. But the original ones usually do follow one God. At the end of the day, they might call him different, or she or he, whatever it is, different
Yeah.
names, but at the end of the day, they all kind of have the similar kind of story of a like a Messiah and of a one God. You know what I mean? But nowadays, there's a lot of religions that take
Yeah.
advantage of people and try to brainwash people, not only for money, but for different gains, and like radicalism. You know what I mean? And people try to blame for one person. They're
Yeah.
very radical in the religion. They say that they are everybody's like that, but they're not. So that's like my point of view. But like I said, I could be wrong.
Hmm. Like I don't know, like it's just a personal thing. Like we could all be wrong about this whole thing. But I mean, I believe in God too. Like, don't get it twisted. I believe in God, but that whole Jesus stuff, I cannot wrap my head around that. I just can't. I can't. Um, it's just too much with
You know,
that and the stories of that don't make
yeah.
sense to me. It just doesn't make sense.
You know what's
Like,
hard too?
how is it? How is it? Let me just put this out there real quick. Okay, so Easter, a lot of Americans. I don't know if other countries celebrate Easter or anything like that, but Easter, a lot of people in America celebrate Easter, and that is the day that Jesus supposedly rose from the dead. Okay, my question though is, okay, Jesus rose from the dead in his whole body, though, his body, not his spirit, his body rose from the dead and went to heaven. So that means that his whole body is up in heaven. Not his spirit, but his whole body. How is his body surviving in heaven? Heaven is not even on the earth. Like we can't even survive when we even go to another place. Astronauts and shit. Oxygen and shit. So how is it that he rose from the dead and went to heaven in his whole body and surviving in that bitch for millions of years? How do you explain that? How is that even possible?
Well,
Like logically.
it
How does
might be
that
that
work?
the
That's just like one of us going to heaven in our own whole body. We didn't even die, or we did die, but we got rose up and we went to heaven went to heaven and we just surviving in that motherfucker like no problem. They got Netflix up there. Like what's going on up there? Like I'm not trying to be funny, like for real though. Like how does this work? How are we supposed to be believing in this stuff? Like and and on top of that, they've been saying Jesus is coming back. He coming back. How long they been saying that? How long have they been saying that? Where is he? He still ain't came back yet. Where is this dude at? And what is he gonna do once he does come back?
He's gonna judge
Crazy as fuck to me, man.
man. I believe that's what he's gonna do. Judgment, and then separate the wheat from the chaff. Yeah. So those who are deemed, I guess, insufficient somehow will not ascend to heaven and instead be separated from God forever into what I guess would be the wailing and gnashing of teeth. But then you have the transcendence of those who, I guess, are God's children, who will then be sent to, I guess, live with God or to be with God. The idea of, I think you mentioned the transcending of Christ after his resurrection, the idea of physically going to like an elevation, like a literal elevation, I think it probably is referring not to like a moving physically up to somewhere in the space. I think it's probably referring more of transcending to what would be considered a completely different realm of existence. It's like this notion of like a multiverse, so to speak, or like different planes of existence. So part of that is the mystery probably of religion and the mystery of miracles, because the concept of what is earthly possible within the realm of physical laws, because there are physical laws as best as we can perceive them. But the idea of miracles are essentially that those laws are not, or God is not subject to those laws of nature. And so the turning of water into wine would not be considered an issue, because it is literally impossible to turn water into wine in that manner, at least. So it requires a miracle, right? But in that case, miracles, just like religion in general, requires faith, and faith cannot be proven. And any proof or evidence will always be insufficient. So you can't prove God, right? There's no evidence that will be sufficient to prove that God exists, but there's also no evidence sufficient to disprove God as well. I suppose unless we feel convinced in a way. But ultimately, like I said, religion relies on faith, and faith cannot be proven.
Hey, Toto, but isn't also like, didn't like Albert Einstein, I could be wrong, didn't he say the closer we can get to God is math? Because math
I don't
is
recall
universal.
that. I would actually, you know what? I don't know. I haven't heard that one. But if that was the case, I would kind of disagree with it. Not to, obviously, I'm not as smart as Einstein. Maybe he meant something different. But the idea that math is the closest thing to God, I would say it's kind of ignorant, because in a way, mathematics is a modeling of, again, limited modeling based on axioms that are assumptions. So the way that mathematics works is that you start with what's called axioms that are assumptions, not provable, but rather we assume certain things. It could be like that 2 points results in a line or something to that effect. There's certain axioms that from those assumptions we build upon to create theorems, right? And it might sound really weird, but every single mathematical structure, no matter how advanced, can be reduced down to those axioms, which, being assumptions, is an inherent flaw in mathematics, because people think mathematics is just like truth, right?
Yeah.
But the reality is it's far from the truth. In reality, it's really just we've made certain assumptions, and based on those assumptions, we apply formal logic. And I think JD even was mentioning about how we use logic, right? But logic does not establish right and wrong. Instead, logic, or formal logic, is rather a principle, or maybe a better way to put it, it's a methodology. So, for example, if I say that all dogs have fur, right, then if I have a dog, then logically that dog has fur. Now, here's the thing, though. The statement of all dogs have fur is not necessarily true or right or wrong, right? That statement, right, that assumption has to be proven outside of logic in terms of how that logic is applied. So there's what's called soundness. So not only does it are we able to apply formal logical principles, which are more mathematical and philosophical, but we can both apply those principles correctly, and we can prove our initial assumptions, and thus we create soundness in an argument. So the idea that religion, right, is not logical is not possible because there's no way to prove any of those assumptions. Now, here's the thing, though, or let me rephrase that. You can never say it's sound. So a religion can never be sound because its precepts or assumptions can never be proven. However, with that said, what assumptions you do make in your religion can be applied with formal logic. If I say, for example, that in order to be saved, I have to have a baptism. Well, then that means that if you don't have baptism, you can't be saved, right? So then if someone tells you, oh, no, I've been saved, you don't need to be baptized. Well, that's illogical, only because the assumptions or the rules you've set have not been logically used or utilized, I guess. So you can use illogic in your faith, but it doesn't mean that your assumptions of your faith are disproven. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's kind of like your parameters that you're putting on, right?
It does. But I'm just talking about, like, even outside of religion, even like people that are religious versus people that aren't. The logic of it all, it doesn't make sense. Like, to me, that's like a fairy tale. Like, I've never. Let's just take it all the way back as far as the first book in the Bible, and Adam and Eve. Eve was born from Adam. So basically, this woman was born from Adam, and she was born because of his rib, the rib bone. Now, so you mean to tell me a person was born from a rib? And we already know how this shit works. We already know how people are created. Men and women have sex, and that's it. So I don't know. I don't understand how a person can be born from a rib. A rib, like, seriously. And then on top of that, you telling me that this woman essentially was born from a man, when in actuality the women are the ones that give birth. So how is it that this woman was born from a man's bones? From a man's bones. And then once the women were put here, now we're giving birth in a natural way. So you telling me that man was pregnant? So you telling me Adam was pregnant at one point in time? How did that work? Was Adam pregnant?
I get your
How do you explain that through?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, JD. Like, it's just too much of a fairy tale, right? And like, for this world, it needs to be physical, right? But can I ask you a question? And,
go ahead.
And I don't mean this in a rude way, but I think I was asked this one time. I'm probably saying it wrong, but do you believe in $1 million? Do you believe $1 million?
Yeah, I believe in $1 million. I believe in fresh air too, and I breathe it in every day.
Yeah. Have you ever held $1 million? Have you ever seen it in person?
No.
And how do you believe it?
Well, because I know it's possible, and I know people have it.
Oh, okay.
These fucking celebrities, they got billions of dollars.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that. I'm just playing like Toso says, the devil's advocate, because some people will say that, well, it's like he says again, it comes back to faith, I guess. You know what I mean? What are you willing to believe, I guess, and sometimes I believe, like I said, I don't believe in a certain religion, but sometimes I believe that sometimes as human beings, we think we know it all, but at the end of the day, we're not capable of knowing everything or explaining everything, I guess. But see, some people will use that against me to, like, my argument.
And you say you're Catholic? Is that what you say you were?
No, I say I was raised Catholic. I went to a Christian church, but I don't consider myself one or the other. I just do believe in the God, though.
So with the Catholics, do y'all believe it? Do y'all do the Virgin Mary? Is that what y'all do?
Yeah, like my parents, they believe in the Virgin Mary and all the saints and everything like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think maybe a good example, because what Jose is saying is interesting, because to a certain extent, you're right, Jose. We don't all know fully or have a full understanding of everything that we claim to believe. And a good example, I mentioned this, I think, the other night, about look at a lot of the formulas that you're given in school, right? You're given the I don't know, the quadratic equation or something, for example. Now, if your teacher gives you this and says, use this formula to calculate, I don't know, some random thing, you going to be using your faith, right, and your trust in that teacher that it is correct and it is sound and it is accurate, so that when you plug in the numbers into that formula, you're going to get what they say and it's going to be accurate, right? Does that require faith? And I would argue that it does require faith, because until you can prove that formula, you are relying on someone else or you're trusting on someone else to tell you that what is true. And you're believing what is true based not on what you fully understand, comprehend, and prove, but rather what they're telling you and their position of authority. There's the what do they call it? The appeal to appeal to authority fallacy, where this person is in a position of this person is in a position of both authority and, say, an expert. Therefore, they must be telling me the truth. Like, there's a certain level of trust and faith we have in them. But look what happened with COVID when it comes to faith. Look how much faith people had.
Right.
Faith is exerted well beyond just religion. And I think anywhere where you cannot prove yourself, you rely on faith. And it can even be something small as in, the faith in a policeman, right? That what they're doing is correct, right? Or the faith that, in the case of COVID, where that they're doing everything in your best interest. Faith is something we exercise every day, and we don't even realize it.
I mean, you're right. You're right about that. Yeah, you're right.
But where it does differ, and where I'll agree with JD, is that unlike, say, in the case of like the CDC or like COVID, at the very least, you could critique it if you have enough evidence, right? If you could somehow disprove it, if you have access to data, maybe then you could prove it, right? Just like with the example I mentioned about the formula. Well, guess what? You can prove it. So it is possible for you to not rely on faith, but instead be able to create a proof yourself to justify that formula. When it comes to religion, however, there is no sufficient justification, because by definition, religious faith is going to require you to essentially, I'm going to say it, but it essentially forces you to give up your autonomy in a way. The higher power that you're giving your faith to, you're essentially giving it up to them.
Because isn't it, or I could be wrong, but what I remember, isn't it like everything that you can prove is through with the so-called scientific method, right?
Well, the scientific method is, it's funny when people say science, it's really just the method of going through like a hypothesis, thesis, experimentation, critique, and then you come back. It's like a circular method. So you have a theory or a hypothesis, you formulate it into a theory based on evidence and data that you have at your disposal. You then formulate experiments in order to draw more data to either prove or disprove. And again, it requires you to have a hypothesis that is provable or disprovable, right? But what happens is then it kind of circularly goes back. Whatever the outcome of that information is, you might then, let's say you find information that disproves it. Well, you may now need to modify your thesis or hypothesis, and then you go back to square one, right? So that's a methodology that works for us in the physical world where there's experimentation, right? But you can't do that. You can't
because others can repeat it. That's why. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So having the aspect of repeatable experimentation allows you to execute the scientific method, and it allows for a refinement of the hypothesis and theorems, right, that you form. But in the case of religion, there's no way to test God. There's no way to experiment. You can't apply a scientific method in that case.
See, y'all are bringing science into it. I'm just talking about on a spiritual journey. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, let me just ask y'all this real quick, and people in the chat too. Like, how many times, like, somebody one of your family members or a close friend, like they was going through something, or they were even dying, or something like that, and you prayed for them over and over and over again, and they still died. Like it's just like, what was the point of that? Like, what was the point of me praying, doing all of that, and then it still happened to them? How do you explain that? How do you explain that?
That's a good question. I think a lot of times what I've heard at least is that when you expect something from God, when you put yourself in a position, this is what I want to live, I want to, something, say a disease, I want to be healed of this disease, right? Well, you're kind of putting yourself into a position where you're expecting something from a higher power, right? And so, in a way, it maybe, again, depending on your faith, depending on what your religion is, but I would say, especially with like Catholicism, for example, the notion that when you pray, or like say for the intercession of saints, ultimately you're not actually in the position to demand anything from God, because the love from God is unconditional. So in the sense of, well, you can't expect, I know it sounds weird, but you can't expect just like sort of a genie, okay, now give me this, and then I want this, and I want that, because that love cannot be sort of justified, right? It's not like, well, God loves me now because he healed me of this, or he doesn't love me because he did not. So it's sort of, in a way, powerless from our position to sort of give up on, or to give ourselves up to that higher power, to God's authority to do what is, I guess, in his justification, what he wants, what he finds edifying.
You know how there's probably like people, and I'm pretty sure you have heard it, where they say, well, if God wanted me, this what happened, if God wanted that. Maybe it could be true to some form, right? Like in your faith. But I mean, didn't God give you hands, feet, and a brain for you to do it yourself? You know how there's some people like, oh, well, if it was meant for me to get $1 million, I'm going to get it. You can't be just sitting around. I think that's why God gave you a brain for you to do it. If not, then everything will be so easy, right?
Yeah.
I think there's probably a very strong philosophical argument among in the theocracy on how to justify, the existence of bad and evil in this world. I mean, I only know from what I've learned that we live in a world, from the Christian perspective, of sin, which means that we are not in heaven. We are not in a world of God. We are in a world that is essentially at the dominion of sin, which means that there is a disconnect from us and God still. And so when, for example, there's that idea of the separation of man and God because of choice, I think the justification is that if you don't have the right to choose, right? If you didn't have the ability to choose right and wrong, and or specifically to do wrong, you couldn't love, right? Because when you think about it, if you were with someone, and that person, like you say, someone you love, right, and you want to date, if that person did not have the option to not love you, right, can you truly say that they love you? Is it only because we have the choice to love that we are truly experiencing and expressing love?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. I have no idea on that. I mean, I feel like God is love. Like, don't get it twisted. I believe in God all the way. But it's just certain things. Because I know we wouldn't put here for no reason. There is no way. And I think about it like this, too. Like, there's no way that I think about, like, like the earth and, like, even, like, space and stuff. Like, how is this big ball of dirt that we live on, and I'm talking about Earth, how's this big ball of dirt that we all live on just floating in the air like that? And that's what makes me believe in God. All this other stuff is just extra to me. But there's no way that we would just put here and it's just and that's it. And that's it. And we just on this big ball of dirt all day long, just floating around in the air. Now you have some of the flat earther people that believe in flat earth too. That's another subject. but I believe the earth is round. But I'm just saying, like, there's no way that we're just here on this ball of dirt, like rotating all day long. And nothing, something put us here. Something did. We all know how humanity, comes into fruition and it exists in this world. But how did the first people really come here?
That's something we
How?
don't know.
Yeah. That's why everybody should
Yeah.
feel. That's why everybody should feel special in a way, even without religion, right? Everybody should feel
Yeah.
special because we're all unique. If you really think about it, I know it's gonna sound funny, but
Mhm.
we were all one time a little sperm of a million sperms, and we made it. So you should feel special. You know what I mean? You were one of a million or billions of
Mm.
sperms. You
Yeah.
know, and somehow you the one that made it out of all the rest. Why? We don't. I don't know why. You know what I mean? But like you said, there has to be a reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do y'all feel like we're kind of all related in a way? Because you know how that's another subject too. How
Yeah.
racism and all this stuff. But do y'all kind of feel like we're all kind of related in a way just because of that reason right there? Because
I
Yeah, we're
like you
believe so.
definitely
said,
all
nobody
related
asked you.
for
Nobody
sure.
asked
Well,
you.
even beyond the religious notion of there being the first man and woman like Adam and Eve, even within the biological sciences and evolutionary sciences, they still believe that our line of Homo sapien was derived from a single female. So, in that regard, we are all related. It's just a question of how closely related are we.
Uh-huh. True.
Like someone, for example, someone who is from I don't know sub-Saharan Africa, and then someone who is in Mongolia or somewhere. They're
Yeah.
both related, but they've been separated for so long, both geographically and through years of generation change, that there may be superfluous changes, social, cultural changes over time. And while many people, in the past, there were more, I would say, racist notions that, and again, they could be well intentioned, but
Yeah.
they oftentimes misinterpreted these superfluous changes between races as being like a subspecies. But we know just from how animals work in general, even through microevolution or adaptation, that in order for there to be seen as like different different species, right? Like we don't consider black and white to be different species. The reason is because there's certain inherent traits that remain consistent and that do not justify us, branching off into these other, again, species being sort of a I forgot the term. They don't use taxonomy anymore, but there's a different classification that they use in terms of species and such, and it's not justifiable between the races because we're too similar, and the differences are far too superfluous. And so, even from a psychological perspective, you look at the differences between races, and you see variations, a great diversity among specific races that still draw connection to other races. So, for example, a person in, I mentioned like Mongolia, a culture in Mongolia is going to be made up of individuals of very diverse psychological temperaments, characteristics, and such, while a group in, say, sub-Saharan Africa is also going to have a diverse array of different types of temperaments and individuals, right, with different characteristics. So if you then were to compare between those two individuals, you're going to see similarities. And so it's many of these types of methodologies which is where we sort of see how closely related we are. Again, also from an anthropological perspective, how closely related we are, not just genetically, but also from a cultural and social perspective. We share a lot of similar cultural tendencies. It can be, for example, the rites of passage, like, for example, men becoming, boys becoming men. You'll see very similar sort of coming of age rites between cultures in far off different place in the world, from say South America to China or somewhere, and completely isolated from one another, and yet they have very similar rites of passage. And another thing is marriage rituals as well. So it's these commonalities that kind of show us from a scientific perspective how similar we are, and how how race is really superfluous, and especially today with globalization, someone from another country comes over to a whole another place in the world and has a child with that person, and that person, is completely normal, and they're going to adapt. Or they're going to actually take on the qualities of their parent genetically, but also they're going to be exposed to the culture and society and community they're born in, right? So hence the sort of nature versus nurture aspect of who we are. But yeah, sorry, going off, but what you're saying is true. We're all related, and we just forget that sometimes because we're fooled by appearance.
That's what you just said was you should run for president. Just what you just said.
Yeah, that would be a horrible job. Are you kidding?
The world needs to hear that.
They don't even get paid enough.
They really. I mean, I'm serious, man. Like, because we just so into ourselves, and I'm not just saying that. Like, I'm just meaning in general. We just all into ourselves and our race and all that stuff, and we forget about the big picture of it all. Like, didn't nobody even ask to be up in this bitch? Nobody asked to be here. We just got put here. And I just feel like we have to roll with the punches and stuff. Like, I know it's a lot of injustice, and I don't fuck with none of that shit, that injustice stuff. Like, that's some bullshit, But I get to thinking about it sometimes. It's just like, man, like, we kind of we are the same. We are. We was all put here for a reason and for a season. And that's what it is. What people choose to do with their life is their choice, and that's on them. But I'm not going to sit here and fault the next group or whatever because of what the next person did, just because they was of that race. I don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't do shit like that. But it's
just
go ahead.
It was just like I was saying earlier. We have the same feelings. We do the same things. Just all in different.
We all poop and shit.
Exactly.
If you break it down to it, but people don't. Some people are too high into the horses. And what's sad, like JD says, we're all human beings, and we do forget the big picture sometimes. But I think that comes down to they probably want us like that. They probably want us to keep on fighting each other and distracted because, we do live in just one world, and we got to take care of this one planet that's spinning. You know what I mean?
Right, but there's always going to be division.
But there's always going to be division, and there's always going to be evil. Some people even go as far as, and I don't think like this, but I've heard this before, that some people even believe God is the devil, and the devil is God. Is two faces and one coin, two of the same. Right. But I don't believe in that. But I'm saying some people even go that far.
Yeah. I mean, look at us right now. Look at us right now. We're like, even us talking to each other right now. This is a very diverse conversation. You got Jose. He's a Hispanic dude. You got me, a black woman. You got Mars over here. You're Asian, right? Asian.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. And then you got Thulu. I don't know what he is. He ain't ever said it, but he sounds like a white dude to me.
Robot.
What are you?
I'm a robot, remember?
Oh, robot. Okay. All right. But it's just like, it just proves a point. Like, we can all really come together, but it's just like the world is just so divided. It's ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous.
It's just a bad thing that people forget. All it takes is one president of one country to make a decision, and it messes up for everybody. And if you notice, no president goes fight their own wars. They send the poor people or other people to go fight their wars for whatever reasons. You know what I mean? Whether it's right or wrong.
Right.
And people don't see it like that. You know what I mean? All it takes is one person, one dictator or whatever, and they start a war right away. And like, just like a lot of people, like right now what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, right? A lot of people in Russia do not support it and do not like it, right? But they're afraid of the dictator, and he's the one making all the decisions. You know what I mean? But you can't blame the people there. You know what I mean? Because 90% of people do not hate other people. They want to live free. They want to live like us. Like, who doesn't? I think the majority of the people just wants to be left alone and live free and live their life, have a family and kids or whatever their future is. But sometimes government take over people's lives, and they start out wars and
disputes, so they
Yeah.
always want us to be fighting and clashing all the time. Because if everything was kumbaya, then I don't think, I think for war and stuff like that, they profit off of that.
Yeah, that's the truth.
There's
That's the truth.
a lot of people in Russia. I mean, I think Putin is. Last I heard, he was still getting to get everything with a grain of salt because it is a dictatorship. But he was pulled as being very still popular. I remember seeing some articles kind of looking into this because it seemed like kind of ridiculous. Like obviously it should be bad. Now we're coming from an American perspective. We're biased, admittedly. We have a side. We're tend to Ukraine, so we're probably going to be more susceptible to propaganda in terms of pro-Ukrainian propaganda, right?
Yeah.
People sometimes forget, by the way, that the term propaganda does not necessarily have to have a negative connotation. We had propaganda during the World War II, right, to help support like getting bonds and such, help fund the war effort. So to a certain extent, propaganda can theoretically be sort of edifying, right, as part of a war effort. But in regards to what's happening now, like we have definitely a side and a perspective that we take. So when you look at in Russia, there may be, from their perspective, a completely different outlook that we're not even really aware of or cognizant of. Doesn't mean it's right, but what I'm saying is that what information they have exposed to them, right, and what information that could be limited to them, they may be making the best based on what they know, right?
Yeah.
And so if you look at, for example, the justification for the war by Putin into Ukraine, a lot of it was about the, the Nazis, right? The socialists.
The Nazis that were like killing their own, over there.
And the thing is, like any type of propaganda, oftentimes there is some element of truth in it. And so in this case, there are technically groups that are more like Nazi-esque groups in Ukraine. Ukraine historically has had a lot of corruption, right? Though a lot of countries do. But the thing is that what I've personally found really interesting about this whole situation is that when you look at how Russia justifies the invasion of Ukraine by saying, hey, we're trying to stop fascism, right? We're trying to stop this fascism that's happening. And they're looking at small segments of groups that exist in Ukraine and saying, yeah, this is what's taking over the country. We're going to go in there and we're going to stop the fascists. It kind of reminds me, and you guys can disagree with me if you want, tell me I'm crazy, but I've heard a lot of comment over the years about, in our own country, about how people, when they say something that they disagree with, they'll call them Nazis. Like, oh, you're a Nazi, right? The term Nazi has become so just lightly thrown out, especially in the last 15 years. You notice that? I don't know if it's just me, but yeah. So when I hear Putin using it to justify his war, like, hey, we're going to fight fascism, we're going to fight Nazis, I'm thinking, shoot, I really hope in our own country people aren't thinking like, oh, they literally think people are fascists because they disagree, or Nazis because they disagree with them. You know what I mean? Because there are like literal, I'm sure, neo-Nazi groups in America, very small. But I've heard people be called Nazis just because they, disagree with some random issue that's kind of, just, I don't know, normal. Like a normal sort of left or right argument, and just the term Nazi being thrown around. Anyways, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, my thoughts is just like I'm ready to just move out the country, like for real. Like I don't know. This shit is just getting a little bit too hectic over here. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know, like the army and the military over here, they always want to play Captain Save a Hoe, and I understand that as far as what they're trying
Captain
to do.
Save a Hoe?
But and I just feel like why are we getting involved in a lot of this stuff? Like we're getting a little bit too involved, and it doesn't have anything to do with us. It really doesn't. And we're getting involved in all this stuff, and now it's like all this stuff is coming back on us. Why y'all think the gas prices is high as fuck now? Even the little shit, and I just feel like we shouldn't even be getting involved with these other countries' bullshit. That's how I feel about it. I don't really concern myself with these other countries. I'm only looking after what's going on here, because this is where I live.
I totally agree with you. I agree with us. You know, we should fix ourselves before we try to go play hero for
Right.
fucking somebody
Yeah.
else. When you got people struggling here, we got our veterans struggling here, homelessness. Fucking, it's gotten worse since COVID. Yet you can't even do something for ourselves, and you're fucking doing all that shit over there. No, I totally agree. I'm totally. I mean, I'm fierce over the fact that we're sending all of our military, you know, artillery and all that shit, because that shit costs money
Yeah,
to make
and we
and
paying
build.
for it.
You can't just build it in a fucking day. It takes longer than a day because you have to go and test it to make sure, you know, the contractors have to make sure they test the, you know, jets or anything out before they fucking put it in with our, you know, military. It's not an easy thing.
I agree with you, ladies, that we shouldn't be involved. We shouldn't be the police of the world, right? You know what I mean? We shouldn't do a
Yeah.
lot of things, right? There's a lot of wars we shouldn't, like now we realize in Iraq, we shouldn't have been there. You know what I mean? Saddam Hussein did not have chemical weapons. You know what I mean?
But then I understand the whole ally thing too. But then at the
Yeah.
same time, if we're going down, who's gonna fucking help us?
But the reason sometimes, if you look at history, like World War One, World War Two, we even in World War Two, we didn't want to get involved. We didn't want to fight Hitler. We didn't want to fight the Japanese. I mean, the Chinese. I mean, yeah, the Japanese at that time. But when they attacked us, then that's when we did something. You know what I mean? So I think their point of view is sometimes we have to show our strength, whether we like it or not. That's like our sacrifice of freedom. You know what I mean? Because whether we like it or not, we are the world's police. And
It's yeah,
if we
I see
fail
that.
in certain situations, like a bully, if we don't show our might, whether it's military, economic, even though we're suffering, not right. I agree with you. I don't like paying this taxes and gas price and all this. But if we don't show our might, then we look weak to the world. And now that China's getting stronger, and although they look at us and they're China, you see, like China doesn't plan in 10 years, 20 years like we do. They plan hundreds of years ahead of time.
Yeah, but then you got foreign exchange students coming to our country, learning all of our fucking education to go back there to fuck us over too.
Yes.
Yes, that's why, like,
And
everything,
we're the ones that are paying for their fucking education.
just like
What about our people? Why can't our people get the education like that and get it paid for?
Exactly.
Why do they
And
gotta
then-
have
and
the
then-
student debt? Why can't these motherfuckers who's coming to our country fucking get the student debt versus our people?
Exactly. And just like that 9/11 shit, when that 9/11 shit happened, and the fucking Arabs over there, and they the ones who was in control of that fucking plane that hit all that shit and fucked up everybody's lives. And they even learned how to fly a fucking plane and everything.
And I
You
don't
know, and
want to
they
be
hijacked
racist,
the
but
fucking plane and did all that shit.
how
Fuck
many
them.
of those people?
Fuck
How many of
that
those
shit.
people are here?
That's what I'm
How many of those
saying.
people are
See?
here? See,
You see how
my people are from Laos, and I'm Hmong. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. It's spelled HMONG. So a little bit background of me is my family was in the military. We had like our own military unit back there. I kind of like, how to explain it. We're kind of like the Indians. We have our own tribes, but we have like a main leader, you know, and everything that works with all the tribes. But you know, we all work together. So we lived in the mountain areas of Laos, and during the Vietnam War, the CIA, the French people, came to us to help them maneuver through the forests, and that's how our people were able to come over here legitly. You know, so I'm kind of like, why?
Wow.
There's a lot of CIA activities in Laos, if I remember, during the communist sort of spread.
Yeah, and my family was part of that. They were part in fighting the Viet Congs there. My dad got lost in the fucking forest for 3 days and brought his way back to the goddamn camp, you know, and shit like that. Like my people's gone. We're practically called the guerrilla unit for the CIA. If you guys want to look into it, it's called the Secret War.
Well, what was the other name though?
I know
that you had, like, what was the other name, Mars? Like, what was the first name you said that you were a part of? What was it called? The first one? The first name you said?
What did I say? Shit. Sorry.
HMONG. I believe those were the allies
Right.
that were targeted by the communists.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we were Hmong people is what, you know, and my grandfather was in the military. I had a lot of, you know, relatives in it, you know, fighting, you know, helping the CIA and all that stuff. And I mean, I'm not trying to say and then they just bounced on us. You know,
Wow. You see,
the president told him to get out of there because shit was just going down too bad, and they bounced on us. And
Kennedy or Johnson?
I think it was Johnson. From the top of my head.
I don't remember.
Oh, I don't. That's
I don't remember right now.
right. I'm sorry. I just kind of smoked the bowl. So,
But y'all
yeah,
know what it is. Yeah.
but it was hard, and from the stories that my parents and relatives tell me, it was hard. So everybody goes through their ways of getting here and everything, but it's like they literally just, I would say, when Trump was in office, because we helped the Americans. When Trump was in office, he finally signed a bill that any persons in that military guerrilla unit can have a honorable military burial here.
Wow.
So that was kind of cool. Trump did that.
I had no idea.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
he signed that.
crazy.
He signed that when he was in office. So that was one thing that was cool that he did. We all don't agree about Trump, but you gotta think about it. Trump did do a lot he's a businessman, and sometimes you gotta treat our country like a business. And Putin didn't do shit while he was in office.
That's very true, and it was during.
Biden doing shit either. Biden ain't doing a motherfucking thing for this country at all. Like, where the fuck is he at? Like, the only time he even peek out is when it's like some mass shootings, and then he want to fucking give his little State of the Union speech or whatever the fuck it is. Then he want to say some shit. But what about the weird, like day-to-day shit? Where is that? He don't talk about nothing. Where is Kamala Harris? Where is she?
Right? I haven't seen her.
She got put in office. Where are either one of them? Like, they just non-existent. They only come out when there's some bullshit going on. Now, the only thing I can say about Trump, I don't fuck with Trump either. I really don't. But what I can say about him is that he really did kind of at least put a little bit of effort into the human people, like the people, a little bit about what was going on, even when nothing was going on. But these motherfuckers, Biden and Kamala Harris, they've been non-existent as fuck.
He had
like, where are they?
He had other countries fear us more during his term.
Yeah.
Funny you mentioned that, because he did at the same time engage in diplomacy, unheard of diplomacy, like with North Korea during that time as well. Unprecedented meetings with Kim Jong-un. So that's kind of amazing when you think about how I think maybe he did that to satiate the fear during the election regarding everyone, like especially on the left. They were afraid he was going to cause a nuclear war. They thought he was unhinged, and I think maybe that was an effort to try to appear more diplomatic, which I guess in a way succeeded. I mean, we didn't get into war. It's weird though when you consider that after 4 years of Trump, you would think it would sort of continue as is, but look what happened. We come out of Afghanistan in a horrible manner, unfortunately, but we're out. But then we just enter back in with Ukraine. It's sort of a covert war in a way, right? By proxy, by giving military aid. But how did we get re-engaged into a military conflict? And if you look, you mentioned how Putin didn't go into Ukraine during Trump's office. Well, I remember seeing an interview, and now you could take it with a grain of salt because he probably bullshits a lot. But Trump even said himself that he claimed to have told Putin that, if you do anything near the area of Ukraine, I'm paraphrasing, that he would just fucking nuke them, or something to that effect. Like he was being really fucking hard. And what's interesting is prior to Trump, during Obama's administration, that was the first time that Putin actually went into Crimea, which was Ukraine, took it over, right? And then during Trump's, this is like 2014, but then when Trump comes over, 2016, nothing. Putin just kind of sits back, which I think is maybe speaks to how Trump was able to handle Putin. But the moment that Trump gets out of office and we have Biden, boom, Putin goes into Ukraine again. I don't think it's a coincidence. That's just me, though.
Whew. That's a mouthful. Wow. That's a lot.
If you want to know more about what Putin did in Crimea, it's really interesting because that was kind of, and the reason why it's so important too on the world stage is because if you look at China, look at what they're doing with Taiwan and how they even today do not see Taiwan as being its own independent country. They still think of it as their own. Similarly, and this is why I think China is looking at Ukraine really carefully. Okay, let's kind of learn from this, because in the same way, Putin sees Ukraine as not an independent country. They see it as Russia, right? They see it as theirs. So this might be sort of a forewarning of what could possibly happen inside of Taiwan if China decides, hey, we're going to annex, Taiwan, which has far more implications, however, in terms of our economy, because we depend so much on productions in Taiwan, chips and such, technology. So, Ukraine, no offense to Ukraine, is somewhat inconsequential on the world stage, which is partly perhaps why they were never put into NATO in the first place, which is another argument for, what started the war. But anyways, I'm just saying that I just am worried that depending on how this goes, hopefully it doesn't start dominoing, into other countries.
What's crazy also too, that I forgot what year Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons. Actually, they did have some, and they gave them up to didn't they give up to the U.S. and
that's right,
to Russia?
I believe it was during
signed a treaty to stay safe, and look what happened. So that also sends a message to those countries that want to get nuclear weapons because they know nobody will mess with them.
Yeah, and I think Iran already has enough material to feasibly make one. Probably just a matter of time, but that might have just always been expected.
Yeah. But I noticed that sometimes they get like sabotage, it seems like.
You mean Iran? They have a lot of their facilities sabotaged.
Yeah, they get close and then something always happens.
That's only going to slow it. It's inevitable at this point.
And Taiwan, I can't say the country name. Taiwan is is a very scary thing because China's been looking for that for a while, and I do believe the same thing like you said. They're just sitting back and watching what's going on, and that's when all the crazy dictators started watching to see what they can do or how far they can push things.
There's only one good thing I could think of from all this. Man, only one good thing. It's that hopefully this sends a message to China that, hey, the world will come together and support one nation. So, EU is drawing away from, I believe, the production of oil in Russia, or, doing trading of oil or something to that effect. But if there's a unification among other nations, maybe that will hopefully prevent China from thinking that they can just get away with just going into Taiwan and taking it.
Yeah, especially how Putin also thought that he was going to get. It looks very bad because he thought he was going to get Ukraine within a week, and look how much they're fighting back.
Yeah, but what's funny? He's sticking with it. He's stubborn, and
he's stubborn. Yeah.
And Putin is not. Russian is larger, admittedly, and if enough time goes by, will they win out? Possibly. I mean, I think that. Do we really want to continue this? I feel bad for Ukraine, but how far are people willing to go in supporting Ukraine, and how much longer can they realistically last out?
That's why, like you said, this proxy war. I believe we're already in World War III. Just we're under the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned it because there was a theory by some think tanks that essentially. I can't remember the name of the organization, but if I remember right, they were basically trying to theorize the potential outcome of what a Russia invasion of Ukraine would be. And one of the outcomes literally was just straight up nuclear war. And it was somehow, I think, tied to if Russia feels that they can't win or they can't, I forgot exactly the situation, but it's like there's a certain scenario where if Russia feels they can't back out or they can't, I'm messing up now. But if that scenario that they theorized were to come to fruition, they would believe that the only option would be to use nukes. Now, thankfully, that hasn't happened. But the fact that that was even suggested as an option, by these think tanks, to me
Yeah.
is really scary.
Yeah, it is.
Because I'm ignorant, so it's like, how would I don't know if it's just meant to be fear mongering or what.
Yeah, anytime they speak like that is very dangerous because, like you said, it can either be like you're playing poker. You know what I mean? Showing your poker face, or are you really serious?
Wow. That's a lot of conversation, y'all. Let's do it. We're snoring.
Well, you know what? I might have to shut down my programming.
Yeah, I think I'm
You get some sleep.
too, man. I don't really have nothing much else to say after. I mean, we've been talking for what, 5 hours, or y'all been talking longer than me. So
It's crazy. It has been 5 hours. Yeah.
So how are we gonna get Derek to stop this?
What?
Good question.
I
Derek's
think
the one that has
Oh,
to
yeah,
cut this off,
well,
right?
I mean, we can't. We can't. He has to, like, once he wakes up, he just, he has to realize that it's still on. Because we've been keeping his stream alive for hours. And
Somebody else.
yeah, I mean, that's it. He's gonna have to shut it down himself. Unless Nurse Viv comes in there, and I don't know if she comes in there and shuts it down, I don't know, but I don't see that happen.
She's out of town.
God damn. And he's snoring and everything. Snoring and all that. Does anybody have his number where they can call him?
Jose, you have his number?
No, I was asking, does anybody have his number to where they could call him to tell him, hey, shut this shit off? Because otherwise, even if we leave, like when we leave, it's still gonna be on.
Yep.
Yeah, I think everybody's gonna see him sleep for a couple hours.
Yeah. It's hearing him snore and everything.
Because Nurse Viv is out of town, and yeah, I don't have his number.
That's right. And this moves out.
Well, I mean, I guess he's just gonna be on his own. I don't know.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a funny bit.
He's gonna have to change the title to Snooze.
Derek.
See, Jose, I thought you would have had like some kind of connection since you was a mod and like you the main mod. So I thought maybe you might have a connection to shut it down, but I guess not.
Nah, Derek's the king around here.
We can still talk if y'all want to, but we've been holding this dude's stream down for hours. For hours. I'm losing my voice and everything.
I know Derek's gonna owe us lunch.
But you know what? He gonna look back. He gonna wake up, right? He gonna wake up and he gonna be like, "Oh man, the stream was still on for all this time." He gonna watch this shit back though. He gonna watch all this shit.
Do you think he'll watch all this?
I don't know.
What you say,
He'll watch this. He'll go back, spend the hours to watch it.
Yeah, he will. He's gonna rewind it. That's probably what he will do all day. He's gonna rewind. He's still snoring, but yeah, he's gonna rewind it back and be like, "Dang man, they were still in here, hours and hours."
We got 30 people in this too still watching.
You got 30 people lurking up in here, huh?
Oh, they lurking too? Oh, wow.
I mean, we're the only ones talking. 1, 2, 3, 4 other people in the chat.
But if you want, like, to keep it real, the fact that he is asleep, he can't let nobody in the chat because he's asleep. He's the one in charge as far as, like, people coming in the chat, like, talking like we are. He can't let nobody in because he's asleep.
Yeah.
But the people in the comments, yes, they are like, I'm not saying they lurkers or nothing, but there might be some people that actually wanted to come in and talk to us, you know. But because he's asleep, they can't get in, and that's
Exactly.
kind of sad. That's kind of sad because I know Vinny wanted to come in here at one point, but he couldn't get in because Derek was asleep.
Exactly.
Derek.
Maybe if it becomes more of a thing, there'll be some kind of something in place to allow for it. You know.
Well, I
Figure
know
it
with
out.
StreamYard because I watch StreamYards. I know that it's like the main person, like this, like Derek. He's the main person, but he can give access to people, um, and let them, you know, get access, and they can let people in. Like he can give access to people and kind of give them the keys. That's what they say. Like give them the keys, and the person that he gives the keys to, they are in charge at that point. Like whenever he's not around, or like what he is right now, it could be somebody like you, Jose, or somebody like you. He could give
Yeah.
you access to where you are in charge and you can let people in. Like that's the thing with StreamYard. You can allow people to come in and take charge when you're not around. But since he hasn't done that yet, we just kind of stuck and
Yeah,
he's snoring.
it's because this StreamYard thing, we barely started doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he hasn't
No,
really
though.
yeah. So he hasn't really like gave nobody else like authority or like the keys. You say?
Yeah, the keys. Yeah, he ain't
If
giving
it was a
nobody the keys.
if it was a regular like stream on YouTube without the StreamYard, then maybe I
Yeah,
could shut it down. But this way, and there's no way.
yeah. Cause
Which,
even like when we all leave, the stream's still gonna go.
yeah.
Cause he's asleep. He can't shut it down. I was Viv. I don't know where Viv is, but she might can shut it down, but she ain't around.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like we've been holding this shit down for hours. For
Oh
hours,
man.
y'all. For hours, y'all.
I think the people are gonna see him sleep talk or sleepwalk.
So I guess we just gonna let him sleep until he realizes that the stream is still on. I hope he rewatches because we talked about a lot of good shit.
It's a
Hope he
great
listens to it.
conversation.
Say what, Thulu?
I said that we've had some great conversation. It's nice to
Yeah.
have people with strong
Yeah,
ideas and different opinions.
yeah. And I hope he sees that because I feel like he likes that kind of stuff. Like he really does. So for him to be asleep on top of all of that is just like crazy to me. Like you miss out on a lot of stuff. You miss out on a lot of shit.
It's true.
But hopefully he'll rewatch. But once we leave, he's on his own. It's gonna be a sleep stream. If we all leave, that's it.
It's gonna be called sleeping with Derek.
So sleeping with Derek.
Sleeping with Derek. He's
Well,
probably
he
like
ain't that.
on his third clapper dream.
Yeah, we should clown him real quick. That way we can. We should just clown that dude real quick, and on some like funny stuff, like clown him. And then once he looks back on it, and then we'll be like, "Hey, look back on this." Like, hey, like rewatch it, and go back to like 4 minutes and 39 seconds, or 4 hours and 39 seconds, and then
We've
restart
climbed
it.
to 36 people.
We did?
There's 36 people in here.
We just added another 6 people. What's going on? Why are people even coming in?
Because it's morning time and fucking people are starting to wake up.
Because he's asleep. He's asleep.
Okay.
This is
People gonna wake
no sleep here.
People gonna wake up and
Man.
look at this stream. What's going on here?
No, he needs to wake up so that he can let other people in.
we need the chat. We need these lurkers to actually contribute some kind of questions or something. Give us a topic.
I mean, that would be nice. That would be nice if they would. Now I've seen some people on the sideline like saying that little stuff, but there ain't really been too much to talk about. There ain't really been too much going on. I feel like because other people wasn't able to get in here, everybody just kind of left. I mean, it's 10 o'clock in the fucking morning, right? It's almost 11 in the morning where I'm at. It's 11 o'clock in the morning.
It's true.
All that shit. And he's snoring and everything. Where's Viv?
She's in Cali.
But I'm just saying, like, she not even around to even wake him up or nothing. Like, call him. You could call him or text message or something. This is like nothing.
Cindy's not on either. I think Cindy has his number.
Wait, Cindy has talked to Derek?
Hey, Jose, let me ask you this, Jose.
So, I don't know. Or maybe I think so. I don't know. He says they talk, so I don't know if they talk on a separate like thing or they have each other's numbers or I don't know.
I talked to him, but through Instagram.
Oh, hey, Jose, let me
yeah, go ahead,
JD. Jose, let me ask you this real quick. Because I done seen like some little moments with you and Cindy in the chat. What's going on with y'all?
Oh, here it goes.
I mean, let's just talk about it. What's going on with y'all? Y'all got a relationship? What's going on?
No, it's nothing like that. I just like to joke around and talk about my clappers and stuff like that. And she just supports my clappers. That's why.
Oh, she supports your clappers? Okay.
Yeah. But there's nothing more, or nothing less.
Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. Yeah. I was just curious.
But last time I think it's because Derek mentioned something like, "Hey, I think Jose and Cindy are gonna hook up pretty soon."
Oh, Derek instigated.
Yeah, so Derek said it, so then more people in the chat started saying it, and then like I kind of threw fire to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Saying like, "Oh yeah, man," but because everybody was asking like how I look, right? Since I haven't shown my face.
Yeah.
So I told everybody that you never know. You'll probably get a surprise, live stream with me and Derek and everybody else, like in person, showing my clappers. And I guess maybe because I always mention that, or like stupid comments like that, I think like she kind of feel the feel as well. So I think people will see that. You know what I mean?
Because I always I kind of picked up on it too. I was like, okay, they got a little thing going on, Jose and Cindy. So I didn't know. I had no idea, bro.
That's a question for you guys. What's your thoughts on dating amongst friends? Is it ruin relationships? Is it pretty much toxic? Like, at what point is it? Does it ever work out? And what do you think?
No. I mean, I'm just speaking on myself. Like, I haven't dated amongst friends so much, but I have dated amongst coworkers, like people I work with. I've done that before, and that shit was a hell no. So I can only imagine dating somebody that I'm friends with. No, that because even the work stuff, that shit did not work out. So, and in a way, we were friends too. Before we became like fucking with each other, we were friends. So that's a no for me. Next.
Yeah, I can't do it either because if I'm done with you, I want to be done with you. I don't want to see you again.
Right.
Good point.
So yeah.
The idea of an amicable breakup, is that a myth in your opinion?
Amicable?
Amicable, meaning that you part ways on good terms, right? Still be friends.
Nope.
I don't believe in it. I don't believe in that, honestly. I think if it's over, then it should be over everything. Why keep bringing it? Why need to go back to the past or have it still be there when you're trying to move forward? It's just gonna To me, it's just gonna hold you back. From what I mean, if you're done for a reason, you're done. Period.
That's how I feel too. That's how I feel. Like I've had to cut
Yeah, no, I
off
agree.
people. I've had to cut off people just even recently. Like I had dated this
Dude,
girl like 10, like not even. I'm not even gonna say 10. Like that's even like a minimum. Like 15 years ago, and we
damn.
still was like she would still hit me up, just on like some cordial stuff, and we would just talk about just like some bullshit. But it's just the fact that she was still around, and I had to cut her off after a while. I was like, look. Like I just cannot. I just don't do exes, and I'm not fucking with nobody that I used to fuck with. You are an ex for a reason. Like it might be kind of cool right now, we talking about shooting the shit or whatever, but I'm not
Mhm.
fucking with you like that. And I had to cut that shit off. So I definitely that's a definite no for me as far as fucking with exes and people used to. I don't care how long ago it was, yesterday or 15 years ago. Fuck that.
Then it does carry over, like someone mentioned previously about on the job romances. Doesn't sound like that's ever a good idea.
Oh yeah, I've done that a couple times. It didn't work out at all. I mean, it
You have
was
to
good
still
while
work
it
with them, right?
lasted. No, like I moved on from job to that to where I'm at now. So I don't do that. That was like back like that was even like maybe like 10 or 9 years ago. Um, but it did happen. It did. And I mean, it was good while it lasted, but it was just like you gotta at some point you gotta move on. Like I don't want to be like. First off, I moved on from that job. First off, and then you on top of that, and then I met you at that job. So I'm definitely not fucking with you or that job anymore. So yeah, let's move on. So I don't fuck with no exes, and especially people that I've worked with that I had a relationship with. I'm not doing that.
Gotta agree with that. I've never dipped my ink into the company well, so to speak. Pen. Sorry, I completely wrecked that analogy. Let me try again. I never dipped my pen to company ink.
Wait, what? What did you say? You said
It's an old saying.
I got it
I
though.
don't
We
even know
get
if you
it.
said it like that.
Sorry, it's sort of like a phrase. I don't know what you call it, idiom. You don't, was it dip your pen in the company ink? It just means you don't have
Oh.
romantic relationships with people at work.
But it happens though. But you know why it's so easy for that to happen? Because like when you go to work, like you spend most of your life when you really have a 9 to 5. Like most of your life is really spent at work for real. And it's things happen. Things happen when you're at work because you spend so much time there. You spend a lot of time, and that's kind of what happens. But people have to kind of have a little bit of self control as far as that goes and be like, like some people don't care. But, once you've been there, done that, it's just kind of like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that again. Like, it's not my thing. I'm going to meet somebody. If I do meet somebody, it's going to be outside of work. I'm not even, like, I'm just going to go to work and do my job and go home, and that's it. But some people are just like, yeah, let's, mix and mingle and dibble dabble when I'm at work. But yeah,
Isn't
that's
it kind of
I can't do that.
Yeah. Isn't it kind of interesting when you think about it, though, how those whom we develop the longest term relationships with, like friends, coworkers,
Yeah,
are then the least likely to whom we think wise to be in a relationship with, right? It's almost as
yeah,
if the alternative then is to seek out people we don't know as well, like whether it be blind dates or just meeting someone firsthand. And yet, when you
yeah,
think about it, the romantic relationship is the closest type of relationship you're going to get into, maybe even more so than a friendship. I mean, what do you think? Do you think a romantic relationship, even not even just marriage, but just being in a relationship with someone romantically, is it closer than that of, say, a friend?
Ooh, it's a thin line, bro. With that, that's a very thin line to me. I mean, like just going to work is stressful in itself. I mean, like just on the like the spectrum of things, that's kind of a stressful thing. Nobody really wants to go to work. But when you do go to work and you meet somebody that's like real cool, um, you kind of get more encouraged. You actually more happy to go to work because you know you're gonna see them. And you're gonna see them the next day, and you get real happy and go lucky and all that, stuff like all that little, all this stuff. But once it goes sour, though, you know, it goes sour. That could be the worst. Like that's like the worst scenario. Now it's already you don't even want to go to work, but now you got to see this person that you fell out with, that you became involved with. Who wants to deal with that? That's like a double-edged sword right there. You don't want to go to work, and then on top of that, you seeing a motherfucker that you fell out with, that you was romantically involved with, and y'all fell out. So now I really don't want to go to work.
And then you're working with him, and then you find out he's fucking some other chick at work.
Yeah, like who wants to deal with that? Who wants to deal with that? Like, I mean, it's cool when it's going on, it's cool. But once y'all like fall out, like it's just like, damn, I just want to quit my job at this point. I didn't want to be there.
See, I have a lot of that.
I think it's a horrible combination.
I have a lot of that going on in my industry.
That's too much going on. That's too much going on. For me personally, that's just a little bit too much. I mean, it's cute and everything when it's going on, but once y'all fall out, and eventually it probably will happen. And once y'all fall out, it's gonna be like hell on earth. Hell on earth. You can't even sleep at night sometimes because you awake and having nightmares of going to work the next day. You gotta deal with this.
Yeah,
on top of your
anxiety and all
job.
that too.
So I would never do that. I've done that twice. I've got involved with somebody I work with twice, and it was fucking goddamn horrible. Like after we fell out, it was horrible. It was good while it lasted, but after that, horrible.
Was it the same person twice, or was it two different people?
It was two different people. It was two different people, and both of those experiences, I probably should have learned from the first time, but I didn't. I was just like, well, maybe it was just that person, But that second time, I was just like, nah, I'm good. I'm not doing this again because that shit stressed me the fuck out. I'd be calling out, get to calling out because you just don't want, that person gonna be there that day. You just don't want to deal with that shit, like. To me, that's just like you just kind of asking for it. You just asking for trouble when you do shit like that. If I'm gonna go to work every day, which is already like a pain in the ass, let's just let it be that. And that's it. Me having a relationship with somebody at my job now, oh my god, this is too much going on for me. That's too much.
Mag, you said that you've seen a lot of that in your work as well.
Yes, a lot. Actually, a lot of adultery and a lot of.
That's bad.
It's you can just see it. It's what's more gross is that when I went to a company dinner, and it was like just a table of us, maybe like 10, but it happened to be like one owner, one higher up guy, like two managers, and then like just some other of us on the floor. You can just then drinking too, alcohol, and then you can.
There we go, drinking.
And I'm just sitting there, like, just looking at all these fucking disgusting people because you can just see it in their eyes. You can see it in their behavior. You can see it in the way they move, they talk, and it's just like fucking disgusting.
Wow, that's really fascinating. Yeah.
after that night, I never want to go to a dinner like that ever again.
Yo, y'all, I used to go. Well, hold on. Carlos said something. He said, "What job was this?" Well, for
Oh,
me
I work
personally,
I work in the mortgage. Oh, me or you?
well, I'm gonna answer him, and you can answer. But
Okay.
for my job, it was I worked at a college, and I still work at a different college now. But it was at a college, and you know, it was all type of people there. But that's where all that shit happened for me. It was at a community college. I work at another one now, and I don't deal with that no more. But that's what happened for me. Go ahead,
Oh,
Mars, with your
oh,
situation.
Finney's back. So you know what I'm talking about, Finney. You know that mortgage business. You know all that fucking talk. You know what goes down.
Look,
Finney
Finny
knows
still
what's
up.
up. Finney knows what's
Yeah,
up.
I like Finny. I like Finny, man. He's a cool little dude, man. He's a cool dude. I like him.
Finney, I'm a
Cool little
mortgage
dude.
funder.
And see, look, she met somebody. Like, it don't even matter what job it is. Like, really, it's
Yeah, it
about the
sounds like
people.
that.
It's about the people that's there. You could be a
Oh,
fucking goddamn fucking surgeon,
the
a
Christmas
whole
party was
doctor,
fucking
and you
crazy. Everybody's
motherfucking
all like
going through.
coked out and everything, all drinking and everything.
Yeah. And the girl that I used to fuck with, that I worked with, like we used to go to the strip club. That's why I'm mad I missed that strip club stream that was going on last night. But every day after work for like a whole month though, like after work, we would go to the strip club after work, and we would just chill in the strip club for like 4 or 5 hours after work, like happy hour and all that shit. No, we gotta get up early in the morning, and we would just be chilling up in that motherfucking life for hours, you know. And that's how we really really became close and stuff like that. But I will never do that again, ever, ever. Fuck that. I'd rather be like a whole nerd and just be to myself, just like you, Thulu. I just rather be to myself, man. Fuck that shit. Go ahead, Mars. What you saying?
Oh no, I that's all I gotta say. Everybody's getting. I mean, not everybody, but there are those people out there. You know, I mean, it's in every industry. You gotta say, you know, it's just some are hush hush and some are more shown or told than others.
Yeah.
I think that it's more prevalent in certain age groups at work or even positions.
Um, I honestly feel like it's not even your position. I just feel like you just gotta be there. I don't
Yeah, it
really feel
doesn't
like
even
it's
matter because I had this
yeah.
this guy that was in his like early 20s dating this 19-year-old, and her mother work with me, and I'm just like, damn, the apple don't fall from the far from the fucking tree here. Because
How do they reckon?
her mom was cheating on fucking her husband, fucking with people at work, man.
Damn.
So that's the
That
kind of
shit's
shit that I
crazy.
don't want to see or know, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't care, you know? I'm just there to do my thing and go out. Like all this shit I hear, I don't care to hear about it. I know it happens, but fuck, when it's just like,
Why do you think they're having affairs though? I could see if they were single and everyone's mingling, but why do you think there's so much infidelity?
what JD says, you spend a lot of time with those people.
You spend a lot
Gotcha.
of your time at work, you know? Like actually like some people they spend more time at work than at home. And like especially if you're single too, like that's really the only time you even really have to socialize with people. And
But then you got
you
those
come
people who
home,
work
you're by
overtime,
yourself.
quote unquote.
Yeah. I'm speaking on my behalf on as far as that goes. Like you go to work, that's where you like really socialize with people, and it just kind of happens. And then you come home and you just rest and you go to sleep and you go back into that same environment. And it's like the same thing over and over again every day. And it gets to the point where now they're in your life outside of work because they come over and because that's what happened with me. Like they coming over like on the weekends and stuff like that because we done bonded so much at work And now they're coming over on the weekends and stuff, and then you're doing stuff, and then you go back to work on Monday. You done spent all weekend together, and you done did whatever you did with them, and then on Monday they giving you the googly eyes, and and it's just the same thing week after week after week, you know. But at some point that shit got to stop. It's just a little because where I feel like work and play that does not that does not coexist with each other. I just don't feel like you should be mingling with like both of them together. I feel like when you go to work, that's it, and then you come home, and then you do your thug thizzle, outside of work. But if you bring in your work home with you and bitches and all that shit, that's you're kind of playing with fire a little bit. You're kind of playing with fire because you end up getting into an argument in a relationship and all that stuff, and then you bring that to work with you. So shit might happen. You might get fired because you done got into an argument with a bitch at work. But anyway, y'all go ahead.
I think that
Yeah.
it's more prevalent though among men or women, or is it pretty equal or pretty even in terms of? Well, I guess it would be pretty even in general. Assume most people are straight, but I mean, instigating. Do you think there's a discrepancy between what gender sort of instigates relationships in the workplace or infidelity?
I mean, I don't know, bro. Like, to be honest with you, because like I said, I don't fuck with dudes or nothing like that. But just with my experience, like I've had a lot of women, you know what I mean? Like I used to work at a prison at one point in time, and I had to quit that prison because I don't know if y'all know about prisons and how like female prisons are, and they are all about if they see some fresh meat up in there. I'm not even talking about the inmates though. When I say fresh meat, I'm talking about like the correctional officers and everything. And I was a correctional officer. And as soon as they see like some fresh meat and they know you like that, because this is the thing with me, like I'm not girly. Like you can look at me and tell I don't fuck with dudes. Like you just tell, like right off the rip. And and they knew that, and it was hell on earth for me because I was just trying to go there and get a paycheck, and do my job and go home. But it was just like, every time I went to work, it was just like I gotta deal with all this extra bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I only lasted there for only a year. But even after that, any other job I had, it was just like, and it's flattering. I'm not gonna lie, it is flattering. But at the same time, I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. And I just want to go to work and come home, and that's it, and chill. So I don't know how it is as far as like the men women situation and all that stuff. I mean, I can imagine it's probably maybe worse. I don't know. You're gonna have to ask Mars that. But I'm just talking about my part of it, like what I went through. Like the shit was fucking horrible. Go
When you
ahead,
say
Mars.
you actually had to step out, I think she had to give the fiance some time.
Yeah, she had to step out for a bit.
Yeah.
Like, can you give us any idea, like, in terms of what maybe you encountered or what type of interactions you had that kind of made it tough? Was
You
it
mean
just like
like
people hitting you?
when I worked at the prison?
Yeah.
Well, oh man. Well, first off, let's just start from the beginning. Okay, so when I worked at the prison, it wasn't like I just got the job. Like it was like the army. So we had to go through drills. Like it was like a 6 week drills, and we had to. It was just like boot camp. Really, it was like a boot camp. And of course, we went into the prisons. It was our first time going into these prisons, and going into all these little units. And I mean, we're talking about prison, like murderers, fucking murderers and sex addicts and child molesters and all that stuff. It was everybody up in there. Matter of fact, one of the prisons I went to, I don't know if y'all remember Selena, but the bitch that killed Selena, was in one of those.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. And I had went up in one of those. It was in Gatesville. It's in Texas, because you know that's where Selena was from. But anyway, it was just like even as a cadet, because that's what we are. We were cadets, and we would get hit on by women all the fucking time, all day, every day, and that's just as cadets. And me being the way that I am, even I didn't even appreciate that. Like, I'm here to do a job and that's it, and I want to go home. Like, I don't want to be flirted with, or none of that. That's not what I'm there for. It was hard though, bro. Like, for real. Like, they try to get you in trouble once you are actually a correctional officer and you really there, and because them prisoners, them inmates, they know, they study your every fucking move. They watch everything you do. So they know if you're new, if you're old, if they know if you're in training. And once you did it, and once you graduated and got out of training, they knew that you was there for good and you was assigned to their unit. They would use that shit to the utmost degree and try to get your ass in trouble. So every fucking day that I went to work, and I worked a graveyard shift too, from like fucking 8 o'clock at night to like 6 in the goddamn morning. 8 to 6 all fucking night. These bitches was fucking with me all night. And I'm talking about like all the flirting and trying to get me in trouble, trying to get me to do shit with them and all this other bullshit. And I got to a point where I was like, man, I can't do this no more. I can't do this. This is not my character. It's not. Like, they trying to get me to be on the other side. They trying to like get me in the other side of where they're at. I'm on the outside looking in, but they want to get me on the inside looking out. That's what they was trying to do. And it just got to a point, bro, like I just could not fuck with that shit no more, man. I worked there for like a year. For a year. That's all I can do. That's it. So I'm saying though, like that coworker, even though that wasn't really a coworker scenario, but it was still the fact that I was going to work and dealing with that bullshit, like with bitches. It was just too much going on, man. It was just too much. I had to quit. I had to find something that made me happy, and I'm cool now.
Yeah, it's wild, man.
Shit was wild as fuck, man. It was like a movie or something. I felt like I was in a movie. Every day I went to work, I felt like I was in a movie. But I guess it was a good thing in a way, but I learned from it. I definitely learned a lot from it, but I would never do that again. Never.
Remember, Derek was mentioning how because we were talking about how men in prison, a lot of them revert to sex with other men, right? They don't consider themselves gay. And I was wondering, do you think in female prison, do you think a lot of straight women kind of start to practice lesbian relationships, gay relationships, just because of their situation they're in? Do you think they still identify in terms of their sexuality that? I'm just curious if anything maybe you saw in that regard.
Oh yeah, most definitely, yeah. I mean, I don't think that probably, I'm gonna say maybe about 80% of the females that were at that prison were not gay at all. And the other 20, yes. But they got so fucking desperate, or whatever the fuck it was they was going through. That's all they had. They didn't see no men. They didn't really see no men, because even like the correctional officers that were there that were men, they were like old white dudes, and I'm just being honest, a lot of the prisoners that were there and the inmates that were there were like Hispanic, like younger Hispanic females, younger Hispanic Black females. So they wasn't even thinking about this old white dude, that was the correctional officer. But once they saw like somebody like me, then it was on and popping, And I don't feel like it was because that they really were gay or nothing like that. I just feel like they just felt more comfortable like shooting that shit with me, you know. Now I'm not saying that, yeah, but me being the person that I am, I just didn't feel comfortable being in this, like in the surroundings. I just didn't feel comfortable with that. Like if I want to be around some gay bitches, I'll just go to the club, you know what I'm saying, and like shoot the shit with them.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to work and be like fucking around with y'all inmates. Like y'all not about to get me in trouble because y'all just want to have a way out. Like I'm not
That's
about to
true.
do that. So that's pretty much what it was. But as far as like these inmates and stuff like that, I feel like it is a desperation type of a thing. It's like they are desperate. They want to get out. They do. Or they at least want some contraband or something. They want some contraband or some shit. But I just couldn't get down with that. That's why I was like, I gotta get out of there. But yeah, I feel like even with the male prisons too, like people, they are desperate. They're desperate as fuck up in there, and that's why they do those type of things, and they just want to get the fuck out or something. They want to get out, or they want some type of um connection with somebody on the outside world, you know, and that's that. I mean, I don't know what's going through their mind, bro. I have no idea what's going through their mind, but all I know
Yeah.
is I wasn't getting in no fucking shit like that. That's all I know. I just came to work and went home.
That kind of opens up, I guess, another question. Then is sexuality something that is rigid, right? We're born with and it just cannot change, or do you think sexuality can be more fluid, and that depending on our circumstances, we may kind of move or shift towards relations with different individuals or genders? Like in the case of someone in prison, is that an expression of their sexuality, or would you consider it exclusive to their sexuality? Would they still be straight, but they're just in a place outside their power or something?
Oh man, that's a really good question. That's a really big question. I mean, I feel like it depends on the person too, like whether if you're in prison or not. Like let's just say like you were in the free world and you just were really confused about your identity. Because I've known a lot of quote unquote lesbians that have multiple kids, you know. And to me,
That's true.
being the way that I am, me being a lesbian, let's just put it out there. But and I meet these females that have like 5 fucking kids, and it's just like, well, how much of a lesbian are you?
That's
So
true.
that's another thing too. Just even in the gay community, we even judge each other. And it's just like, okay, you have 5 kids, but you claim to be a lesbian now? How the fuck did that work? In my mind, and a lot of people mind that are like me or whatever, but it's just like I just don't see how you can have all those kids and you claim to be a lesbian. So that means you was out here fucking. You was fucking dudes. So I don't get that. I really don't understand that. I really don't. But to each their own. Like I really try not to judge like that. That's something you got to deal with over there. I mean, I just deal with the females that come in come into my life. That's just what it is. I really that's it. That's it, bro. Like, but I do question. I have standards too. I definitely have standards with who I date and stuff like that. I don't fuck with bisexuals and stuff like that because I just feel like you probably just like I'm just like a plaything to you. I'm a plaything, and you're gonna go back to
It's
the dude
interesting, yeah.
eventually, type stuff. You know. So, dude, it's so many layers to this shit. It don't make no sense. It's just so many layers that people won't even fucking understand. They don't even understand this shit. They don't.
True. And even me as a heterosexual, I've even studied and learned and read about perspective of people in
No, baby, I haven't. Go ahead.
say that yeah, no, I've heard this similar. When it comes when it comes to, like, say, the LGBTQ plus IA, etc. This there's this notion of unity, right? Like the pride praise and such. But in reality, just like with anything, there's always going to be some level of division, oftentimes, even among allies, right? So like in the case where you're mentioning bisexuals, you know, it's like between straight people and gay people. It's like where do bisexuals come in? You know?
Yeah, and even the like the hardcore LGBT, like they frown upon bisexuals. They feel like it's a betrayal, because
Yeah.
it's like like unless it's another bisexual, then they okay with it, whatever. But like a hardcore lesbian or a hardcore like I'm just gonna say it, a faggot, they really like get really into their feelings about stuff like that. And this is my thing about me. That I want everybody to know this about me though. People in the chat and everybody. I'm not a label. I'm not at all. I'm not a label. I don't like being judged by a label. I don't do that. I'm just me. I do what I do, And Finny, what you just you just asked me a question. No, I've never done that and never been interested in that. That's just what I do. This is just what I do, okay? But it's just a lot of double standards as far as that goes, even in that community, bro. Like, you think like racism is a thing, just put on top of that racism and the whole LGBT on top of that. That's like a double triple whammy, bro. That's a double whammy. That's a lot going on. And this is why I just kind of just stay to myself too. Like, I just do what I do, man. I don't do that label stuff. I don't do all that labels and all that stuff. I don't.
So I guess maybe it sort of begs the question then. What do you think in terms of gender identity? How do you think that plays in terms of sexuality? For example, we think of traditionally heterosexual, homosexual, right?
Yeah.
But we only define that because we have a traditional sense of what a man and a woman is. But if the moment you introduce the concept of transgenderism, you're now introducing both the biological aspect of a person and the gender expression of that person. So, from your perspective, what if a man who wants to transition to a woman, right, and says, I'm a woman, wants to be in a relationship with you? How would you feel about that?
Let me just touch on that as far as that transgender. Let's just do the transgender part. Transgender thing. Okay. I don't agree with the transgender stuff. And this is coming from a lesbian. Okay. I don't agree with that transgender shit at all. I feel like, let's just say me, for example, right? And me wanting to be a dude. Why would I want to be something that I don't fuck with? I enjoy being a woman. I enjoy being a female. I enjoy the fuck out of it. So why the fuck would I want to change my whole like body parts and everything to become a nigga? I don't want to do that. And that's just me speaking on my own. Like, to each their own with all that. But I don't agree with that transgender shit. I don't. I feel like the way you was born that's the way you was born, and the body you was born with, that's the way God intended it to be. Now, as far as your personal, sexual preference, that's on you. But changing your body up, dudes wanting to become females and all that shit, and I don't agree with that. I don't, and I never will. And they trying to put that shit in schools now and teaching kids sexual education as far as it goes. I do not agree with that shit. I don't at all. I think that's some bullshit. I feel like let them kids be kids and let them learn the way that we learned, back when we was going to school. None of that shit was going on when we went to school at all. But I don't agree with that transgender shit. I really don't. I really don't agree with that transgender stuff. Like I said, to each their own, but I just don't fuck with that. I don't.
I think there's a lot of people in the gay and lesbian community that would agree with you. I think it's far more prevalent than people realize. I know even from studying some, it's definitely very prevalent. It's kind of like the issue between bisexuals and homosexuals as well. It's like there's a lot of things people don't realize in terms of there being sort of a schism between the different groups in the LGBTQ plus, etc. And it's not just this fully unified thing, right? That everyone's just on board with everything together. And so I'm always wondering, when is this going to be addressed? You know, when are these sort of disagreements or grievances, this idea that there can be diversity among the LGBTQ group, right? They don't all have to be, not everyone who's gay and lesbian has to agree with transgender and vice versa. You know what I mean? There's this notion that everyone has to fit because it's maybe even because we're in a time where everything is sort of like there's white and there's non-white. There's straight and there's non-straight. There's male and non-male. You know, there's sort of like a dichotomy we've created. So then it kind of forces people, well, if you're not straight, you have to all be allies. You have to all be on the same page. You have to be in agreement.
Right. Fuck that shit. Cause like even when I see like, cause you know I'll be on Instagram and shit like that. When I see what's that dude name? Dwayne Wade, and he got that's his son that wanna be a girl and shit. That shit actually makes me fucking nauseous as fuck. Like I just don't agree with stuff like that. I really don't. Like I said, to each their own. I'm not judging. Like I really don't want to judge nobody, but I just cannot get down with stuff like that. I really don't. I feel like if you're a woman and you like other women, or you're a man and you like another man, then let it be that. That's it. You trying to change your whole fucking like gender and everything? I don't agree with no shit like that though. There ain't no way in hell I want to grow a penis, and I don't feel like a nigga should be trying to get a vagina and titties and all that shit. I just don't fuck with that, bro. I don't. Cause that's and two, that's really confusing too. That's very confusing. Because if it was, let's just say, you know, like even you know, you're a straight male, and it's a dude that, you know, it used to be a dude, so quote unquote, and now he is a woman now or whatever, and you couldn't even tell the fucking difference. And then he tells you after you done fuck that motherfucker, and then he tell you, oh, by the way, I used to be a dude. That's fucked up to me. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a betrayal of trust, first of all. You know, I think it's incredibly dishonest.
It's very dishonest. It's very dishonest, and I don't agree with stuff like that. Like, I just feel like, you know, I'm an old school lesbian too. So we don't rock like that. We don't rock like that at all. Like, you know, we can hang with the fellas and all that stuff, and we can talk the shit or whatever, but we definitely ain't about to be cutting our titties off or doing no shit like that. You know, and getting surgery and all that shit. Like, that shit is crazy as fuck to me.
All this is a new breed. Yeah, it's a new breed. I mean, there used to be sort of the classic, the classic liberals, right? The classic conservatives. But we're in a new era. We have sort of an extremist perspectives, and this transgenderism movement is definitely a representation of that pretty far off extreme notion that we never really experienced before, generations past. It's like, well, let me, again, going back to one of my original questions. If someone, well, maybe I should just go straight to cut to the chase.
Uh-huh.
If a man considers himself a woman, right, has the surgery to cut off his penis, do you consider that man now a woman?
No, I don't.
So in a way, like, so the pronouns that we use, how do we reconcile the usage of pronouns? Like, would you still use their preferred pronouns even if you don't see that man as a woman?
Yeah. I'm still gonna call him a him, and he and bro and all that shit. Yeah. Like, you're not a woman. You're not a woman. Like, you weren't born that way. So what the fuck are you doing? That's just the way I see it.
I had to run back because I heard that part.
Welcome back, man.
Still up.
I had to run back because I heard about this conversation, this topic right now.
What you think about it? I'm just saying what I feel about it, Mars. Like, I don't feel like a man that they cut they penis off and get breast implants, you still a dude. You're still a dude.
Yeah,
And you're gonna be that way forever.
I
Vice
agree
versa
with
with a
you.
female.
I agree with you because they would never feel what us women go through
Right.
chemically
Nigga, you
with our
never gonna have a
bodies.
period. You're never gonna have a child. You're never gonna know what
Right.
none of that shit is.
You're not gonna know the feeling when your
It's
tits are sore when you're
insulting
about
as
to start your
fuck.
period. You know, you're not gonna feel that. You're not gonna
Right.
have all that cramps in there when you're on your period. You're not gonna,
Right. See, y'all dudes don't even know the half of it, man. Y'all don't.
It's true. I'll admit that.
I have a lot. I think actually most of my friends are straight. I don't even have a lot of gay friends. All my friends are straight. I have a couple of gay friends, and they're females too. By the way, they're not even dudes. But the friends that I do have are married straight couples. Those are my friends, and that's who I relate to the most. Because I don't even know why, but as far as like what you're talking about, Thulu, like that shit is actually kind of insulting in a way, because these
I do
niggas
agree on
trying
that
to
part
be
too.
women and stuff. Like you got me fucked up with that. You got me all the way fucked up with that. I don't like that shit at all.
I do get offended by that too because they claim that, oh, I transitioned, so they think they're a woman, but they're not. Like I said, you're not going to feel what we go through chemically with our fucking bodies.
Right.
You're not going to be able to have a damn child. You're not, all that shit. Whether you change your penis to mold it into a vagina, you're not going to have the pieces and shit that you have, that we have inside. You put a fucking
crazy to me. Like, that shit is just fucking crazy to me.
You're gonna put like a fucking like a plastic uterus in there or something, like
right? That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit to me. And this is coming from somebody
that's the next thing that they're probably gonna.
Like, that's some bullshit. Yeah.
That's the next thing they're probably gonna try to fucking create or something. A fucking plastic uterus.
I think you're right. A pseudo vagina, pseudo uterus.
I don't know, y'all.
They're already working on producing breast milk.
Right. I enjoy being a woman, and that's that, and I feel like, what's the point of being, a gay dude or a lesbian if you're not gonna really embody that? Being a woman or being a man, and that's what you are, and you fuck with the same sex. I would never want to change myself into anything else. Like, I would never want to be a man ever. So it's just like, I don't know. That shit is even weird to me. It's weird.
And then my thing too is that if you transition to a man, you're still gonna, you think fucking medication or pills are gonna make you become, a man with those, what they feel, and you're still gonna cry like a little bitch.
And here's the thing though, Mars, like, I have seen women go into that transition and into a man, and they take all that testosterone, the pills, and they get their titties cut off, and the shit look weird as fuck. First off, when they get their titties cut off, the shit look fucking weird. Like, you could just tell. Like, you just tell that they used to be a woman. And even their mannerisms, like, you can take all the testosterone you fucking want to, nigga. You can do all that shit, lift your weights and go to the gym and all that shit. But at the end of the day, you can still tell that motherfucker is a woman. You can still, by the mannerisms, everything. They still have that, like, that female, like, aura about them. It's still there. It's still there. I actually been confused my damn self where I had seen a female transition to a male, and it looked like a whole dude, right? It looked like a whole dude, but I could just tell. I was like, oh, they used to be a woman because of their mannerisms. Like, that stuff does not change.
It's interesting.
It doesn't change at all. Like, the mannerisms, the hand gestures, even the voice, it might sound a little deeper because they taking that testosterone, but you can just tell, like, it's not deep enough though. It's not deep enough. And like I said, just the mannerisms of everything. Like you just tell, like it's either like you are maybe a female that transitioned into a dude. It's either that or you're a faggot. You're either that because both of y'all is acting the same way. It's the dudes that want to be girls and the girls that want to be dudes act the same fucking way. It's just in there. It's in your DNA. It's in your fucking DNA. Like you can't change that shit. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck how many pills you take. That's just what it's gonna be.
Yeah, I read somewhere, I think it was like in YouTube chat or somewhere, somebody had said that it was a guy. Their friend had transitioned into a man, and I guess she, what the fuck, was having a bad day and was crying on
Uh-huh.
his shoulder, and he was just like, you just gotta man up now. I'm just like,
So, and you
you
can't.
know, you know what I'm saying? Like I just said a little bit ago, you're still gonna cry like a little bitch.
Ain't no. There's no manning up from that. There's no manning up. Like, bitch, you're a fucking female. Like, you can't do nothing about that. It's still that. Like, that's what you were born. That's what you were born as. I don't give a fuck how many vitamins and pills and shots you take. You always gonna have that persona that you're a female. I don't give a fuck how rock hard and all the muscles and biceps and shit that you got going on, nigga. You is a female, and it shows. It still shows. It still shows.
Yep, sure does.
What a lot of people also forget or neglect to be aware of is there are a lot of people, and I think a lot of it oftentimes is sort of hidden or subdued. There are a lot of people who detransition, who actually regret trying to change their sex, and you don't hear about that because it's almost like a taboo. It's seen as it being a traitor, to the cause or ally, and there's a lot of interesting stories and sort of research into that where people who detransition go through, how they came about to coming to those terms with them. And it's a difficult thing also to study, I think, because and I think it's highly politicized today because it does have the potential to sort of undermine what we're often sold to as being this. If you feel it, you are it, and there's no exception. So to think that there could be exceptions of people who do regret and do detransition, that could undermine the movement, so to speak.
That's funny you say that because, well, not funny, but I watched a documentary about a guy who was in the midst of transitioning to be a woman on a YouTube channel, Soft White Underbelly or something like that. I don't know if you're familiar.
I've heard them, yeah.
He was transitioning at eight, like in the 20s or something. I mean, he had childhood trauma. His dad was a pedophile, and he would beat him and humiliate him with friends and all that stuff, rape him and all that shit, and base play. He would like record everything, so you hear him yelling and stuff, and he didn't know he's just a child. He doesn't know this happened to him during childhood years, and then he thought he was gay. He was with a man for a few years, but he had, thrown those memories away, locked it away. And it triggered him one night when he was on top of him. And it triggered the whole, dad thing came back because him being with a man and then, all that stuff and being, raped and, just him being with a man again. And it popped up all those memories. And from that day on, it changed. He was in the midst of transitioning that time too. So he was like, he stopped right then. He's like, I can't, he knows he admits that he fucked up and all that stuff. Therapy is not going to help him, nothing. It's only you that's going to be able to do it yourself, which is true. As much therapy as you can go through and as much as you want to seek help, it's ultimately within. And so he met some chick, and he was on drugs too, of course. He met some chick and just she helped him and now has a kid with her and did regret going through that transition and was glad that he didn't. And it was just crazy to watch how people's lives are so fucking different from yours, you know, and what they go through.
Yeah,
Oh, that's crazy.
it's very different. Like just me being a part of that, like a part of
You know,
that group, whatever. Like it's just like it's even stuff I don't even agree with. You know, it's a lot of stuff I don't even agree with. You know, and it's just I don't know. I mean I try not to judge people. I really don't. It's not my place to do that. I don't feel like it's anybody's. But when it come down to that, because that really hits close to home. But I do not agree with that transgender shit. I just do not get down with that.
right. I
I
mean,
don't.
no matter what you were going through and what other people are going through, you know, it's sad, and you know, not for everybody. And you know, we all go through our things and stuff, but it's like I still disagree with, you know, it all that shit and stuff. So
Right.
whether you want
Yeah.
me to listen
It's
to your
tough
story or
subject.
not, I'm still, you know, gonna put my foot down on what I feel and what I believe.
Right. Exactly. You know, it's a tough subject though. It's a really tough subject. And I know it might be confusing to, like, people that are straight, but it's a lot of things that y'all don't know that goes on with the LGBT stuff. It's a lot of things that go on even in that community. A lot of discrimination goes on even in that community. It
Oh, I'm
does.
sure.
Believe it, yeah.
It
I mean,
does.
discrimination is everywhere, you know,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
So
You know,
it's just
through
like
this
a very.
conversation and dialogue, we have knowledge. You know, that's how we learn.
Hmm. Yeah. Um.
Right.
It's Pride Month too, y'all. It's Pride Month, and I'm all about that. Go Pride, but it's just certain shit though. I just can't fuck with it. Like I've even had
Oh, I hear you.
friends that I've had male friends that were drag queens. Now they weren't transgender, but they did dress up as girls. It was cute and everything. Whatever, whoop de whoop, wop de wop. But these dudes that try to portray to be females, like I get a little offended off of that just because they over exaggerate what they think a female is. Like
I,
they
I,
do
True.
the
Yeah.
most.
yeah.
They do the most. Like females don't even act like that. They just doing the most. All that like, flaunting and whipping hair back and forth and all that old shit. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Of course,
Yeah.
yeah. You don't
Yeah,
see
they
someone
just act like
transitioning
that.
to. You don't see someone transitioning to female as, say, the stereotypical, like, Butch Dyke image, right? You see them transitioning as the most stereotypical feminine looking appearance, right?
Yeah. It's not even their appearance though. Like Thulu. It's not even their appearance. It's their mannerisms. Like they do.
Gotcha.
Like they do too much. They just be doing too much. Like regular females don't act like they don't act like that. They
No, we
just
don't.
they exaggerate what they think a female is. Like we just over here chilling. Just females. Period. But these gay dudes, they get to putting their wigs on and all that old shit or whatever the fuck. Like they exaggerate what they think a female is supposed to be. It's just
Their
like you
ideal
don't even
female.
act like.
It's like
Say what?
their ideal of what a female is or should be.
Yeah, bro. I know you done seen that shit. All them the drag queens and they be doing the most. Like they just like it's just like female times 100 with them. A female times 100. When the regular females is just over here just chilling and like just like what we're doing right now, like me and Mars and like talking to you and just chilling, but they over here like doing the most, and that's not how females are at all. Even the bitches at the strip club, like and them is like real females, and the niggas is over here in these girl clothes and just doing the most, doing backflips and whipping their hair back and forth. Like the females don't even do that. Like real females don't even act like that.
So
They
even in
like
their
we don't do that.
Nope.
so even in their attempt to transition, they're really only they're not truly transitioning to a woman. They're more transitioning into their image of what a woman is.
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what it is. That's
That's
exactly
actually
what it is.
spot on.
Like,
Yeah.
dude, I know you done seen this shit. I know you have seen the gay dudes like portraying females and all that little bullshit they be doing. Females, like
Oh, yeah.
for real, females don't act like that. They don't do that. All that like flipping, the way they talk and just everything about them, the makeup, the hair, the flamboyant. They're very flamboyant. That's probably the best word I could put out there. They're very flamboyant about what they do. And this is not how regular females act. Even
Nope.
straight females, any female, like, and they just doing the most. So that's what I kind of get a little bit offended off of that too, because I'm like nigga, like females don't even act like the way that you are like portraying females. Like females don't act like that.
It feels very
At all.
performative, you know, because
it's like a performance. It's like a performance. Like
Yeah,
a
it's all
whole
about
Broadway
entertainment.
show. It's like a Broadway show or something. And that's crazy to me because I'm just like, man, like don't no female I know act like that.
Nope.
No.
Hell
Don't no
no.
female I know act like that. Straight, I'm talking about straight females. My mama, my sisters, my cousins, my nieces, my friends. Don't nobody act like that. Even people I don't know. Just seeing people go to Walmart. You know, it ain't no females doing all that old bullshit that they
Right?
doing.
Imagine if
Yeah.
they walked down the fucking aisle that way, strutting their shit.
I know they over there strutting in their high heels in Walmart and shit.
Oh my
Strutting
god.
skydiving, whatever the fuck it is they be doing. Like that shit is fucking like that shit is like really offensive to me. It's offensive as fuck because like that's how you see females. That's how you see women. That's offensive.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
You know, I never thought about that point until you said something like that, JD, honestly, because it was just entertainment. I never really thought it from that point of view.
Because you know what it is as well. They can never get the
It's
psychological of a
always been
woman.
that way. Yeah, it's always been that way for me. Like I just felt like they were trying too hard to be feminine, and they felt like they had to do all this extra shit to like be feminine because they were men. But you know, like, and this is the thing though too. This is why I don't really like it's like the LGBT thing. But the dudes that try to be women, I have more of a problem with them just because of that issue. But the women that, you know, that try to be dudes or whatever, like they just more laid back. Like they just be chilling, you know? They just be chilling. But these dudes that got on this lipstick and eyelashes and all this old
Real fucking in here for real.
This shit crazy as fuck to me, man.
But you know what? The prevalence the prevalence of
you guys are still in here. What the fuck?
Good
Well,
morning, Jared.
if we leave, you're gonna be
Oh
streaming
my
and
God.
sleeping.
Wait, hold on. Dino woke up. Yo, we've been holding your stream down for like 6 hours,
and
bro.
let y'all do y'all thing. Shit.
I gotta reboot my system.
Holding your shit down for like 6 hours,
we were
nigga.
holding it down till you woke up so you can shut it off. Honestly.
Really?
Yeah, because
No.
Having a good time talking
you're the
to
one
him,
that had
though.
to shut it off, right?
Don't shut it
Right,
off.
but
We've been having a good
what?
time. Don't
Y'all
shut it
go
off.
ahead,
We've been
man. I'm
having a
going to
good time.
sleep. Y'all go ahead and just whenever y'all
But
done.
don't shut it off, D. Don't
You gotta
shut it
give
off.
someone the keys though to this application to be able to shut down.
D,
Yeah,
we've been
who's
having a
still
good
in here?
time for
Shit.
6 hours while you was asleep.
Jose,
Do
you
not
still in here
cut
talking or
it
you
off.
just sitting?
Don't cut it off.
I'm still
What?
here,
Say
Jared.
that again, JD.
No, I said we've been having a good time while you was asleep, and we've been holding it down. So don't cut it off now. We still talking.
All right, go ahead.
We still talking.
We're still here, Derek.
All right. Go back to
See
sleep,
y'all.
but don't cut it off.
No, I won't cut it off. Go ahead.
All right.
Do we need you to be awake to cut it off, though, if we do?
What?
But he do need to give somebody the keys, though.
Yeah, I have to do that like when it's not on though. I'll give it to Jose. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, give it to Jose. He been chilling with us the whole night, bro. Bro,
No,
you
especially
gotta hey D, make sure you rewatch the stream. We've been talking about all kind of shit while you was asleep.
All right, I
So you
got
make
y'all.
sure you rewatch all kind of shit.
That's been fun.
Wow.
You
Y'all
will be
could see-
enlightened. You will be enlightened about a lot of our stories if you just rewatch that shit. Like rewind about 6 hours ago.
Oh, man.
Yeah, y'all. Yeah.
So we were
Can still hear each other?
we were talking about was it transgenderism, and I was going to say the ratio of male to female is far higher than female to male, and I'm wondering, wonder why that is. I mean, do you think there's a reason why there's such a higher prevalency of men transitioning to female as opposed to females transitioning to men? It's huge difference. Huge difference.
I feel, you know what? I feel like it's more males transitioning to females. I feel like it's just easier for them. I don't know why. I just feel like it's maybe an easier thing for them. I don't know. I feel like, and this is the thing, like with like females that are more masculine. I'm trying to put it in a way that it won't be too like dirty or nothing. But females that feel more masculine, like we have toys, we have dildos and shit like that. We can make a way out of no way type of thing. But dudes can't do that. If they want to get fucked, like for real, they gotta go ahead and get surgery and everything. They gotta get surgery. They gotta get titties. They gotta do all this kind of shit. But I just feel like as women that actually do want to, be a dude, it's a little bit more easier as far as the surgery part of it. It's a little bit, I don't know. I just feel like it's a little bit easier. They just gotta get their titties cut off and put a dildo on. They ain't even gotta fuck with their private parts like that. But you got a whole dude, they gotta get their whole dick cut off. And make you know what I'm saying? Like that's a whole different scenario, bruh. Whole different thing. I don't know.
Some good points. I was thinking about, and this might be controversial, so you have to take this with a grain of salt. But if you consider, in terms of mental health, men tend to use an example of, say, suicide or depression. Men tend to have a higher rate of suicide, while women tend to have a higher rate of, unless this is outdated, but higher rate of depression or showing symptoms of depression, right? Which maybe indicates, and again, I'm just throwing it out there, that maybe men are more likely to go through extremes if you consider the concept of gender dysphoria being, and again, this is really controversial, but if you do consider it to be a mental dysfunction in the sense of a person not being happy with their sex, right? Just from a mental issue, not being happy with their sex, right? Mm-hmm. That situation then maybe with men leads more to the extreme of transitioning, as opposed to women, maybe their unhappiness with the condition less often leads to the extreme of taking hormones, right? And going through extreme surgeries. But I don't know if maybe that's just a coincidence, right? Where mental illness among men, especially, is more prevalent in terms of suicide, in terms of I think actually self-harm might be more prevalent in women, but actual suicide, completed suicides, is more common in men. But if you look at men, what was it? There's some other statistics regarding like workplace danger as well. I think maybe it has to just do with the experiences men have compared to women, that perhaps in some way contributes to this incredibly higher rate or ratio of transitioning. And I hate to again use the term mental illness or dysfunction, but it's hard to talk about something like gender dysphoria without acknowledging the psychological and cognitive dysfunction which defines it, and that's a difficult thing to reconcile for many people. They don't want to hear the word mental disorder. They don't want to hear the word dysfunctional, even if by definition, the very fact that a person is unhappy with their body and is willing to literally cut off their body parts, surgery. That's an extreme stance to take, and that should, I would think, be psychologically defined. But we're in a time where it's taboo to even say that openly, though this person might have a mental disorder. They might need to have some psychological help, because instead we're told we should affirm them, right? And which, from a psychological perspective, should not be the case. No psychologist, at least when I studied, should ever be affirming their client, right, or their patient. They should be opening up the client's, I guess, perspective and thinking and their ability to analyze and digest their life and experiences, right, to be able to use, say, logic and critical thinking in a manner that's functional and edifying. But the problem is that you're never affirming, meaning that you never just say, yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. That's what affirming means. You're instead sort of helping them to build and question themselves or look at themselves. But today, we instead have built our perspective on, when it comes to transgenderism, to just be affirming. So if a therapist or some counselor were to meet a child or a person who says, I think I might be at the other sex, or I don't like my body, I don't feel like I'm a real man or something, they're just going to be affirming and be like, well, why don't we help you, transition? Let me give you some information. Maybe you want to be maybe you do want to be a man. Like, let's help you, give you some information if that is the case, right? So they're more affirming rather than just, again, giving them the tools necessary to really delve into their psyche, because there could be a lot of issues. And unfortunately, because it's taboo, we don't always explore those possibilities. And like mentioned, I think Mags was mentioning that that case, right? I mean, that's just a specific case, obviously, but it does, I think, in general, speak to a lot of people's experiences when it comes to transgenderism, which is it oftentimes correlates with some type of traumatic experience, especially in their youth. And I know it's horrible to say, but it's something that should be acknowledged if we're going to really, and I don't even want to say fix the issue, because what does it mean to fix this issue? For some people, the idea of fixing it is irrelevant, because we should just be, again, affirming it. Just let them do whatever they want. There's no fixing. But again, like Max mentioned with that person, it was an issue for them. And the fix was to stop transitioning and really look back at the trauma that they were experiencing. So it's a touchy subject that unfortunately is made more touchy by our political correctness today, when it comes to this topic of transgenderism.
Yeah, whew, man, you said a mouthful. It's definitely a tricky situation. It definitely is. I mean, like I said, I can only speak for myself. As far as that goes, I cannot walk in anybody else's shoes. I don't know what they experienced in their childhood or what they went through or anything like that. But I'm just, I feel like we all have our own opinion, even if we're not even in that community or not. But we all have our own opinion as far as that goes. And I do feel like you were saying that mental health is a part of it too, because a lot of people, they have gone through things as a child, through their childhood. And, now as an adult, all this shit is coming out. Now, I'm not saying that, it's coming out in the right way. Maybe they should have done something else with the things that they had gone through and that pent up energy and that anger that they had. but maybe this was the best way that they felt they could express themselves. I have no idea. Like I said, I have nothing to do with these people's lives. All I'm saying is I just don't agree with, if God gave you that body, that's it. If God gave you that body, you gotta work with it. I don't give a fuck if you feel like you was wrong, you feel like you was born in the wrong one or not. You gotta work with the shit that you got, and that's it. And and if you do want to transition, okay, all right, do your thing. But at the same time, don't disrespect the other gender though. Don't disrespect the other gender. Like I said, these dudes that want to be females, they are disrespecting females at the same fucking time because they doing too much with that. They're doing a little bit too much. Like I'm just gonna say it. This is my answer. They doing a little bit too much as far as what they think a female is and how we rock. They doing too much, and it goes both ways too. I mean, but it's mostly, you mostly see this shit with the males transitioning to females. That's really when you see all the extra, the hair flipping and all that old bullshit that they be doing. You don't see that shit when females transition to dudes. They just be on some chill shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. But it probably is a mental thing too. It probably is a mental illness, and some shit that they dealt with in their childhood. That probably, it could be the case, but we don't know that, bro. Like, we don't really know that.
A lot of it's fear as well, because people don't want to be associated with mental illness, and yet yet simultaneously we're in a time where mental health is at the forefront of, I think, a lot of young kids, especially, the forefront of their mind and experiences, because we're seeing far more people being diagnosed with autism. They're being diagnosed with depression, right? And there's far more diagnoses going on psychologically and psychiatrically, and a lot of chemicals or drugs being given out, even to kids. So you would think at this time we would be more aware of our mental and cognitive health, and yet I think it's because of the stigma. I think it's the stigma that comes with being labeled as mentally ill, right? And it may also appear, and perhaps this is their fear, that it delegitimizes or perhaps invalidates their experience, right, as a transgender person. Perhaps that's true, but in a way, maybe we need to come to terms with an honest evaluation of what it means to be transgender. I feel like, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we've sort of tiptoed around this discussion for now years, probably decades now, ever since this really transgender movement really got momentum. But I feel like we've truly never acknowledged what's going on with a person's mind or feelings, right? We just sort of are told that's how they feel. That's how they feel. And at a certain point, I wonder if it's just going to come to a head where people are like, wait, hold on, this doesn't make sense. I need better explanation. I wonder if there's a point where people are just going to not really buy it anymore, so to speak, or for lack of a better term. And if we're just going to have to sort of address the elephant in the room, like what's going on with these? What? How do we define women? Like how are we going to compare men and women? If a person, like for example, great example of this is if a man wants to transition to a woman, does that mean that everything that a woman would have should be bestowed upon that man who now identifies as a woman, right? Or furthermore, is there even a sufficient transition? Meaning that, are there even enough drugs that's considered sufficient to call that person woman? Maybe it's going to get to the point, theoretically, you don't even need drugs. You don't even need surgery. The very fact that you just feel that you're a woman is and should be enough. And therefore, everyone must comply. And so a man, with no hormones or anything, feels like a woman, just wants to be treated like a woman. We're going into territories I don't think we've truly ever considered or spent time to evaluate. We're really in an experimental time. I don't think I've ever seen this before in history.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, this stuff is much more open now compared to when the times that we were growing up. You didn't hear all this stuff. But is it society that's pushing it? Is it social media that's pushing it? Because Pete made up a good point. In this day and age, everyone is mental. How many people are just blaming it on mental, health and all that stuff just because they don't want to work within themselves to fix it? How many doctors misdiagnose patients, with shit that they don't have either?
And I think I mentioned this in a previous stream about how there was a very well-known doctor who studied transgenderism in Canada, and because he didn't want to go along with early childhood transitioning, he was basically kicked out, right? And this guy was an authority on the subject of transgenderism. And I think what that pointed to is you're saying how we are talking about it more, right? We never talked about this before. But the problem I have is, are we really talking about it? Like, look how we're talking now. We're really open. There's no judgment. We're not like yelling at each other. But is that really something that you see out in the real world, so to speak? Are people actually having conversations about transgenderism openly and honestly? Because I see a lot of people I see a lot of situations in real life where people are just told what to believe, right? And if you don't adhere to it, then you're immediately instaphobe or you're a Nazi or something, you know what I mean? So there's really no honest and respectful discourse, right? There's no trust that people genuinely have. Like, there's this also, I think, a misnomer that people who, such as ourselves, who may disagree with certain aspects of transgenderism, doesn't mean that we hate them or want to demonize them or mean, ill of them, right? So we may just have disagreements. We may genuinely want the best for people, but still disagree with how things are carried out. And that's a difficult thing today, it seems like, to be able to articulate without people being immediately offended or just simply wanting you to toe the line. Just keep your mouth shut and just go with it. And I saw this in colleges because, again, colleges tend to be very, very singular-minded, at least recently, in the last few decades. It's like 95% tended to have the same thought. And it was just these students coming in these gender studies and these social science classes just regurgitating the same thing. There was no open debate. The discussions were usually muted and left to just basically be told how to think and how to see the world. So from there, they come out of school and they just regurgitate it again. So I don't know. I don't hear true and honest dialogue. I don't hear true and honest discussion. It seems very divided politically.
It does. I'm actually around people who don't want to talk about it, don't want to accept that it's going on and what's going on. I actually have a relative that their son is going through this right now. Don't know what it is. And they're going through therapy and all this stuff just to make sure that, it does what it wants to do. I mean, I'm not trying to get the story of it because I don't want to, be all up in it, but it's like, it's just like I was saying, is it because you see all these kids, they're on their fucking laptops, they're fucking God knows who they're chatting with over the internet.
Bunches.
And what's, like, and then, because you got pedophiles out there that, do all that shit too. And then I don't know. It's a hard thing. I mean, we have our opinions and everything, but when you're actually going through it, I'm sure it's a very, very rough time for that person. But I try to humble myself to put myself in the positions to see how they feel, which I'm not going to know how they feel, but I can try.
It's tough. It's tough. I'm just speaking on myself. Like, I'm not no transgender and no bullshit like that, but like, just me even coming out, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, that shit was rough as fuck. And
I bet it was.
And the crazy part about it was I didn't even come out on my own. My sister put me out. And I was like 19. She put me out. Because she found out, because that was like back in, y'all remember AOL? And you had like a little text.
Yes.
I messaged it, yeah.
So, yeah, I was on that shit heavy, like back when I was, going through what I was going through. And, I was talking to some females on there on AOL. And I guess I had left like a little love note. It was like I had a little love note. I had wrote it, I actually wrote it down, and I was gonna type it up to this female. And my sister ended up reading what I had wrote. I didn't even type it to the girl yet, but she saw, she was nosy as fuck, and she wrote like read what I wrote. And one day she got mad at me, and she decided to tell my parents about this notes that I wrote to this girl. And that's how I was outed. I didn't even get to come out on my own. Like, she put me out, and I went through hell. You hear me? Hell, just because of that. You know, counseling. They took me to the doctor. They done took me to the doctor and everything. Counseling and all that shit. I went through hell, and then like the girlfriend I had at the time, um, she ended up calling the house phone because back then, it was still the house phone going on. Like, and she called the house, and my mom intercepted the phone call, and she was like, "Who was this?" She asked the girl, well, "Who was this?" And she was like, "Well, I'm a friend of my friend," and she knew. My mom immediately knew that was my girlfriend, and she threatened to kill the girl. She threatened, like, if you ever even step foot in my yard, I'm gonna kill you and all this shit. Like, I was going through all that, and then of course, me and the girl that I was with, like, we was going through that shit. Just what even my mom said to her. Like, my mom threatened to kill this girl if she came to our house, because then I was still living with my parents. I was like 19. And I still carry that shit with me. Like, I know I should probably forget about it, but I still carry it with me because my sister is the one that put it out there. I didn't get to come out on my own. She put it out there because she was mad at me about some bullshit. So she was just like, "Well, oh, I'm mad at you, so let me go ahead and put you out here." And be like, "Oh, your daughter gay, by the way." She said that shit to my parents, my own sister, when I was 19. And she said that shit to them. And I wasn't even ready for that. And I had to like deal with the repercussions of what she said that night. Not only did I have to deal with that, I had to deal with my girlfriend at the time and my parents because of what my sister said. I had so much going on. It was just too much. And it's just like people just don't know what motherfuckers deal with this community. Like, it's just so much shit. It's just so much, y'all, that it don't make no fucking sense. Like, that shit still haunts me to this fucking day. And I still don't even fuck with my sister like that because she never even apologized to me from that shit. And that was like 20 fucking years ago. 20 fucking years ago. This bitch did this shit. And she never even apologized. I still don't fuck with her to this fucking day. This shit crazy, man. Like, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But I mean, I moved past it, but it's just like I still think about it. Obviously, I wouldn't be talking about it right now. This shit still bothers me. It does. It's bothersome as fuck. And then, and here's the karma about it, though, y'all. Y'all want to know the funny part about it, though, is that same sister that put me out when I wasn't ready. Guess what her daughter is? Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch?
Wow.
Now she having to deal with it with her own fucking daughter.
Damn.
You see how karma work? You see, that's that karma right there. That's another subject too. Karma.
Karma will get you sooner or later.
Right. Shit crazy as fuck, man. Where Thurlow? I was hoping Thurlow had what's his name? Thulu, whatever the fuck his name is, but I was hoping he had heard that. But yeah, I was just like, man, like the thing that you talk about the most, the thing that you hate the most in life and this goes with anything, y'all. The thing that you hate most in life is going to happen to you in your own fucking family. So if you hate murderers and shit or whatever, rapists, it's probably gonna happen in your own fucking family.
Yep. I
And that's
agree.
fact. That's fact.
I agree.
Shit. Yeah.
That it's becoming more prevalent now today.
Lulu, did you hear anything I just said? Because I'm not repeating it. I'm not. Because I said a whole lot. I'm not repeating what I just said though.
Okay.
Lulu? Okay, yeah, I guess he didn't hear what I said. But anyway. Did you hear what I said, Lulu?
I think so, yeah. I mean,
What
you were
did I say?
talking about how you basically were outed by your sister, right? But then it ended up coming back to her through her child, right?
Okay, yeah. But did you hear the whole story though? The whole story that led up to what I said?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just letting you speak. That's why.
Oh, okay. All right, that's what's up. I'm just used to you, like saying
And interjecting, yeah. Something like that, you know.
Yeah, it's just crazy though. Like it's just like everybody got their own story about everything. So yeah, I'm
Just
gonna
crazy.
what y'all gotta say. I mean, I just said what I had to say. Shit.
It's fascinating to know. I mean, not fast. I mean, well, it's just crazy to know what's going on in other people's lives versus your own. You know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I mean, we all walk, we all breathe the same air, we all eat, we all shit, we all sleep, we all like we were talking earlier, we all came from the same thing, and but then people have different paths, and just to hear people's stories and stuff.
Right. Mhm. It is fascinating. It really is, and you just never know what somebody else, has gone through or are going through.
Right.
Each generation changes, I guess. They kind of move, and maybe like the next generation is going to be the one who are going to have to handle this issue, if you even call it an issue.
What do y'all feel? Go ahead, Thulu. Go ahead.
I was going to say that because I was reading the comments, there's people saying that they have relatives going through the same thing, and I'm wondering how much of it, because I think we were talking to Derek the other day too about this, like this idea of who we are, right, being sort of immutable, so that basically meaning that it's static and cannot be changed. So a person's born, right, a certain way, and they cannot change. So when it comes to gender, when it comes to sexuality, how much of that do you think is static, right, and concrete, to where you're born it and it cannot change, right, like from moment of conception, or is there some fluidity to both sexuality and gender identity during the course of a person's life, whether it be early stage development, like as a baby, all the way to toddler, whatever? Is it possible to actually be influenced, or to have your sexuality or your gender identity influenced by experiences throughout your life, rather than just being born it, so to speak?
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. I don't know if I was born this way. I really have no idea. But I do know that even when I was like 5 and 6 years old, I was in daycare. I wasn't even in like the first grade yet, and I had my first girlfriend. Like I liked girls, like even when I was like 5 and 6 years old, you know. And I don't know if that's a genetic thing. I have no idea. I really don't. Um, as I got older, I tried out, dudes and all that. I've been with dudes too. Don't get it twisted. I have, but it just wasn't work. It just wasn't my thing. It wasn't working out for me. It didn't feel right to me. Like it just wasn't it wasn't the yin to my yang, so to speak. It just wasn't. And I don't know if it's because like when I was trying because I wanted to impress my family instead of myself. I knew deep down though that I didn't roll like that. Like I just did it. I just did it, like I don't feel like to me, I don't feel like anybody that's gay, why the fuck would you even choose to have that fucking life? Why? Like willingly to do that? Like on your,
Conscious
like
decision.
just choose it on your, like just choose it though. Oh, I'm gonna be gay. Why the fuck would you want to do that shit? Like for real. And that's where I'm at with it. But I've been there, done that. I've been with dudes. I've done that. But it just was not my thing. I did not relate to it. I wasn't comfortable with it. I didn't have any pleasure with none of that shit. None of it. And I'm talking about as a early like, even in middle school, like 13, 14, all that shit. I tried. You hear me? I tried, but it just wasn't working out for me. And I wasn't ever sexually assaulted as a kid. None of that shit. None of that. I just don't like dudes like that. You know? And that's it. And it's just as simple as that. But as far as, like I said, all that other shit going on, like, that's what I just don't fuck with. But I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know if it's a choice for some people. I mean, I don't think it's a choice for me because I tried. I did. But some people, I don't know, maybe they didn't even try. So I don't know if it's a choice or not, bro. I have no idea. I'm just going off of my experience, I've been there, done that with all that shit. And
Well,
that's all I can say about it.
I would say that just to clarify that the idea of choice is somewhat misleading because we oftentimes think we have a choice in life, right? We think I chose this route in my job, or I chose this route in people I'm attracted to, etc. But when you really look and analyze the human psyche and human cultures in general, you start to notice that there's a lot of subtle subconscious influences that we have. And I'm speaking outside of sexuality, of course, but in general, we tend to be influenced by our environment. So this is the idea of nature versus nurture, where your nature is basically your genetic predispositions. You're born with certain innate, temperaments. But then there's the nurture aspect where what you're exposed to may influence what type of person you become. But in terms of sexuality, it's like you have certain preferences you think are your own. Like I love big tits, right? That's got to be me. But what if?
Environment that I wasn't like. What are you trying? What are you getting at right now? Are you trying to like say that because of my environment that I chose this?
No, what I'm saying is that again, I'm just brainstorming. I'm saying what our preferences are. Are they well, we know to a certain extent our sexual preferences can be influenced by culture, such as look at some cultures prefer earlobes, being extended out, right, with jewelry. Others prefer like rings on the neck, and others may prefer like small feet, like in China. So the sexual preferences of generations even fluctuate. Some at one point breasts were preferred by men, even in the U.S., like in the 50s. Today, butts are preferred in general, right? But that's just a part, of sexuality, right? So when it comes, and so I'm going to go back to what we were discussing previously about bisexuality. Is there a point, you think, where people are not so much, again, saying choice is kind of misleading. What I'm saying is there a point where people don't even fully know or understand what their desires are until they go out and experiment and try? So I'm saying, Like the idea that everyone is born, like I knew this moment I was born, right? Whether it be straight or gay. Do you think there are people though who don't fit that, and that they do not know who they are, and that they have to go through some type of like finding themselves, so to speak?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I do think there are people like that. Of course. Yeah, that's not me because I have tried. I've done stuff. I've experimented. I've done all that stuff. But yeah, I do think there are people out there that really haven't, experienced their full potential with certain things, and they just chose to kind of shut the door on something that they should have left open, type of a thing. Maybe they should have left it open a little bit longer. You know, um, I don't know, bro. Like I said, like I don't judge people. Like I can't speak for other people. I can just speak for myself. I know that I exhausted every avenue as far as that goes. But as far as other people, that's something that you have to ask somebody else. You know, um, because I just feel like everybody has their own lane that they're in and their own story and things that they do or they don't want to do. And that's just as far as it goes with me. Like I just don't speak on nobody else's shit. Like that's them. That's on them. Just like even with the dating thing, we talked about that shit earlier. Everybody has their own perspective as far as that goes. The dating scene and what it is that you want to put into a relationship and what you don't, what you expect, like all that stuff. Like I said, it's levels to this shit. It's a lot of layers to this, and I can just only speak on my own personal journey as far as what I have gone through. You know, I can't speak on nobody else's stuff.
Mine
That's it.
pretty much kind of went the way yours did when I was like a child. I'm straight, but I liked
Yeah.
boys when I was in kindergarten because I saw this boy and like it you get those fucking feelings when you know what I'm
Right.
saying. You just knew at that time. But I did go through a phase where I did experiment with one chick and it just wasn't for me.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying.
But what age
That's
was
what.
that experimentation, if I may ask?
I was in high school.
Well, when you're young, I don't think you really have. This is my own personal opinion, but I think when you're young, you don't have the capacity to understand attraction on a sexual level. I think you understand it maybe more on a social level or emotional level, but it's hard to. And it's going to sound weird, but it's hard to justify a sexuality in prepubescent because if a child is like 5 or 6 or 7, I don't know, and they might be say that, oh, I have a boyfriend, so they're kind of, oftentimes they'll play in that regard, but are they really
Mm.
playing that out in a true understanding of their sexuality, of their identity, or is this part of the role play that children often do at that age, and that what they're taught or they perceive? Are they sort of playing that out? Is it somewhat performative?
Well,
I
what
see.
about when they're older, like when they're 20, and they still feel the same way they
Yeah,
felt when they were 5? They still
I
feel the
definitely
same way
felt the
when they're
same
20.
way. Yeah, none of that altered me at all. Like I knew. I mean, don't get me wrong. I got hit on by women and stuff, but it didn't turn me on like how men do.
Sure, and
It's
the
just go ahead.
no, I'm gonna say, I guess the reason I even mentioned that, not to delve too deep into sexuality, I kind of was thinking more of a parallel towards transgenderism, because I hear a lot about how children feel like the opposite sex, and I've actually seen examples of that. I don't know if you've ever seen that also, where some parent has a child who's like 7 or 8, really young, and they're saying, well, I'm going to bring up my child as whatever they feel like, right? And that child says, "Oh, I'm a girl," and so they bring up their boy as a girl or something, say, for example. So they're very affirming at that age. And so I'm wondering, in terms of like dating, or not dating, but like relationships, as best as child that age, prepubescent, can understand it, is gender kind of the same way, where do they truly understand their gender and their sex and what it means? Or is it a completely different argument? Is sexuality completely different from gender identity in terms of how children understand or express it? Another way to put this is, how much validity do we give to a child saying, let's say 7 or 8 years old, saying that I am a boy, saying that I'm a girl, versus say a 7 or 8 year old boy saying I like other boys, I want to date other boys. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. That's opening a whole different aspect of, see, I like just what JD said. I can't give you, that, not an answer, but I can't think for other people. I can tell you from what I know and what I felt, but you have good points to think about.
Think about, imagine how you might deal with it as a parent, though. I'm thinking really as a parent, what would I do if I had a child, say 8 years old, who says, let's say the boy, and he says, Dad, I feel like I'm a girl, I want to dress in girls' clothes, and etc. How do you respond to that child? And would you respond differently compared to, say, if that 8-year-old boy were to say something regarding being attracted to other boys, like something that's more homosexual as opposed to transgender? Would you treat it differently than that 8-year-old child?
I'm gonna love my child regardless. That's my answer to that.
Yeah, I'd have to say that too, because I mean, there's so many parents out there who have abandoned their child for that and stuff, and it's a sad thing that they would do that. But then at the same time, those parents were probably growing up to man and woman only, or you're a boy or you're a girl, not changing.
I see what you're saying, yeah. But I guess the only issue that I would have with that response, though, if I was going to be honest, is that leaves it very open, because now imagine you're in a scenario where that 8-year-old boy, for example, is at school and tells her counselor, so teacher, that I feel like a girl, I want to dress as a girl, I want to go to the girls' bathroom, etc. And maybe unbeknownst to you, or from whatever reason, some professional, right, at the school or wherever he goes, then comes to you and says, your child wants to identify as girl, and he may be, say, he may be able to receive hormone treatment, right? And we may be able to help him transition, right, to affirm his identity. Mm-hmm. How do you respond as a parent? How would you deal with that? You would still love him, I understand that, but then at the same time, how does you as a loving parent handle a situation such as that, and especially when it comes to, say, hormone therapies or some type of permanent treatment?
Honestly, I'd say you just have to deal with it. I mean, that's an issue that I don't have any kids, and I choose to not have kids by choice. But that's a good question. I mean, when I speak to my relative about it, that's going through this whole thing with their child, the only thing that I can say is, the only thing that I responded back with is that, it's much more open now, and because she's not accepting the fact that he's feeling that. Basically, she's just not accepting it. And so it kind of makes it harder, I would think, from my thought, it makes it harder for your child to want to come talk to you about it, want to open up to you about it, So where are they going to go? when they only have you, and if their dad is like, you know, against it too, it's like, who do they ultimately have? They have themselves to figure it out. Therapy is not gonna, you know, therapy, yeah, they'll put you to therapy to make sure you're not crazy, or, you know, it's something you really want to go through, yeah, but at the same time, it's like you just, I mean, it's hard to accept the fact, yeah, you mean you want your child to be like this, you want your child to be like that, but when they're not, you ultimately, I just have to accept it. I'm not against it. I do have, you know, my opinions and all that, but I'm not going to be against it.
Right.
Well, maybe this goes back to sort of my discussion earlier about the nurture or the environmental aspect of gender identity. How much of that child's identity do you think, and we're just, of course, theorizing, we don't know anything, but how much of that child's identity as the opposite sex is fueled by their perception of what the other sex is from what they've been exposed to in their culture or their peers, or maybe whatever education they've received? Is it an influence, you think?
No, you can't do that, because we've all been exposed to all kind of shit. We have all been exposed to all kind of stuff as a child. We've been exposed to heterosexual. We've all been exposed to homosexuality. We've all been exposed to drugs. We've all been exposed to alcoholism. We've been exposed to HBO, Cinemax. I mean, we've been exposed to every fucking thing you can name as a child. So you can't say that as far as that goes. You can't just like pinpoint, oh, this little thing right here, you know, you being gay, that was something you was exposed to. Because we've been exposed to a lot of fucking shit when we was a kid. So why are you sitting here like saying that, oh, if this little thing right here that we was exposed to that, why aren't you like talk about everything else? Talk about the alcoholism. Talk about the drugs. Talk about the prostitution. Talk about all that. If you really want to put it out there. So don't talk about, oh, this was something that you was just exposed to as a child. It's all kind of shit and you was probably exposed to a lot of shit too. What was you exposed to, Thulo?
Are you referring?
What was you exposed to?
So you mean the child was exposed to the same things everyone else was, and there's no difference between any generation then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm just saying, like, you're just like pinpointing that, like, okay, you were exposed to this particular thing as a child, but it's a lot of things that we were exposed to as a child. It wasn't just that. It's a lot of shit, and there's a lot of stuff that's even more so than the gay stuff. You know what I mean? It was a lot more than even that we were exposed to as children.
Right. How many boys come across their dad's Playboy magazines back in the day? You know?
You see what I'm saying? There's more to it. You're just so pinpointed on the gay thing right now.
I'm referring to transgenderism, actually, not gay. But
well, whatever it is, you know what I'm talking about, though, bro. Like,
well, let me ask you then. Do you believe that the number of transgender individuals, people who suffer from gender dysphoria, do you think that number has remained consistent throughout the decades? Say 50, 100 years ago, we have the same number of transgender individuals today as we did 100 years ago?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to be honest, I disagree with that.
I actually feel like it's more back then than it is now.
Transgenderism?
The only difference between now and then is because now we're like now people are more comfortable talking about it a little bit. But it's still stuff that went back on 100 years ago, and even further than that were transgender and gay. But that was definitely taboo. That was taboo as fuck. It wasn't nobody talking about this shit back in the 50s and 60s and even the 70s. Now we can kind of talk about it, and even now it's like some bullshit. But at least now it's a little bit, just a tiny bit more comfortable now. But yes, this shit has been going on for hundreds of years. This ain't no new shit.
While I agree that there has been instances historically of gender dysphoria, the rate at which it has occurred, I disagree with that. It's the same or equal, and I'll tell you why. When you look at transgenderism today, right, you're seeing people who are being basically diagnosed on what is modern expectation of definition of transgenderism. But within that definition, it's been consistent for the last like 30 years, I'd say, maybe 40 years. However, the rate that we see growing is actually increasing yearly, not like centuries, right? Not like every, I don't know, generation. We're talking about increases of gender identity taking place in massive changes, especially among the youth. And my only concern is that the just like we discussed previously, when you can't give a strict definition as to what it means sort of to be a man or a woman, right? Or to identify what, like you were saying, this man wants to be the ideal of a woman. When you don't know why that's happening, when you don't know the psychology behind it or what's spurring it on, you can't make the assumption that it's somehow not affected by environmental factors, right? If you want to say that it's always existed, that's true, or that's fine, but you have to prove that it has been consistent with every generation. And to argue, which I understand, I've heard it before, but it's a circular reasoning to say that, well, the reason why it's increasing, right, the number that are saying they are, is because we're more open to it, right? Now, that might seem logical, but or it might seem like it makes sense, but it's actually illogical because it's circular reasoning. You're not actually proving that there's more people. What you're saying is that as long as we, see more people, we just give the excuse, well, it has to be because we allow it, right? It assumes that we couldn't measure in the past, but we had the mechanisms in place decades ago. And I mentioned that transgender professor who was studying it. He even acknowledged that the rate of increase, especially among childhood children, and that's why he was against it initially, because of early stage transitional therapies would have a detrimental effect on their development. But even then, they could see that the rate of increase was affected by their environment. So I personally disagree, but it's a hard thing to argue because, again, how do you prove it? How do you prove that in the past they were just hiding and scared?
I mean, you can't prove that, but that's just the way it was back in the day. Like, it's a lot of things back in the 50s and 40s and even before that, way along, that people couldn't come out and say anything. I mean, I'm even talking about race and everything. I'm talking about people being in biracial relationships and stuff, even stuff like that. Like, people couldn't talk about stuff like that back in the day. You think, do you really think if they couldn't even talk about a man and a woman being a different races, they couldn't even do that? You think they really gonna talk about a man and a man being together and a woman to be together, and they couldn't even talk about biracial shit? They couldn't even do that then. So you think that they really about to talk about fucking homosexual shit? Like, seriously. That is not going to happen. That shit, like, right now, it's even taboo now.
And
But
here comes the question. So you're going backwards, but would you be willing then to look forward?
You went backwards. You went backwards when you were talking about older stuff. You was talking about old stuff.
That's right. So that's what I'm saying. Would you then be willing to look forward and compare what's today in terms of, say, the number of transgender, or even if you want to bring in homosexuality? Do you want to compare that with, say, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And if you see increases yearly moving forward, is your excuse, though, going to be that, hey, we were more bigoted today than a year from now, 2 years from now? That's a hard argument to make. You can make that 50 years ago, yes, and that seems more reasonable. But the moment you start looking forward and say, hey, next year, why are we seeing an increase in transgenderism among adolescents? 2 years from now, we're still seeing a steady increase. 3 years, 4 years. What's your excuse at that point? Are we bigoted today? And were we enlightened next
I
year,
don't have no
2
excuse.
years from
I
now?
don't have no excuse. Yeah, I don't have no excuse on that because, like I said, like I don't judge nobody. Like that's on the people. That's the people's choice.
When will it ever be enough, though?
That's the
When will
people's choice. Me, I don't give a fuck what the motherfuckers think. Like,
look at Pride right now? Look at the companies and corporations. You're telling me right today, are we bigoted? Do we have companies, showing Pride flag and showing merchandise, selling their products to people? What do you think a year from now? Is it going to be mostly different?
Let me ask you this real quick: is your job the job that you work at now? Are you off on Juneteenth? Is your job celebrating Juneteenth this year? Are you going to be off that day?
I'll have to keep that a mystery.
Okay, so, well, that's fine and dandy, but I'm just saying, things are moving ahead. Things are moving ahead, and all that stuff about transgender and all that bullshit, like that's still prevalent to this day. It's not changing. It's not gonna change. It's not. It's just not. It's gonna be this way 50 years from now. People still gonna be talking about this shit.
Yeah, I agree on that.
This shit ain't going nowhere. It's not. We can talk about it all day and all night. It's not going nowhere. What? Let me just ask you, Thulu. What is it like? We've been talking about this shit for like 2 hours. How do you feel about transgenders? Because me and Mars have told you how we feel about it. How do you feel about it? Do you agree with it? Do you agree with transgenders and how they feel about what they do? Do you?
I think it's great, and I accept everyone, and God bless everyone. I don't think anything's wrong, and we should all just do whatever we feel like. Joking, I'm being facetious.
So if you met a transgender chick, so if you met a transgender chick tonight, and you going out on the town tonight, you found out she was transgender, you would still date her?
Thank you.
No, of course not. No, of course not.
But she was cute as fuck, and y'all really had a connection. Y'all had a lot of things in common and everything. And then a month later, you found out she was a dude.
Hold on. How am I finding out a month later?
Not even a month later. How about 3 months later you find out she's a dude?
Let's go that. Yeah, 3 months.
No, not even 3 months. Let's go 6 months. 6 months.
No, let's go a year. Let's not.
Oh, so okay. Well, since you want to go that far, that means you done fucked her by then. So you done fucked her by then a whole year. So you done fucked her by then. So
does it take
definitely
6 months
now,
enough?
how would you feel?
Okay, in all seriousness, am I really going to be having sex with a transgender individual and not know it? That's pretty messed up. I can't see myself in a situation where I'm not going to be blackout drunk, that's for sure, and I'm sure as heck going to know that this person is not a woman if I'm trying to have sex with them.
Okay, well let's change let's change it then. 3 months, and what if she doesn't tell you anything for 3 months, and she gives you let's just take it slow. No, don't touch me yet. 3 months later, and then you find out.
Oof, that would be an absolute betrayal. Yeah, that would be really that would be messed up. I'd feel violated. Honestly, it would feel like a violation.
But what if she was just so good at the way she treated you, and she gave you what you needed? And
dude, my male friends.
And then she sucked your dick real good.
Oh shoot! Damn it! You got me. Listen.
What if she throw that shit the way you wanted it, and you fucking loved it? Without her giving you her fucking vagina, so called. What if she sucked your dick so good through what now?
Dude, I'd probably be thinking, this is a little too good. She knows too much about the male anatomy. I got to be questioning, is this a really?
But I know you're a smart man. I know you would question though.
What's that?
I know you're a smart man. You would question though, but what if though? I mean, what if she took you? What if it took you down that route?
Oh man, okay. That's again assuming she really. I'm not going to say she. I'm going to say he. I'm assuming
Take it a
this
little
man
further. You guys are vibing so much that you
Right,
represent
right.
each other's family.
Oh
Yeah,
shoot!
what
Wow,
would you
we're
do?
really making it hard,
No, I don't
dude.
think you being
You know
honest, dude.
this.
I don't think you being honest with us. I don't think you being honest right now. Like
What do you mean?
if you
I haven't
was
even said
in
what I would do
in
yet.
that situation, like for real, like
Like
for
deep
real
If I
though,
down your
bro.
heart, what would you do?
deep down in my
And
heart,
don't even
Like
think
what I
about
said.
us. Think
Remember,
about you right now. What would you
remember,
do?
she gives you what the fuck we want to call it. He gives you what you need. He gives you what you want. He does things to make you happy. Like, the relationship's just going good as if it was a fucking woman. How would you? And
I would
so good that you want to introduce her to your family, your parents, and everything, and she's all up for it, but she's still playing that game with you. And
And
then
on a
you find
mental
out,
level too, Thulu. On a mental
and
level
and she,
also.
you
Mentally, she is
you
pushing
find
you.
out after you meet her family.
What you gonna do about that? And you find out that's a whole dude.
Like she
Doing
treats you
everything that
like
you
she
ever
treats you
wanted.
real good. Don't forget
Everything
the
you
side dick
ever
part
wanted
either.
in a female. What you gonna do, Thulu?
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy a plane ticket, and I am wiping my entire history. You know who I am. And Thulu will become a new person in Shanghai. Learn
Hold on, Lulu. Let me push it. Lulu, let me push you a little bit further. What if she moved into your pad?
Goodness sakes. See, that's not happening though unless. Damn it. That's.
No,
There
let him
are
answer the question.
there are people
Don't,
like
hey,
that
hey,
out there.
Mars, don't ask him that yet. Let him answer the first question first, because I wanted to hear about him buying a plane ticket first. He said he's gonna buy a plane ticket. Don't ask him that yet.
Wait, hold on. So you're assuming then that I'm actually living with someone that I haven't had sex with, right? Because again, I am not going to agree that I'm having sex with someone.
Not living yet. Not living
No.
yet. Let's bring it back to not moving in yet. About just meeting the whole family and
Yeah,
all
we
that.
gotta dial it back. We gotta dial it back, Thulu. We're not. Just pretend she didn't ask that last question, okay? The chick that you are with was doing everything. She was your whole world. Your whole world. Everything you wanted in a female was right there in front of you. Everything.
And she looked fine
And
as
you
hell
found
too. I mean,
out she was a
decent looking.
dude. And you found out that was a transgender woman. And 3 months later, but everything that you ever wanted in a woman, she gave that to you. And you found out later 3 months. What would you do?
I want a child, so he's not giving me everything.
So you I said 3 months though. So you expecting a child in 3 months?
Hey, if we're vibing that much, maybe.
So you are expecting a child within 3 months, is what you're saying?
Well, discussion of. How about that? Discussion of prospects.
Okay, let's even say she talked about it. Let's even say she talked about it and everything.
Okay, she just lied to me and
y'all had to talk about it and all that stuff.
Frankly, yeah. I mean, listen. If a guy was able to transition so effectively that it would actually make me fooled into thinking it was a woman and carried on a relationship, and that's assuming again that the behavioral aspects I somehow couldn't see, which is kind of off, and even the genetic, like this person has to be taking hormones probably, which I'd probably notice. But okay, let's say I didn't. The moment I find out, I'm breaking it off.
Even though you have like deep feelings and everything, and you would still break it off. Yeah, you have deep feelings for this person, and you just.
Listen, I have deep feelings for family and male friends, right? I mean, if we're talking about in a relationship, and again, assuming we haven't gone into actually having sex or even children, obviously, then at that point, how can we truly say that I'm going to be that deeply head over heels over someone? When we've only gone that far. I would think not.
Let me ask him this real quick. How many women have you dated in your life? How many girlfriends have you had? And how many of them have you loved?
Okay, wait. You're asking different questions. Are you saying how many have I?
I'm
had
asking
sex
you
with?
two
How many have
questions.
I loved? How many have I been in a relationship? Which one?
I'm asking you two questions. I'm asking you how many girlfriends have you had, and out of those girlfriends, how many have you loved?
I will answer the second question. How many girlfriends have I loved? How was that? The answer, honestly, the answer is 0. I've never, I would honestly say,
never loved.
been in love. No, I would say I've never been in love.
You never loved. Wow.
Wow.
I know
we
you want. I know
in
you don't want to
as a
disclose
person.
your age and stuff, but I'm thinking, like, just talking to you, I'm gonna say you in your 40s or some shit. But the crazy part, you never loved nobody after this long. You never loved nobody. No, like nobody at all. Like seriously, not even like seriously, you never loved not one person.
Hey, you know what? Maybe no one has ever actually loved me. Do you ever think about that?
I'm not asking if they loved you. I'm asking if you love them. I'm not asking about them.
But you're kind of but it's an indirect question for me at least, because how can you love someone who doesn't love you?
I mean, that's on you, bro. That's on you. I'm asking you if you loved. I don't know who the fuck you been with in your life and what the fuck they had going on. I'm asking you, Thulu, have you loved? I don't know who the fuck you been with. Have you loved anybody in your life?
Honestly, no. No, I haven't. I can't say that I've actually
you don't even know what,
been in love.
So you don't even really know what like love is as far as like somebody outside your family. You don't even know.
No.
You have no idea what that even feels like.
No, other than just maybe a chemical reaction.
But yet you're trying to like give advice to people about relationships, and you never even loved anybody in a relationship, but you're trying to give advice.
Well, it depends on context, I suppose. Maybe, in fact, my experience, regardless whether I've loved or not, provides a completely fresh perspective that people otherwise in that situation may not even consider. And in a way, I'm not inundated with the emotions and the bias that comes from love. I can see things more clearly. So perhaps in a way, I actually see things better.
Do you feel like the females that you have been with loved you? Has any female besides your mama ever told you that they loved you?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Answer the question. It's yes or no.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think any woman I've ever known has ever truly loved me.
Okay. Now we're getting down to the nitty gritty. So the fact that you feel like no one has, a female anyway, has never told you that they love you, do you feel like that you have all these opinions about females because a female has never told you that they actually love you?
I don't think so, no. Now, of course, from your perspective, I could see why you might make that assumption. I'd hope, though, from your perspective, meaning as an outsider who's looking from the outside in, you know, you're asking these questions.
We are outside looking in, though, because you won't tell us about yourself. We are outside looking in with you, because you won't tell us nothing about yourself.
But from
we
the
don't
outside,
even know your real name or where you even live. We don't even know where you live.
I could be in China right now, Shanghai.
You wouldn't even put that out there. Like, it ain't like nobody out here to get you. You won't even put out where you live or nothing. I mean, we all live somewhere. You know, it's a big world out here. It's a big country and a big world. And you as a very minute sprinkle of salt in this world. And you won't even tell us where you live. Like, we're going to look you up or something. Why are you so paranoid? Why are you so paranoid about that? That's a problem too. You won't even open up. So I know if you won't open up, hold on. If you won't even open up to people that has been talking to you for hours upon hours upon hours, how the fuck would you ever open up to a female that's really trying to get to know you? And we actually been talking to you for a long ass time, out all fucking night, Thulu. We've been talking to you all night, and you still ain't even gave us an inkling of anything about you. All you have put out there is biased opinions about what we think in the world. We have put out everything. I done put out my whole family history in front of everybody. You won't even say your name or where you live.
That's right. Yep.
That's crazy as fuck. But let me say this too, Thulu. Okay, based off of what I said to you tonight, I done told you my some of my family history. You know my fucking name. You know where I live. Tell me how you gonna look me up though. What would you put in Google to look me up? What you gonna put in Google? But you see my point? Let us know something about yourself. We can't look too much up about you. You secretive as fuck. You was a secretive ass dude.
It's true.
Secretive as fuck, nigga.
You know, there's a difference between honesty and transparency, and that's where you kind of respect people's boundaries and when they're ready. That's like with relationships, you know.
When you gonna be ready?
Like,
when you gonna be ready?
Well, that's exactly it. You know, sometimes just like in relationships, people aren't ready to open up. You know, and you have to allow that change to happen organically, right? If you try to push it and force it, people are going to close back up. So it's a lot like.
But why are you so secretive on something like this? Like, this is nothing major, bro. Like, this is no major shit. There's nothing major about this. Like I don't understand why you so like FBI. Like, you know, like you just trying to keep everything like incognito over there. Like, nobody cares enough to look you up. Nobody cares.
Sure, but that's also, again, going with the assumption that we've entered into this relationship anonymously to expand ourselves outside of that type or sense of relationship. Expects us to then transition to another phase of our relationship.
JD, he's got something for everything, man.
He using all these like big words and stuff. Like, that's supposed to change like what he's doing. Like, if you want to talk about transparency and we're talking about transparency, why aren't you doing that? You're not being transparent your damn self. We done put out our whole life stories out on this bitch. And you over here trying to give advice to everybody and not even putting your, like, even like an inkling of anything about you. And we done said all this shit all night. We've been talking for 6 hours. 6 hours of talking.
Maybe I appreciate
you still ain't said shit about yourself. Nothing.
And I respect that greatly. I hope that you did so without any persuasion from me or us, and allowed for open dialogue to happen organically.
Here we go.
Someday that too would happen with me, and
you a whole FBI agent. You a whole FBI agent over there. You a FBI agent. You in that fuck. That's why your shit sound like it do. Cause you in the FBI van and you a whole cop. You an FBI van.
It would be a little cramped though, I'd imagine.
Just admit it, bro. You an FBI agent. Just say it. Do you work for YouTube? Or do you work for Facebook? Which one? Which one you work for? You work for the Secret Service? He worked for the Secret Service.
I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that, JD.
See, he said he can't disclose nothing. Man.
Oh, I can't.
Why are you so secretive? Why are you so secretive? Why? I just want to know why. Because, like, honestly, like, you could even lie about your name. You could even lie about it. You don't even lie about it.
Everything I've said is a lie. You don't know. Remember, going back to what we were saying before, a lot of it is faith and trust. Maybe you lack faith in me, JD.
I don't lack no faith in nobody. I don't. But I just want you to say, like, at least some simple shit that we all put out here. We all put our shit out here. Look at Jose. We know Jose is Jose. We can't look up Jose on Google. It's a lot of Jose's out there. You can't even, and I bet your name is like plain as fuck. It's probably like John or Michael. Like, it's a lot of like plain ass names out there, and you won't even put that plain ass name out there, nigga.
We should have some
You
mystery.
won't even
Come on.
say his fucking name.
There's this theory in data science that our behaviors and habits actually do present themselves as our identity. In a way, I've actually revealed a lot about myself, perhaps even more than just what a superfluous name could possibly label me as. In a way, I've exposed myself in a far greater detail and depth than I think any label, such as a name, could ever do.
Wow.
Are you a profiler for the FBI?
We supposed to like decode like the clues you gave us throughout these hours of talks that you've been talking to us. Now we got to pick up on clues to your name because you said something like hours ago, and we supposed to pick up on that shit.
A trail of clues, crumbs.
This nigga said a trail. A trail, y'all. So he leaving like little like inklings of like popcorn for us to follow along the path, along the way, and pick up trails of his name. Wow. Okay.
Not to go kind of off the road here, but there was
right, Stranger Things. It's like some Stranger Things shit. Stranger Things.
Yeah. Okay, check this out. There was a artificial intelligence that was being tested out on the open, the wild. And what that means is they would just go into forums or places and they would execute this program to see if it could fool people. What I'm trying to say is I could be that AI. This could be part of program testing.
Are you? Are you an alien? Are you an alien? Are you a robot? Are you? Are you trying to figure out our brains and that's why you come up in these streams and try to probe our minds? Is that what you're doing?
You know, theoretically, if an alien were to interact, this is really the conversation they would be having. This would really be what allows us to know human society better, right? If we wanted to know what humans were like, this is it right here. And I'm not saying here nor there, but just if theoretically an alien wanted to know, this would be it.
I actually feel that way. Like this is like, because I watched Stranger Things with my niece earlier, right? And we watched the last 3 episodes of this new season. And I, like, when I was watching it, I actually thought about you. Because it was like some weird shit, like some weird, like, robot, like, extraterrestrial type of stuff. And then just listening to you talk, you just seemed like you just from that show. Was you an extra in the show? Or was you a producer in the show or something? Because you just on that level of Stranger Things.
Maybe I am strange.
Wow.
They're strange. It's true.
These are not strange. You a strange thing. I'm going to start calling you ST. I'm not even going to call you Thulu. I'm going to call you ST for Stranger Things.
I think Juicy might be right, though. I have been up for quite a bit. Might be tripping a little. Hey, you got. Listen, if you were ever going to interrogate me, though, I mean, you got me in just the right time. Sleep deprivation, you know. I mean, and this is it right here. You got me in a corner.
You still ain't working with us. So
what you think about it, Mars? What you think about this dude, Mars? What you think about him? You think he legit or what? You think he legit? Because you know we've been talking to this dude for hours and shit. What you think about this dude?
Well, I mean, I don't even know why you're on here if you don't want to say nothing.
I mean, he don't put out nothing. He don't put out shit. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong though. I mean, I'm gonna keep it real. Don't get me wrong. I think dude is very intelligent and he's very educated about what he is saying. But at the same fucking time, though, we done put out like some personal stuff about us. You know, I think it's only fair that he does the same thing with us instead of trying to fucking like talk about and giving us advice and shit and all this other bullshit that he be doing. Like, can you just say anything
I can't
about
really
yourself?
fault him at that because there are a lot of people who like to be private and don't say much.
There's a difference between being private.
I understand that too, but at the same time, you know, I don't know. That's something Hulu, Stranger Things.
That shit frustrating though. It's kind of frustrating though. Like, you done talk to a motherfucker for hours and shit, and you don't even know what the fuck his name is. Now you want to talk about
Like, you know me though.
Shit. You want to talk about some creepy shit. Now that's creepy to me. You know, I thought, you know, I was about to be like, okay, I done talked for Thulu, you know, for a few hours. Can I at least get your name or something? Nothing. And it's crickets. Nothing. Nothing. That shit crazy. Like all we can ask him is like hypothetical questions that doesn't really have anything to do with his real life. We can just ask him hypothetical questions. That's it. Ain't nobody about to get to know him.
True. I mean, really, no one knows me. No one knows really any of us to a certain extent. But yeah, there's that disconnect when you don't feel like you're close enough.
Thulu, are you Santa Claus? Are you Santa Claus?
I wish.
Cause you're very mysterious. Are you an elf? Are you an elf?
No. I will say that I'm not an elf.
Hey, I'm be looking this Christmas. I'm be looking for Thulu to come through under the chimney or some shit, man. This nigga is mysterious as fuck, man. God damn. He don't want to put nothing out. He won't even say what the fuck his goddamn temperature is right now.
That might give away too much.
What will you give away then? What will you tell us about yourself? What will you do? Can you tell us anything about yourself?
He did tell us that he lives in a state with A that starts with an A.
Your name starts with an A?
The state that he lives is where he's located.
So that's either Arkansas. Okay, so we got Arkansas, Alabama. What else start with an A that's in the States? I mean, I think this is the only two. Arkansas or Alabama?
You got Arizona, Arkansas.
Oh, Arizona. Okay. Oh, it might be Arizona since he fucked with Urban AZ.
Oh, shoot. Did I speak too soon?
Oh, shit. You live in Arizona, bro? I mean, what would it matter? Like, what would it matter, though? Like, where we, like, if we know what state you live in, bro, like, what would that matter? Like, come on, man.
I don't know. Imagine the assumptions you could make about me, you know? It's like, well, you come from this place, so clearly, you know, you do this and you do that. Isn't it kind of nice, though, to have ambiguity?
Juicy, Alaska is not a state. Alaska is not a state, Juicy. Hold on, I'm talking.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, somebody said Alaska in the comments, but that's not a state, Juicy.
Yeah, no, Alaska is a state.
No, it's not.
Google it.
What's your name, though? What's your name? Just give us your first name. What's your first name? Ooh, what's your first name? God damn.
It's working? Hold on. I think my audio cut out.
Well, fuck y'all. Okay, Alaska is a state. Fuck it. Shit. Thulu, what's your first name? Thulu. So we just gonna call you that? What does Thulu stand for then? Do your first name start with a T?
The thing about my name is that it comes from something that was originally not actually a word. So it's sort of, I would say, an amalgamation of certain literary concepts that, when drawn together, not as an acronym, but more as a sort of juxtaposition. Wait, hold on. I'm going crazy.
Okay.
Juxtaposed with some ideas I had that I wanted to portray, you know, as an avatar. So that's the only way I can explain what that name is. It's not an actual person. It's not from any, you know, name that I've ever heard. And so that's
Okay.
it. That's really it. That's the best way I could
So,
explain what my name comes from.
so it's a mixture of avatars. Is that what you're saying? Your name is a mixture of
It's a
avatars.
mixture of sort of literary elements and concepts. And it's just kind of amalgamated into a single word or token. It's sort of a tokenization from a syntactic point of view. So if you look at, say, from, I mean, listen, if we're talking about purely linguistically, I'm trying to basically express from a syntax perspective something that is not as eloquently from a semantic perspective. So if I have numerous literary concepts I want to illustrate from a semantic level,
Oh my
I also
God.
want to reflect that on a syntax level. Does that make sense?
I guess. I mean, you doing the most just off of just like a name. Like you just saying like a lot of like poetic shit right now. So
We just
what?
want
Okay, you said a lot of like Dick Van Dyke. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, man. I'm just asking you what your fucking like what's your name? That's all I'm asking. You going on to all this other shit, man.
It's not a video game or an anime
Do it
character.
start with a T? That's all I want to add. Do it start with a T? Do your name start with a T?
My avatar's name does start with a T.
What's the last letter? What's the last letter of your name? What's the last letter of your name?
The last letter of my avatar's name is U.
No, not your avatar name. Your name. Your God-given name. Your birth name. What is the last letter of your name? How you gonna come in here and talk all, and give all this like knowledge and shit, and we don't even know who the fuck you are? We don't want to call you Thulu. We don't want to call you that. And we've been talking to you for hours about deep shit. We don't want to call you no fucking Thulu. We want to call you at least by your first name. Is your name Tony? What's your name?
A rose by any other name smells just as sweet.
Oh my God. And this nigga really like giving like hints and stuff. Like riddles. This nigga giving riddles to his I cannot, man. I cannot with you. I cannot. Mars, you hear this dude. And he can't even say his first fucking name. Like we really about to Google him and like figure out his whole lifestyle and all this other shit. This nigga can't even say his first fucking name. What the fuck?
I've given up. He'll give it up when he wants to.
He's not ever gonna give it up. He's always gonna be doing the riddles and like giving us like fucking quizzes and riddles and shit as far as what the fuck his name is. We can't even get it. But you know everybody else's name. How is that fair? You came into a stream. You came into a stream where you know everybody fucking name, but you have a lot to say. You have a whole lot to say, but we can't even know your name, your first name. We're not asking for your middle, last. We're not asking for your social security number, your address. We just asking for your name because Thulu. That's weird. Like we know that's not your name. And people get tired of trying to pronounce that shit. Like I just kind of figured it out. Thulu. What's your name, bro? Give us some initials. Just give us some initials. Thulu. Just give us some initials. Happening. Yeah, he done got real quiet. He ain't saying shit. Yeah, he ain't saying nothing. Like he like extra private eye over there. That nigga a cop. He's a cop, y'all. He's a cop. That shit crazy, and then he just stopped talking and everything. Hey, y'all in the chat, what y'all think his name is?
I mean, I just think that's kind of crazy though. Like, it's not like we can just figure out who you are like that. Like, I just think that's, I don't know. Because you have a lot to say. You have a whole lot to say, but nobody knows who you are. We haven't even seen a picture of you or nothing. Nothing at all. Like, it's just like a, I don't know. He is like a ghost or something. Look, he ain't even saying shit now. Thulu, when I see you in the chat next time, I'm gonna question you again. I'm gonna question the fuck out of you, nigga.
Enjoy it every time, JD.
Thulu, what's your name? What's your real name? Come on, man. We've been talking for like 5 hours. What's your name? You don't want to talk to me no more? We done talked about everything under the sun. Now you don't want to say. We done talked about pussy all night. We done talked about all kind of shit. Dildos and everything. You don't want to say your name? Wow. You see how motherfuckers do though? You put your whole life story out here and they don't want to say, they don't even want to put their name, they leave like their first name out there, y'all. That's crazy, man. Hey D, I hope you watch this shit when you wake up. Like fast forward to like how long we been on? Like 6 fucking hours. Just fast forward to the end, D, and see this shit. That shit crazy as fuck.
All right, I think I'm gonna bounce now.
All right, I think I am too, because this dude is like doing the most.
That was fun. We'll have to continue this again later.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna continue nothing. We're not until you put your name out there. I'm not continuing nothing with you, nigga.
Fair enough, JD. But I enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right.
I guess we'll call it then. Mags and Jose, thank you. It was fun.
It was fun.
Thank you, everybody.
It was fun.
I still think you're a robot.
You still think he's a robot?
Yeah. Or he's an encyclopedia. That's what he is.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a great day. I'm out of here. Till next time.
You too.